Chapter 2277 Golden Flame. Jian Wushuang had come into contact with poison before. There were many experts in the eternal chaotic world who excelled in using poison. There were many who had also excelled in using poison back in the ancient past. However, out of all of the poison Jian Wushuang knew, none was as terrifying as what he was experiencing. This type of poison could have killed any divine demons, even back in the absolute beginning divine world without the restrictions of heaven and earth easily, much less a mere chaotic realm expert like Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang understood why Lung Rushua was able to use such a terrifying poison. After all, Lung Rushua had a unique constitution. Back in the green fire world, when Lung Rushuang had controlled her own body, she had possessed the icy bone poison, which was a nightmare for any expert in the green fire world. Now that Lung Rushua was much more powerful than before, the poison she could use was much more terrifying. What Jian Wushuang did not know was that her unique constitution was Heaven's Mandate Unique Constitution. It was also called Heaven's Mandate Narcotic Constitution. This was an extremely destructive unique constitution. The reason it was so destructive was because of the poison the people who had this constitution could use. Lung Rushua was far too weak. The poison she controlled was nothing compared to that of other, more powerful experts. If she continued to grow, she could take trillions of lives with a single thought if she could fully control her constitution. At that point in time, one could die simply by being near her for a long time. The Heaven's Mandate Unique Constitution was this terrifying. However, it was impossible for this position to hurt Jian Wushuang, even though it could kill divine demons easily. Jian Wushuang was in the ultimate phase of the 7th step inverse cultivation and had the perfect chaotic holy body. No poison, fire, or water could kill him. He was invincible. Initially, the gray poison within his body could move around smoothly. Within moments, it was stopped by a large amount of divine power from within Jian Wushuang's body. It soon cleared all of the poison within his body. In the air, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes again as though nothing had happened. Looks like the unique constitution of an inverse cultivator is much more powerful than I had imagined. You can clear my Heaven's Mandate poison so easily. Lung Rushua stared at Jian Wushuang with a hint of surprise in her eyes. It had never been her plan to kill or wound Jian Wushuang using Heaven's Mandate poison. If Heaven's Mandate poison cannot harm you, then try this. Lung Rushua said as a ray of unique light stirred in her gray iris. This light was gray and seemed magical. Soon, the gray light started to change and eventually turned into gold. It was extremely bright and shiny, like 2 burning golden balls of flame. Heaven's Mandate, Golden Flame. A spark of the golden flame appeared in front of Lung Rushua. Initially, it was only a spark of golden flame. The instant it appeared, it was as though it was lit in the middle of a dry grassland. The small spark instantly lit the entire place on fire. Instantly, all of the gray mist turned into golden flames. The sea of fire surrounded Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was at the center of the sea of fire. He turned pale when he felt how high the temperature of the golden flame was. The golden flame is really terrifying. Jian Wushuang was sure the temperature of the golden flame was far higher than that of any of the flames he had seen before. Not only was its temperature high, its destructive power was also unprecedented. Most importantly, the golden flame could burn forever under the control of Lung Rushua. I never thought that, aside from the poison, she could control such a terrifying golden flame. Her unique constitution. Jian Wushuang clenched his jaws tightly together. He did not have much time to think. This was because the golden flame had burnt up the divine power that surrounded him and given him a safe space. The golden flame was not headed for him. Humph! Jian Wushuang grunted as waves of thick divine power erupted from his skin. Once the wave of divine power appeared, the golden flame burnt it into clear air before it continued to head for Jian Wushuang. With the protection of the divine power, Jian Wushuang's divine body was not harmed. He started dashing out of the sea of fire as fast as he could. Within moments, he was out of the sea of fire and had appeared in the air once again. The side of his mouth twitched as he checked himself for injury. I used 20% of my divine power just to prevent the golden flame from touching me on my way out of the sea of fire. Jian Wushuang was really shocked. After he reached the ultimate phase of the 7th step inverse cultivation, his divine power was extremely vast. It would be enough to fully restore his divine body at least 10 times. He had only used 10% of his divine power when Head battled Bingshan, fought the experts from the ancient past, and restored his divine body once. Now he had used 20% when all he had done was protect himself when he charged out of the sea of fire? How terrifying was the sea of golden flame! Luckily, I am an inverse cultivator. If it was any other expert, even a real divine demon, they would probably have been burnt to ashes, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Even Lung Rushue was shocked when he saw Jian Wushuang walk out of the sea of golden flame alive. She then shook her head and thought to herself, I have yet to perfect my control over the golden flame. I cannot redirect it. If not, I can direct the sea of golden flame in the direction of his escape. There is no way he will run out of the radius of the sea of golden flame. Even if he has the body of undying, he will still die. Even though Lung Rushue felt that it was a pity, there was nothing she could do. She had awakened her unique constitution not too long ago. She had learned to cast the golden flame in an even shorter period of time. It was not easy for her to cast it, much less control it and direct it around. Looks like there is no way I can kill you. Lung Rushue stared at Jian Wushuang coldly. You cannot kill me, but I can kill you. Killing intent was clearly seen in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Right when he was about to attack, boom, heaven and earth started shaking, and this shaking persisted. Everyone was surprised by this sudden change as they looked over at heaven's horizon. There, a complete and stable passageway had appeared. Chapter 2278 Dissension. It appeared. A complete passageway finally appeared. All of the experts from the ancient past who wanted to get into the passageway and get back into the absolute beginning divine world were elated. The passageway has completely opened. Looks like you are out of time. Lung Rushue stared at Jian Wushuang and said, So what if it had completely opened? All will be all right as long as you do not walk through the passageway, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Is that the case? Jian Wushuang, your understanding of this world is far too shallow. You are not to blame, as you are always in this heaven and earth. You have yet to see what absolute beginning divine world has to offer. Even though I only saw that world through the opportunities that my master left, I am already much more well-informed than you. Lung Rushue smiled coldly. Jian Wushuang, do you think this is all that my master is capable of? Hearing this, Jian Wushuang turned pale as he had a bad feeling of what was to come. At the next moment, Who is that? Someone exclaimed as the experts on the battlefield, including Jian Wushuang, looked over at heaven's horizon once again. At the edge of the dark mist, a blurry figure was walking out of the passageway. It was a lady who was over 2 meters tall. She walked out of the passageway and appeared in front of everyone. The black mist around her finally dissipated, and everyone could clearly see what she looked like. She was extremely beautiful. It was as though she was a fairy from the fairy tales. Her looks were on par with Lung Rukshu's. Her temperament was the most attractive part of her. She was extremely cold, just like Lung Rushue. Aside from her coldness, she was very proud. This was the type of pride that only those who are at the highest level of their fighting power would have. She scanned the battlefield with her icy eyes. She did not care about even the extremely powerful and famous people back from the absolute beginning divine world like One Star Man, Bing Shan, Elder Shihua, and Saint Soul. To her, they were insignificant. She is. Many of the experts from the ancient past widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the lady in disbelief. Many of the experts gulped down air, not out of lust, but because of their fear. Master of Holy Land. It is a master of Holy Land. The master of the Holy Land has come personally. Oh my God! These experts from the ancient past were stunned. The master of the Holy Land, the most powerful person in the absolute beginning divine world. Whatever they did, there would be rippling effects across the entire absolute beginning divine world. In the absolute beginning divine world, the numbers of Master of the Holy Land were limited, and one could count their numbers with just the fingers on their two hands. This type of figure had come down to this heaven and earth personally. It is her. One star man widened his eyes as he stared at the lady. There was fear in his eyes. He knew who she was and her true identity. She was a true master of Holy Land. As a master of the Holy Land, one was on an equal level to heaven's will. Even though one star man was one step away from being one, their fighting powers were nothing alike. Only the leader of the 7 stars, Emperor 13, could hope to go against the master of the Holy Land. The other 6 stars had to back off when they encountered her. No, there is no way a master of the Holy Land can come to this heaven and earth personally. That is a consciousness embodiment, one star man said deeply. Indeed, an almighty master of Holy Land would never come to this heaven and earth personally. This was because even if they came here, they would be placed under the restrictions of heaven and earth and would not be able to use their true fighting power. Under these circumstances, many things could go wrong. The master of the Holy Land was completely invincible back in the absolute beginning divine world. Once one reached this level, they could do anything they wanted, as it was almost impossible for them to die. However, there was a big chance that one would die here in this heaven and earth, given how powerful the restrictions of heaven and earth were. No master of the Holy Land would dare to mess around with their own lives. Hence, they would send an unconsciousness embodiment in their place. However, even their consciousness embodiments were incredibly powerful. Greetings, Master of the Holy Land. Greetings, Lord. The experts from the ancient past greeted the lady respectfully. The beautiful woman ignored all of these people, including Bingshan. She shifted her eyes and fixed her gaze on Lung Rushue. Master. Lung Rushue still had her white hair, gray irises, and a cold attitude. However, she immediately became more respectful when she spoke to the beautiful lady. Is that her master? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes as he studied the lady. He felt a pressure like never before. He had felt this pressure from Emperor 13. However, the pressure from this lady was slightly stronger. I am here to bring you over to the absolute beginning divine world. Let's go. The beautiful lady spoke coldly and firmly. It sounded as though she would not tolerate any disobedience. She was one of the most powerful people in the absolute beginning divine world for a very long time. Over the many eons, no one had dared to disobey her, as everything she said was an order, not a suggestion. This was the absolute power she had. Yes. Lung Rushue nodded her head and started to head towards the lady. Lung Rushue took a step back right when she was about to start walking. In the space less than 10 meters in front of her, a sword light that was strong enough to tear even heaven and earth apart sliced the space mercilessly. If she had taken that step out, she would definitely have been hit by that sword light. Huh? You still dare to stop me even in the presence of my master? I do not know if you are really stubborn or really dumb. Lung Rushue squinted her eyes slightly as she looked over at Jian Wushuang. Evidently, that sword light had been created by Jian Wushuang to stop her. If you want to enter the passageway, you have to pass through me first, Jian Wushuang said coldly and firmly. How dare you? A cold yell exploded in this heaven and earth. Killing intent was clearly seen within the irises of the beautiful, tall lady who stood beside the black mist. This killing intent turned into two flashes of lightning which attacked Jian Wushuang, threatening to turn him into ashes. Jian Wushuang turned around as he swung the Blood Mountain sword, which seemed as though it contained a storm in rage. Sword Principal Xian Luo, blast rainstorm. Even when the Master of Holy Land was here personally, Jian Wushuang would not back down nor bow his head at all. Chapter 2279 Master of the Holy Land Boom. Two terrifying bolts of lightning turned the space-time into dust with a loud bang. The incredible sword light was also reduced to nothing. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's body swayed before he dashed backwards. The tall, beautiful lady remained there. Even I am affected this much by the restrictions of heaven and earth, the beautiful lady muttered. A wave of destructive aura erupted from her and swept out in all directions. Instantly it traveled trillions of feet. Within this area, heaven and earth trembled as the formation that covered the entire eternal chaotic world was also affected by this wave of aura. The Master of the Holy Land is really powerful. She can affect restrictions of heaven and earth with her own power. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. Even though the restrictions of heaven and earth were very powerful in this world, it was not invincible. For example, the Blood Emperor had managed to affect the restrictions of heaven and earth with the formation he had come up with over the long time he was here. Then he had sacrificed the lives of all the experts in the three emperors' world to cast the formation which affected the restrictions of heaven and earth and enabled him to use the power of a divine demon. Blood Emperor required the help of the formation and the blood essence of countless experts to affect the restrictions. However, experts at the level of Emperor 13 did not need to pay any price or help. They could affect the formation with their own power to enable them to use the power of a half-step divine demon. Even though a beautiful lady was only a consciousness embodiment, she could do the same. Furthermore, the fighting power this beautiful lady was displaying was incredible. Even though she is weaker than me in power level, she can suppress me with a casual strike. This is a master of the Holy Land. Jian Wushuang looked dark. Under the restrictions of heaven and earth, I need to put in more effort to kill you. However, I can still do it, the beautiful lady said as she raised her fingers once again and pointed at Jian Wushuang. A wave of destructive power that made Jian Wushuang breathless erupted from her fingers. A humongous finger made up of entirely gray divine power was formed in the air. The gray divine power gave Jian Wushuang goosebumps. Poison. That is deadly poison. It is the same type of poison that Lung Rushua has, but it's much more lethal. Jian Wushuang turned pale. He finally understood why this master of the Holy Land would take Lung Rushua as a lineal disciple and pay so much attention to her. It was because this master of the Holy Land had the same unique constitution as Lung Rushua. Both of them had Heaven's Mandate unique constitution and could control Heaven's Mandate poison. The poison Lung Rushua can control can kill any ordinary divine demon. I can use my perfect chaotic holy body to counter it. However, the poison that the Master of the Holy Land controls, the poison that the Master of the Holy Land controlled was 10 times or even 100 times more lethal, even though she was under the restrictions of heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang was sure that his perfect chaotic holy body could not take this poison as it was too lethal. When this finger made up of gray poison appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, a sword light appeared out of nowhere. This sword light had appeared far too suddenly. It sliced the humongous finger into two, and the gray divine power started to seep out in all directions. It too was met with sword lights as they were extinguished instantly. The beautiful lady was caught off guard. She immediately looked towards a space to one side. A figure stood there silently. "It is you!" The beautiful lattice eyes turned extremely cold. Lord Emperor 13. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. That is right. The man who had sliced the poisonous finger into two was Emperor 13, the leader of 7 stars, the man who could go even against masters of the Holy Land. Emperor 13, you dare to show up in front of me? The beautiful lady roared in anger. When she saw Emperor 13, the beautiful lady erupted in anger as killing intent saturated her eyes. Why wouldn't I? Looks like your injuries have completely recovered, Syria. Hearing this, the beautiful lady became even angrier. Her name was Syria. However, not many people knew what she was really called due to her status as a master of the Holy Land. Even if there were people who knew, no one dared to call her by her name. However, Emperor 13 did not care at all. He called her by her name in front of everyone. As for the injury Emperor 13 was talking about, it was the greatest disgrace she had ever experienced since becoming a master of the Holy Land. Many years ago, she had fought Emperor 13. Even though she had had the absolute advantage in that battle, Emperor 13 had still managed to injure her with his crazy sword skills and leave a deep scar on her arm. She felt embarrassed as she had been injured by someone who was not at the level of the master of the Holy Land yet. This was why she had always wanted to kill Emperor 13 badly. The main reason why she had helped out back in the great battle of the ancient past was because she had wanted to kill Emperor 13. However, it was almost impossible to kill someone at the power level of Emperor 13. Emperor 13, thank you for appearing. I can finally wash away the shame from that sword wound, the beautiful woman said coldly. You also said that back in the great battle. What happened in the end? Emperor 13 replied in disdain. He then looked at Jian Wushuang and said, I will help you handle this woman right here. The rest is up to you. Thank you, Jian Wushuang said gratefully. Immediately after, Emperor 13 and the beautiful lady started their battle. The two most powerful people back in the absolute beginner divine world. One who was in the realm of master of the Holy Land, and the other who had the fighting power at the level of the master of the Holy Land, even though his realm was lower. These two experts fought head-on under the restrictions of heaven and earth, at the power level of half-step divine demon realm. Even though both were under very powerful restrictions, their battle was still extremely destructive. Feeling the destructive power coming from these two experts, Jian Wushuang was shocked. However, his gaze became sharper than ever. He fixed his sharp gaze on Lung Rushue. Jian Wushuang whipped out a scroll out of thin air. The scroll fused into the space around him and disappeared with a wave. Chapter 2280. The area filled with black mist. Now, no one can disturb us anymore. Jian Wushuang looked at Lung Rushue coldly. Lung Rushue knitted her eyebrows before relaxing. She said indifferently, Do you really think that you can suppress me alone? Well, we won't know if I don't try, Jian Wushuang muttered before falling silent. In the air above, there had originally been a dark and vast space. Now, it had been replaced by an extremely vivid and beautiful picture scroll world. There were mountains, there was water. There were 9 extremely large and majestic provinces. Each of them looked extremely realistic. 9 province seal. The 5th seal. Jian Wushuang then formed various seals with his hands. From the picture scroll world, a majestic continent appeared with an incredible pressure. The 5th seal of the 9 province seal was the strongest seal that Jian Wushuang could cast given the amount of divine power he had. He could cast the 6th seal, but he had to use certain trump cards. Even though Jian Wushuang had only cast the 5th seal, he felt that it was sufficient as there was no way Lung Rushue could take its power. The terrifying but majestic province descended slowly. This province was so large that it completely covered Lung Rushue and the space around her. No matter how unique her martial art motion was, it would be impossible for her to use it under the pressure of the majestic province. I am afraid that you cannot suppress me with just this level of power, Lung Rushue said with coldness in her eyes. If this is not enough, how about now? A ray of killing intent flashed across Jian Wushuang's eyes. There were 9 stars that hovered between Jian Wushuang's eyes. The overbearing bloodline power of an ancient god flowed within him. The two ancient god stars at the very top crumbled instantly. Ancient god secret skill, star destruction skill. Jian Wushuang destroyed 2 stars at once as his overall power level rose by a great amount. The power of the majestic province that was descending skyrocketed. Leng Rushue finally turned pale. I am not an expert at exchanging blows using brute power. It will be difficult for me to withstand this attack. There is no other way. I have to use Golden Flame again. Leng Rushue made the decision immediately. Heaven's mandate, Golden Flame. Within Leng Ruxue's gray irises, a spark of golden light appeared once again. The light was still slightly gray and blurry initially. However, it burned like 2 golden fireballs within her eyes. A spark of a hot golden flame appeared in front of Leng Rushue. It then exploded and covered the entire space. When the majestic province came into contact with the golden flame, it started to burn at a crazy speed as the divine power that made up the province started to evaporate. At the same time, the sea of flame made up by the golden flame also headed for Jian Wushuang. This move again. Jian Wushuang's face turned dark. He knew how powerful this move was. He immediately channeled his divine power and left the area burning with the golden flames in the shortest time possible. Sure enough, I have used another 20% of my divine power. Jian Wushuang frowned as he whipped out a 7-treasure divine elixir and drank it. With the help of the 7-treasure divine elixir, Jian Wushuang's divine power started to regenerate at an incredible speed. Before long, he had recovered half of his total divine power. Jian Wushuang looked over at Leng Rushue once again. Leng Rushue looked very miserable. She had only gained control of the golden flame recently. It was already very difficult for her to cast it once. This was the 2nd time she had cast it within a short period of time. This time, she had been severely injured by the powerful backlash of forcefully casting this skill. She spat out a mouth of blood, which immediately dyed her veil crimson red. She did not fall to the ground. When Jian Wushuang dashed out of the sea of golden flame, she was already headed for the passageway using the martial art motion she mastered. You will not escape. A flash of killing intent was seen in Jian Wushuang's eyes as he pointed towards the space Leng Rushue was in. Ancient god secret skill, moon picking skill. Boom! Space-time shook. With his immense divine power and bloodline power, the space-time was completely sealed off before it started to collapse on Leng Rushue. What? Leng Rushue was shocked. She had mastered an eerie martial arts motion, but it was difficult for her to move when the space-time around her was sealed off by the secret skill. At the same time, a soft palm appeared out of nowhere. This palm felt as though it belonged to a mother as it headed for Leng Rushue in a slow and gentle manner. Master! Leng Rushue screamed for help. The beautiful lady was in the middle of an intense battle against Emperor 13. Even though she had seen this and wanted to help, she could not as she was too busy fighting Emperor 13, unable to pull away. Get to the area covered in black mist, the beautiful lady said in a low voice. Leng Rushue focused her vision at the area covered in black mist. The passageway was where the heaven's horizon was, and where this heaven and earth's limit was. It was within the area where the black mist was. Even though she was still a distance away from the passageway, she was relatively close to the area covered in black mist. I'm going to risk it. A flash of madness was seen on Leng Ruxue's face as the golden light lit up her eyes once again. The golden flame appeared again. This time, the area it covered was extremely small. It was barely large enough to cover the large hand. The large hand dissipated as the golden flame burnt it away. At the same time, the seal of the space-time around her was gone. Even though Jian Wushuang was right on her tail, Leng Rushue created a small gap for her to escape using the golden flame. Whoosh! Leng Rushue turned into a shooting star as she escaped into the area filled with gray mist. Her face was extremely pale. Third time. The third time is my limit. If I were to cast the golden flame a fourth time, I would definitely die. Lung Ruksha's body trembled. However, she was still a distance away from the passageway. Jian Wushuang did not stop as he followed her into this area covered in black mist. Jian Wushuang realized something was different the moment he stepped foot into the area covered in black mist. This area is different from the outside world. The restrictions of heaven and earth are not as powerful here. Jian Wushuang's face turned slightly pale. With weaker restrictions of heaven and earth, the experts from the ancient past, including the beautiful woman, could use a greater portion of their power. This was not good news for Jian Wushuang. At the same time, he noticed two figures walking out of the passageway slowly. Chapter 2281 Insanity. There were two people who stepped out of the passageway. The first was a smiling bald man in a white cloak. He was bathed in sunlight as there was white lights that were sparkling around him. It gave people the impression that he was a gentleman. The other woman was in crimson cloak. She looked ordinary, but she had an incredibly cold aura. It was as though everyone had to worship her, and she was out of reach. Jian Wushuang's irises constricted when he saw the two experts. He had seen these two people before. He had seen them in the ancient display inside the gigantic head. In the ancient display, the owner of the head, the bold man who could battle the heavens, the earth, and all sentient beings, had been forced into a desperate situation by trillions of divine demons. There were 3 people in the lead, and 2 of them were these 2 figures who had appeared. These 2 led trillions of divine demons with another man. The other man was an unmatchable demon king. He rode a crimson dragon and penetrated the heart of the bold man with a spear. These 2 were definitely masters of the Holy Land. Syria, you really value this disciple of yours. Not only did you ask both of us to help you open this passageway, you also paid a huge price for both of our consciousness embodiments to descend upon this world. The bald man in the white cloak laughed heartily. Is this your precious disciple? White hair with gray irises. Haha. She has the same unique constitution as you, the woman in crimson clothes said casually. Even though both of them spoke normally, their voices were heard not only within the area covered by the black mist, but across the entire battlefield. The beautiful lady squinted her eyes and said with a deep voice, "Stop wasting time. Save my disciple." Naturally. The bald man smiled. "Leave it to us," the woman in crimson clothes said confidently. They were masters of the Holy Land. They were absolutely confident in their own abilities. The bald man in white clothes and the lady in crimson clothes looked over at the space where Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushua were. Lung Rushua had just escaped into the area covered in black mist. She was trying her best to get close to the passageway with Jian Wushuang hot on her tail. He was closing in on her quickly. Lung Rushua could have been faster than Jian Wushuang, given how eerie her martial art movement was. It should have been difficult for Jian Wushuang to catch up to her. However, after casting the golden flame 3 times, Lung Rushua was severely injured. She lost most of her fighting power. Of course, her speed would be slower as well. However, Lung Rushua saw hope. She saw the 2 figures who appeared at the edge of the passageway. Without a doubt, her master had asked both of them to help her. "Stop." The bald man smiled as he said indifferently. He did not move at all. He only opened his mouth and told Jian Wushuang to stop. Right after he said these words, Jian Wushuang felt an unbelievable amount of power pressuring him. This power did not have any substance to it. It was neither aura nor pressure. It was purely to suppress one's will. It was pure willpower, yet it was incredible and absolute. Under this pressure, Jian Wushuang was tempted to kneel. The desire to stop flashed across his mind. Immediately, a ray of killing intent flashed across his irises. It is just will. How can it stop me? Jian Wushuang's face turned red as he roared. He stopped for a split second before continuing to dash towards Lang Rushue. This little one has such a strong will. The bald man was surprised. Having a strong will is one thing. More importantly, the restrictions of heaven and earth here are far too powerful. You can barely use your willpower. The woman in crimson clothes smiled. That is true. The bald man laughed silently before his eyes turned cold. No one should go against my will. Since this little one has gone against it, he shall die. Once the bald man finished speaking, a brilliant white light lit up the space around him. This light was extremely bright and warm. It lit both him and the area covered in black mist up. One could feel at peace simply by looking at him. However, Jian Wushuang's irises constricted when he was covered by the white light. He clearly saw a white spear appear in front of him, threatening to pierce through his divine body. This power, Jian Wushuang was shocked. He could feel that the power within this white spear was far stronger than that of a chaotic realm expert. It was probably near the peak power of a divine demon. Even though Lung Ruksha's master was also a master of the Holy Land, her attacks were not nearly as powerful. Of course, this didn't mean that the bald man was much more powerful. It was because the bald man was standing within the black mist. Here, the restrictions of heaven and earth were much weaker. The area covered in black mist was where the eternal chaotic world met the absolute beginning divine world. Here, the restrictions of heaven and earth were the weakest. Now that the passageway was open, the restrictions of heaven and earth were further weakened. This enabled the two masters of the Holy Land to be much more powerful within this area. Jian Wushuang was sure that the two masters of the Holy Land could at least use the power of a divine demon, maybe even more. The power that Jian Wushuang could use was also at the level of a divine demon, but he felt his power was far weaker than that of the bald man in white clothes. There was no way Jian Wushuang could beat him when both his power and techniques were far inferior. Jian Wushuang instantly felt that his life was in danger when he saw the white spear. I cannot be stopped by these two masters of the Holy Land. If I am... Jian Wushuang fixed his eyes on Lung Rushue, who was still trying her best to escape his chase. He was extremely close to Lung Rushue. He would be able to catch up to her and suppress her almost instantly, given that she had no fighting power left. If he was stopped by this spear, Lung Rushue could use the time to dash beside the two masters of the Holy Land. Jian Wushuang would not stand a chance against them. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned bloodshot when he thought of this. Madness was written all over his face. He made a headstrong decision. Instantly, star power started to boil within his body. Chapter 2282 Soul. Jian Wushuang cast his strongest trump card, Secret Skill of Star Palace. Once he had cast the third scripture of the Secret Skill of Star Palace, star power surrounded his body as his overall power skyrocketed by 1,000 times. His power indeed increased by 1,000 times. Of course, without the support of Emperor 13's blood essence, he could only use this power for a single attack. However, this single attack was more than sufficient for Jian Wushuang. Get lost! Jian Wushuang roared as he swung his sword fiercely. This sword formed a vast ocean of sword essence. Under the frenzied assault of the ocean of sword essence, the white light that lit up the area covered in black mist disappeared. The white spear that was headed for Jian Wushuang was also deflected. What? No. The bald man and the woman in crimson clothes turned pale. The bald man was especially shocked. He was a master of the Holy Land. Within the area covered with black mist, the restrictions of heaven and earth were much weaker, and he could use the power of a divine demon. Under these circumstances, he attacked an expert in the chaotic realm. No matter how unbelievable an expert in chaotic realm might be, the bald man, though the expert, would be stopped easily. He had not taken Jian Wushuang seriously. He had never expected that Jian Wushuang could deflect his attack head-on. After deflecting the white spear, Jian Wushuang did not stop at all. He continued chasing Leng Rushue as he appeared behind her almost instantly. Now it was impossible for even the two masters of the Holy Land to stop him. Damn it! Leng Rushue turned pale. She could see that Jian Wushuang had made a majestic mountain using the sword in his hand. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a dark hole that had a large amounts of secret restrictions. The mountain was headed for her. She had already cast Golden Flame thrice. With her current condition, there was no way she could do anything to resist Jian Wushuang. She was about to be completely suppressed. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang, look at this! Leng Rushue turned around as a unique ball of light appeared out from her body. This ball of light appeared in front of her, and she held it tightly in her hands. When Jian Wushuang saw the ball of light, his irises constricted. His actions stopped for a brief moment. He stared at that ball of light. He sensed a familiar aura that he had been dreaming of for a very long time. A soul was within the ball of light. Don't you want the soul of your wife? I shall give it to you, catch. Leng Rushue roared as she threw the ball of light into the space at the side. At the same time, a gray energy burst forth from her other palm, heading for the ball of light, trying to destroy it and the soul of Leng Rushue. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang turned pale. He forgot about suppressing Leng Rushue as he dashed towards the ball of light, trying to catch it. The moment he caught the ball, Jian Wushuang's heart trembled slightly. He blocked the gray energy with his divine body. Jian Wushuang stood there looking at the ball of light in his hands, sensing the soul within it. It really was his wife's soul. Wushuang, I have finally found you. Jian Wushuang felt an excitement and joy like never before. It was a pity that Leng Rushuang's soul was in deep slumber. She could not detect Jian Wushuang's presence and had no reaction at all. Jian Wushuang was not worried. As long as he had Leng Rushuang's soul, he could find a way to wake her up from her slumber. It would not be difficult for him to find her another body. Under her veil, Leng Rux's face was extremely cold as she looked at Jian Wushuang, who was overjoyed. Unless absolutely necessary, she would never give Leng Rushuang's soul up. After all, Leng Rushue and her had originally been one. They were still connected in many ways and had yet to completely separate from one another. If Leng Rushuang's soul were to die, or to leave her body, there would definitely be effects on her unique constitution and foundation. This was why, after so many years, Leng Rushue had kept Leng Rushuang's soul safe from all harm. When she broke through to the level of an almighty, Leng Rushuang's consciousness evolved into a soul. Leng Rushue planned on returning to the absolute beginning divine world to ask her master for help to cut the connection between her and Leng Rushuang. This way, removing her from her body would not have any negative effects on her anymore. But now, she had been forced by Jian Wushuang to break her connection with Leng Rushuang's soul. If she did not do this, she might be suppressed by Jian Wushuang. If not, she would be at risk of being suppressed by Jian Wushuang. Once she had been suppressed by Jian Wushuang, her life and death would be controlled by Jian Wushuang. Do you think both of you will have a happy ending when you rescue her soul? I won't allow it, Leng Rushue said coldly. She turned to the two masters of the Holy Land and said, Lords, please kill him. I would have done it even without you asking. The bald man wiped the smile off his own face. The woman in crimson clothes also looked at Jian Wushuang coldly. Jian Wushuang had almost managed to suppress Leng Rushue due to their mistake. They felt ashamed as Jian Wushuang had managed to suppress someone whom the both of them, as masters of the Holy Land, wanted to protect. Jian Wushuang's actions angered both of the masters of the Holy Land. Young one, you are too cheeky. The bald man looked at Jian Wushuang before dashing forward. Jian Wushuang saw a flash of white light. Before he could react, the bald man appeared beside him. What kind of speed is this? Jian Wushuang was shocked. He knew that he achieved his goal by getting Lung Rushwang's soul. He did not know if he could leave here safely. Chapter 2283 Annihilation. Die, young one. The bald man said coldly. He pointed his right index finger at Jian Wuxuang. From the tips of his fingers, a ray of brilliant white light erupted and headed for Jian Wuxuang's heart. Jian Wuxuang could not react when the bald man was at such a close distance and the light was traveling at a terrifying speed. Uft! The white light pierced through his heart and destroyed his heart. Jian Wuxuang could not even resist before his divine body started to crumble. Not too long after his divine body had crumbled, a large amount of divine power gathered as Jian Wuxuang's divine body reformed at a space not too far away. After his divine body had reformed, he started dashing out of the area covered in black mist without any hesitation. Too powerful. 30,000 years ago, the Blood Emperor shook heaven and earth with the opposing blood formation, which allowed him to have the power of a divine demon. The two masters of the Holy Land could use even greater amounts of power compared to the Blood Emperor. They must be at least 10 times stronger. Jian Wuxuang was terrified. During the battle against the Blood Emperor, he had used the blood essence given to him by Emperor 13 and casted the secret skill of Star Palace for a long time. This had enabled his combat power to be 1,000 times more powerful, yet he barely been evenly matched. He had finally killed the Blood Emperor using the mountain river map and with the help of his master, Xianyi. Now, there were 2 masters of the Holy Land who were 10 times more powerful than Blood Emperor. Jian Wuxuang had no way of beating them. More importantly, he could not cast the secret skill of Star Palace like he had back then. He did not have Emperor 13's blood essence. Escape! Escape! Jian Wuxuang was trying his best to escape. His eyes were fixed on the area outside where the dark mist didn't reach. He knew that both masters of the Holy Land would only have such an insane fighting power inside an area covered in dark mist. Once they had left the area covered by dark mist, their fighting power would be around the same as that of Emperor 13 and Lung Ruxa's master. Even though they would still be more powerful than Jian Wuxuang at that power level, it would be too difficult to kill him then. This meant that Jian Wuxuang would survive if he could escape to the area not covered in the black mist. The bald man knitted his eyebrows when he saw Jian Wuxuang reform his body and continue to try and escape. He muttered to himself, "Is that the body of Undying?" The bald man did not chase after Jian Wuxuang as he noticed that the woman in crimson clothes had disappeared. Jian Wuxuang continued to escape and was already at the outermost area of the black mist. He was about to exit this area. Suddenly, "Little one, where are you rushing off to?" He heard a mocking voice. Jian Wuxuang realized that the lady in crimson clothes was standing in front of him. This speed, Jian Wuxuang shook his head. He thought that the speed the bald man had was already incredible. He could not even react when the bald man attacked him at that speed. Now he realized that this woman was even faster than the bald man. Ha! A mere expert in the chaotic realm has the body of Undying and such an abundance of divine power. I am interested in you. How about this? I lack a male servant. I will soul control and bring you to the absolute beginning divine world and find out all of your secrets. The lady in crimson cloak smiled. Her smile seemed magical. The woman did not move, but a wave of terrifying soul power crashed towards Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang felt as though there was a vast ocean of soul power crashing towards him. It was too vast and overbearing. Jian Wuxuang thought that his soul power was already very powerful after taking so many ice soul elixirs. Compared to this ocean of soul power, his soul power was nothing. This soul power rushed towards his sea of consciousness. You want to soul control me? Dream on. Jian Wuxuang yelled. Power started rushing out from the 5-gem armor and the soul-swallowing pearl within his body as they tried to defend against the ocean of soul power. At the same time, Jian Wushuang formed many layers of defense using his soul power within his sea of consciousness. Boom! Under the impact of such a powerful wave, Jian Wushuang started to tremble before he spat out a mouth of blood. However, his eyes were still burning with determination. I failed? Then so be it. Since I cannot control you, just die. Rays of beautiful crimson light were emitted from the woman as they formed sharp crimson swords. They immediately descended upon Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang tried to deflect them using the Blood Mountain sword. However, these crimson swords avoided his blade easily before piercing his divine body. Countless crimson swords pierced numerous holes in Jian Wushuang's divine body. His body crumbled quickly. Just as Jian Wushuang was about to reform his divine body, the woman in crimson clothes stared at him with her iris. Immediately, waves of crimson divine power swept out and formed a vast ocean of red. This ocean of red divine power wrapped around the divine power left behind by Jian Wushuang as they tore it apart. Be annihilated. The woman in crimson clothes said softly as the ocean of red divine power started to hunt down what remaining divine power that Jian Wushuang left behind. This is bad. Even though Jian Wushuang's divine body had crumbled, he could still think clearly. He wanted to reform his body. He was shocked that the amount of divine power he had was shrinking under the effects of the ocean of red divine power. If this continued, all of his divine power would be destroyed. If that happened, he would definitely die. Is this the end? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, unwilling to resign himself to his fate. Of course, he was unwilling to be resigned to this fate. Since the day he started cultivating, he had broken through countless barriers and gone through countless hardships to get to where he was today. Now he had finally got back his wife's soul. Before he could take it out safely to awaken her, he was going to die. They would not have a proper reunion. How could he be willing to resign himself to his fate? No matter what he was feeling, there was nothing he could do as his divine body had already crumbled and he could not even reassemble it. Chapter 2284. Reincarnation Passage. Is Jian Wushuang finally going to die? Lung Rushua was pale and her aura was extremely weak. She watched what was happening extremely coldly. An expert in the chaotic realm who has the body of undying is indeed unique. However, having the body of undying does not mean one cannot be killed. Back in the absolute beginning divine world, there were many undying saints who had the body of undying who died. During the battle against 7-Star Black sect alone, many undying saints passed on. The bald man smiled lightly. Indeed, just like this bald man had said, having the body of undying did not mean that one would never die. Within the absolute beginning divine world, there were many ways to kill an undying saint. Out of the many, there were 3 very popular ways. The first way, when there is a great difference in power level and divine power, one could destroy the other's divine body and cover it up using their own divine power to annihilate them. The second way, trap the person you want to kill and destroy his divine body and force him to reform his divine body over and over again. When he runs out of divine power, he'll be dead. As for the third and most simple way, use a soul attack. Body of undying only meant the divine body could be reformed. It did not mean that their soul power could be. If one's soul died, the body of undying could not help them. The method the woman in crimson clothes used to try and kill Jian Wushuang was the first method. She was a master of the Holy Land. The power she could use within this area covered in black mist was the peak of divine demons. On the other hand, the power that Jian Wushuang could use was that of the weakest divine demon. The gap in divine power was extremely big. Furthermore, given the amount of methods she had as a master of the Holy Land had, she could annihilate Jian Wushuang easily. No matter if it was the woman in crimson clothes, the bald man, or Lung Rushua, they thought that Jian Wushuang was definitely dead in this situation. In reality, that was true. Even Jian Wushuang thought that he was dead meat. Just then an abnormality occurred. The ocean of red divine power annihilated everything there was, including Jian Wushuang's divine body and divine power. Even the treasure that Jian Wushuang had on him was annihilated. Only the 5-gem armor and the Blood Mountain sword survived the annihilation. Jian Wushuang's Qian Kuan ring could not withstand the power and broke apart. Boom! His Qian Kuan ring broke apart as all of the treasures within his ring spilled out into the open. These were treasures obtained from all of the experts that Jian Wushuang killed. There were numerous treasures. If they had appeared in the eternal chaotic world, countless experts would have died to have them. However, to a master of the Holy Land, these were trash. The woman in crimson clothes could not be bothered by it and allowed the ocean of red divine power to annihilate these treasures as well. Countless treasures turned into dust. What she did not know was that there was a unique treasure within his Qian Kuan ring. This treasure was the reincarnation pearl, given to him by One Star Man 3,900 years ago. Reincarnation pearl contained a miniature reincarnation within it. It was extremely beneficial for Jian Wushuang to meditate to understand reincarnation rules of order. Jian Wushuang used this pearl to greatly deepen his understanding of reincarnation. He had even created an extremely powerful sword skill called Samsara. Jian Wushuang never doubted the purpose of this pearl. He thought it could only be used to help him understand reincarnation rules of order. Under the destructive power of the woman's ocean of red divine power, the reincarnation pearl broke. A unique energy swept forth. This energy was purely reincarnation rules of order. A miniature reincarnation had originally been contained within the reincarnation pearl. Now it had appeared in this heaven and earth. Once it appeared, it stirred the surrounding power of heaven and earth as the miniature reincarnation soon enlarged into a complete reincarnation passage. Yes, a complete reincarnation passage had been formed. It was completely different from the passageway that the masters of the Holy Land had opened. The passageway they opened led to absolute beginning divine world. This reincarnation passage led to Samsara. Reincarnation passage? What? Why would a reincarnation passage appear here? The faces of the woman in crimson clothes and the bald man turned dark. This was completely beyond their expectations. When the reincarnation passage was finally complete, is it finally time? A deep and magical voice was heard. When this voice echoed out, everyone stopped and looked. No matter if it was the woman in crimson clothes, the bald man, Lung Rushua, Lung Ruksha's master, Emperor 13, One Star Man Bingshan, Emperor by Elder Shihua, and Saint Soul. All of them stopped what they were doing and looked over. They were searching for the source of the voice. Even in the space far away, the great emperors from the eternal chaotic world looked over. There, right below the beautiful picture scroll world, a blurry figure appeared. It was a well-built man in white clothes. He looked gentle and smiled lightly. His smile made people feel at peace. He stood there and radiated no aura at all. It was as though he was of air. However, once these experts looked at him, they could not take their vision off him anymore. It is him. The great emperors from the eternal chaotic world managed to recognize this man immediately. During the final battle against the 3 emperors' world, it had been this man who had appeared at the final critical moment and helped Jian Wushuang kill Blood Emperor. They all knew that this mysterious man was Jian Wushuang's master. He is here. It is finally starting. When Emperor 13 and One Star Man saw who it was, they were overjoyed. Even Emperor 13, who was usually cold and quiet, got extremely emotional. It was as though his eyes were shooting rays of excitement. Chapter 2285 Space-Time Reversal in contrast to Emperor 13 and One Star Man. The beautiful woman, the bald man, and the woman in crimson clothes stared right at the man. All 3 of them were enraged and in disbelief. "Old man, it is you!" The beautiful woman roared with shock in her eyes. There was also a hint of fear in her eyes. Yes, fear. As a master of the Holy Land, she was already on an equal level to heaven's will. By rights, there should be nothing in this world that she would fear. However, Xian-yi was an anomaly. Damn it, you should already be dead. How are you in this world? Roared the woman in crimson clothes. Yes, he is dead. This is probably a consciousness incarnation. If I am not wrong, he has been scheming in this heaven and earth for a long time. This passageway should also be part of his plan, the bald man said. You are smart. I indeed have died. Even though my divine body was destroyed, my will was not. As he spoke, the aura that Xian-yi had completely changed. He was originally a gentle, ordinary man who had a warm smile. Instantly, he turned into the most powerful man in the world. He stood there coldly. It was as though he was a mountain of ice. His eyes seemed so deep it was as though they contained trillions of stars. There was a will within his eyes that made the heaven, the earth, and all sentient beings bow down to him. No one could compare to him, even masters of the Holy Land. It felt like he could take on the heavens, fight the earth, and dominate all sentient beings. Even heaven and earth would submit to him. If Jian Wushuang had still been awake and seen Xian-yi, he would have been shocked. The aura that Xian-yi had now was the exact same as the bold man Jian Wushuang had seen in the ancient display within the gigantic head. The bold man who could battle the heavens, fight the earth, and dominate all sentient beings. Even heavens will back off when facing him. That's right. Xian-yi was the bold man. He was the owner of the gigantic head around the green fire world. He was the protagonist of the great battle of the ancient past eons ago. In the space around heaven's horizon, within the area covered in gray mist, a passageway and a reincarnation passage had opened. The entire heaven and earth fell silent. All of the experts present widened their eyes and stared at Xian-yi. Countless experts felt compelled to bow down to Xian, even though it was just a consciousness incarnation. A consciousness incarnation was different from a consciousness embodiment. A consciousness embodiment had a portion of the person's fighting spirit. The beautiful woman and the other two masters of the Holy Land sent their consciousness embodiments here. On the other hand, a consciousness incarnation was mere will. Under normal circumstances, it would not possess any power at all. Even so, countless experts felt compelled to worship Xian-yi's consciousness incarnation, and the three masters of the Holy Land shuddered in fear. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures appeared beside Xian-yi. They were Emperor 13 and One-Star Man. After so many years of hard work, we have finally reached where we are today, Emperor 13 said coldly. Even so, one could clearly see the excitement in his eyes. Yes, I had forgotten how long we have planned and prepared for this day. Luckily, everything is going as planned. There have not been any major screw-ups. Of course, I have to thank both of you for this, Xian-yi said with a deep voice. Both of us know what we should be doing. As long as the plan can come to fruition, our sacrifices will be worth it, no matter what we have to do. However, can we actually realize the plan? Emperor 13 knitted his eyebrows and said, I have no idea. However, this is our last chance. Xian-yi said. Emperor 13 and One-Star Man fell silent. Just like Xian-yi said, this was indeed their last chance. It was the last hope for the 7-star Black Sect and this heaven and earth. Xian-yi stopped talking. The picture scroll world that was fused into heaven and earth turned back into the small picture scroll world and appeared in his hand. He then looked at the area covered in black mist where Jian Wushuang died. There was only a large reincarnation passage there. No figures nor auras could be felt. All of Jian Wushuang's divine power had been annihilated under the ocean of red divine power. Jian Wushuang died. He had indeed died. Everyone saw it unfold before their very eyes. Xian-yi also knew that Jian Wushuang had died. He started to radiate a unique energy. Xian-yi He pointed at where Jian Wushuang was with his right index finger. The unique energy instantly filled the entire space. Space-time reversal. Xian Yi said softly. Instantly, changes started to occur to the space-time in that area. The entire space-time, apart from the reincarnation passage, started to reverse. Within moments, the space-time showed the moment that Jian Wushuang was annihilated by the ocean of red divine power. At this moment, a ray of excitement flashed through Xian Yi's eyes. Freeze! 2 rays of light glowed in the reversed space-time. The 2 rays of light were 2 souls. One of them belonged to Jian Wushuang, while the other belonged to Lung Rushue. Come here. Xian Yi waved his hands as the 2 souls flew into Xian Yi's hand. The entire process occurred within moments. The 3 masters of the Holy Land watched the entire process unfold before their eyes, yet they could not do anything to stop Xian Yi. Even if they wanted to, they could not. Space-time reversal was such an incredible technique that even they would have needed certain conditions to have pulled it off back in the absolute, beginning divine world when they were at their primes. There was no way they could pull it off or cast this technique in this heaven and earth with the presence of the restrictions of heaven and earth. If they tried to stop Xian Yi by force, their consciousness embodiments would crumble instantly. Hence, all they could do was watch Xian Yi cast space-time reversal to reform Jian Wushuang and Lung Ruksha's souls. Chapter 2286 Awaken Part 1. Cast space-time reversal to revive that little one. The beautiful lady stared at Xian Yi and said, "It looks like your consciousness incarnation cannot completely revive him. You can only revive his soul. I am curious. What are you trying to achieve?" The 3 masters of Holy Land could not guess the purpose behind Xian Yi's actions. Wait, in your current condition, it is not easy to cast space-time reversal. After you cast it, your consciousness incarnation will disappear immediately. Even so, you still chose to revive this little one. Before this, you also opened a reincarnation passage. Are you trying to send this little one's soul into samsara? The bald man turned pale. Send him into samsara. The beautiful lady and the woman in crimson clothes were stunned. Indeed, you are the smartest among the few masters of the Holy Land. Xian Yi smiled coldly before he fell silent. He continued after a few moments, "I have to thank all 3 of you. If the 3 of you had not paid a hefty price to open the passageway, it would not have been possible for this reincarnation passage to appear as well." Xian Yi spoke the truth. The reason why the reincarnation passage was able to appear was all thanks to the 3 masters of the Holy Land. You planned all of this from the start. You even planned for us to open the passageway so that you could open the reincarnation passage? Why are you doing this? The beautiful lady said as she shook her head. She clenched her teeth tightly as she was utterly surprised. Even though that little one is talented, what exactly is it about him that would make you be willing to pay such a hefty price and plan over all these eons just to send him into samsara? The beautiful lady and the other 2 masters of the Holy Land were confused. What was the point of sending an expert in the chaotic realm into samsara? Was he hoping that this little one could become one of the strongest men in the absolute beginning divine world, or even save this heaven and earth? Was that possible? Haha, you guys will never guess. Xian Yi smiled and did not elaborate at all. Humph, we do not need to guess what you are planning. However, I know that no matter what you want to do, the 3 of us will give our all to stop you. You want to send him into samsara? We will stop him outside of the reincarnation passage and destroy his soul once again. I want to see if you can still cast space-time reversal again in that condition. The beautiful lady said coldly, "Do you think the 3 of you can stop me?" Xian Yi said coldly in a condescending tone. "We shall see," the bald man spoke. The 3 masters of the Holy Land were prepared to stop Xian Yi. Even though they were mere consciousness embodiments, Xian Yi had it worse. He was only a consciousness incarnation. He should not have had any fighting power at all. Only Emperor 13 was near the same power level as them. It was almost impossible for him to send Jian Wushuang's soul into the incarnation passage. When Xian Yi saw this, he fell silent. He then shook his head. "It is useless. You underestimated me. I have been planning for this date for eons. How can I not have a perfect plan thought out?" The three masters of the Holy Land turned pale. All of a sudden, Xian Yi looked up and said with a majestic voice, "People of the 7-Star Black Sect, awaken!" This majestic voice was not very loud. However, it fused into the restrictive formation within this heaven and earth. His voice could be heard across the entire eternal chaotic world. It was strange, as the ordinary people and countless cultivators who were considerably weak could not hear this voice at all. Even the extremely powerful people like great emperors or almighties who were close to the realm of great emperors could barely hear it. His voice was transmitted to every single corner of the eternal chaotic world, including ancient mystery land and the respective ancient battlefields. Instantly, the ancient battlefields started to shake. The most important battles of the great battle of the ancient past had taken place around the ancient battlefield around the Green Fire World. Ever since this ancient battlefield had been found, many almighties began to go there and explore all year round. After all these years, countless opportunities and treasures had been found. However, no one had found the true secrets hiding beneath this ancient battlefield. At the center of the battlefield was a unique place. It was a gigantic volcano. This volcano stretched across numerous mountains. At the center of the battlefield, there was a sea of fire. The flames within this sea of fire were extremely terrifying. Many almighties ventured there and wanted to go deeper into the sea of fire to explore. However, they could only step foot into the outermost area of his sea of fire before they would be forced out. They had no way in. The outermost flame could easily burn any expert in the chaotic realm into ash. Even great emperors could not take the heat. After all these years, no one knew what was inside the sea of fire. No one dared or had the ability to explore. Just then, "People of the 7-Star Black Sect, awaken!" The majestic voice was heard there through the restrictive formation. Instantly, the sea of fire that lit up the mountains started to weaken at an incredible speed. The sea of fire started to weaken and disappear. All that was left was the earth, glowing amber. At the center of this place, the center of the sea of fire, stood a figure 3 meters tall. He was wearing crimson armor. His helmet, boots, and even his skin were crimson red. He radiated no aura at all. It was as though this 3-meter-tall figure was like a battle puppet. Suddenly he opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, a blazing flame was lit and started to burn within his eyes. It was as though he could burn everything with a single thought. This crimson red figure raised his head and looked into the sky above. There, heaven and earth stirred as a huge space tunnel was formed. The crimson red figure took a step and disappeared instantly inside the tunnel. Chapter 2287 Awakened Part 2. Ever since the First Era, countless experts had ventured into the ancient mystery land. Over time, most of the opportunities and treasures had been found. After the ancient battlefield around the Green Fire World was found, most of the experts chose to go there to explore. The ancient mystery land had started to become quiet. At a humble corner within the ancient mystery land was a barren hill. This hill was extremely large. However, there was no life on this hill at all. It was a completely barren hill. Over the years, many experts had passed it, but they had never noticed it. Even though there were some who had noticed it, stayed and searched the place, nothing was ever found. It was a completely normal, barren hill. That is, until Xian Yi's voice was heard there through the restrictive formation. The barren hill started to change. Large amounts of rocks collapsed rapidly. It was as though the barren hill was stripped of its outer clothes before its true features were seen. It was not a hill, it was a human. A giant who was incredibly big. The giant sat there cross-legged. The hill had been formed because he had not moved for trillions of years. At the next instant, the giant opened his eyes. His irises radiated fierceness, just like those of a savage beast. He then stood up and used his hands to tear the air above him. Under his force, heaven and earth was torn apart as a giant space tunnel big enough to fit him inside appeared. The giant entered the space tunnel without any hesitation. Eighth layer. At the bottom of a river found within the dark region, there was a hidden, stand-alone space. The giant crystal palace stood quietly above the back of Long Chi. A giant coffin floated at the center of the crystal palace. A man lay peacefully within the coffin. This man with black hair was over 5 meters tall. He wore a long golden cloak. He had a gentle look. He was so handsome that he seemed bewitching. People of the 7-star Black Sect, awaken! Xian Yi's majestic voice was heard. At that instant, the handsome man sleeping peacefully within the coffin opened his eyes. He had deep, shiny eyes. They looked like sparkling gems. Crack! Crack! Cracks started to form on his coffin before it finally crumbled. The beautiful man landed on the ground softly. Whoosh! A figure appeared so fast he seemed to have teleported. He appeared beside the handsome man. This figure was a strange old man who had a long, golden tail. This old man was Long Chi. At this moment, his eyes were burning with excitement and fanaticism as he looked at the beautiful man with black hair. Master, you are finally awake. Long Chi said, trembling. Yes. The handsome man with black hair nodded his head before he commanded, Long Chi, follow me. The handsome man waved as a gigantic space tunnel appeared. The handsome man and Long Chi disappeared into the tunnel. Similar events were happening throughout the eternal chaotic world, one after another. Heaven's horizon, in front of the passageway and the reincarnation passage. Xian Yi stood there calmly, holding 2 souls in his hands. Even when he was standing against 3 masters of the Holy Land, Xian Yi was calm and composed. He seemed absolutely confident. The 3 masters of the Holy Land knitted their eyebrows tightly. They knew that Xian Yi has always been unpredictable. He had been this way back when he was alive and even as a consciousness incarnation after death. Right when everyone was wondering what would happen. Boom! A giant crack appeared in heaven and earth. A crimson figure stepped out from within the crack. He wore crimson red armor, helmet, and boots. Even his skin was crimson red. The moment he appeared, an unprecedented wave of scorching heat swept out in all directions and shrouded the entire battlefield. All experts present felt as though they were in the middle of a sea of fire. It was not any ordinary sea of fire. To them, the 3-meter-tall man in crimson armor was not a cultivator, but a flame that could burn everything in this world. When he appeared, he drew the attention of every single expert there. That man, Bing Shan, who was standing behind the masters of the Holy Land, was shocked. It's him, one of the 7 stars of the 7-star Black Sect, Fire God Zhu Yuan. Bing Shan roared in a low voice. One of the 7 stars. The 3 masters of the Holy Land frowned. When the 7-star Black Sect had been around, the 7 stars had been 7 top-tier experts who were all extremely well known throughout the absolute beginning divine world. The most powerful of them all was Emperor 13, who could go even against masters of the Holy Land. Even though the other 6 were not as powerful as Emperor 13, they were of similar power levels. In this heaven and earth, under the powerful restrictions of heaven and earth, an expert with the fighting power of that of one of the 7 stars was still a threat to the 3 masters of the Holy Land. To make matters worse, the appearance of Fire God Zhu Yuan was only the beginning. The space was soon torn apart again. A giant, who was hundreds of feet tall, walked out of the torn space-time. This giant was extremely fierce, just like a savage beast. Xiongju, one of the 7 stars. Bing Shan cried out once again. The space was repeatedly torn apart, and figures, walked out of their own space tunnels. Within moments, 8 people appeared on the battlefield. These 8 people each radiated an overbearing aura. Oh my! Out of the most well-known 7 stars from the 7-star Black Sect, 3 of them have appeared, including the most powerful Emperor 13. A total of 4 of them are gathering here. The remaining 5 are Divine Punisher Elders from the 7-star Black Sect. Many of the experts from the ancient past trembled in fear. Even the 3 masters of the Holy Land looked grim. They know exactly how powerful the 7 stars from the 7-star Black Sect were. They were only inferior to an expert in the realm of Master of the Holy Land. As for Divine Punisher Elders, back in its prime, the 7-star Black Sect had had a Divine Punishment Palace. Within the Divine Punishment Palace, there had been a total of 10 Divine Punishment Elders. All of these Divine Punishment Elders were top-tier experts. Even though they were weaker than the 7 stars, their fighting power was not too far off. 1-star man was one of the Divine Punishment Elders. During the battle of the ancient past, no matter if it was the 7 stars or these Divine Punishment Elders, they were the most powerful people from the 7-star Black Sect. Now, 8 of the most powerful people from the 7-star Black Sect had gathered. Chapter 2288, help me. Are these the only people from the 7-star Black Sect who managed to awaken? Emperor 13 looked at the 8 people indifferently. Too many experts died during the great battle of the ancient past. Even Divine Punishment Elders and the 7 stars. Not many people survived. All of these experts went into slumber over the eons. Many died in their sleep, while others found it difficult to awaken. There were only a few people who heard Xian Yi awakened and rushed over. There's one more. He should be here soon, Xian Yi said. As he finished speaking, another gigantic crack appeared in the dark space in front of him. The crack in space-time was much bigger than the 8 before it. The power was even more terrifying. Under the gaze of all of the experts present, a gigantic thing appeared from the crack. It was trillions of feet long, and its body was covered in golden scales. It had a gigantic dragon head. Dragon turtle. It was a gigantic golden dragon turtle. If Jian Wushuang was there, he would definitely have recognized it. This golden dragon turtle that was trillions of feet long was Long Qi, who he had met in the 8th lair. While everyone was amazed about its size when Long Qi appeared on this battlefield, they also noticed a handsome man who was stood on Long Qi's back. When the Divine Punishment Elders saw the man, their faces were painted with respect. As for the 3 masters of the Holy Land in Bingshan, they were in disbelief. Xian Yan. The 3 masters of the Holy Land stared right at the man who had just appeared solemnly. Divine Punishment Palace Master. It is the Divine Punishment Palace Master from the 7-star Black Sect. Oh my God, it's him. This is a real master of the Holy Land. Reportedly, he is of equal standing with the 7-star Sect Master. He is alive. The experts from the ancient past trembled in fear when they recognized the handsome man. The 7-star Black Sect was the most powerful overlord in the absolute beginning divine world. Even the 3 big holy lands could not match him. There were numerous top-tier experts within the 7-star Black Sect. Anyone part of the 7 stars or the Divine Punishment Palace could run amok within the absolute beginning divine world without worry. They had 2 masters of the Holy Land. The first man was the sect master of the 7-star Black Sect. He was an incredibly old and powerful man. The second was the palace master of the Divine Punishment Palace, Xian Yan. These 2 were in the realm of master of the Holy Land. There were people like Emperor 13 who had the fighting power of a master of the Holy Land, but his realm was not there yet. As for Xian Yi, he was a special case. He was so special and unique that no one knew what realm he was truly in. No one knew if he was part of the 7-star Black Sect. Back in the ancient past, when the 7-star Black Sect had been at its prime, Divine Punishment Palace Master Xian Yan had been there. Now Xian Yan had awakened and stood before everyone on top of the golden dragon turtle. Many people held their breaths. "Greetings, Palace Master." "Greetings, Divine Punishment Palace Master." The experts from the 7-star Black Sect who were present, such as the Divine Punishment Elders and the experts who were part of the 7 Stars, greeted him. Even the leader of the 7 Stars, Emperor 13, greeted him with respect. The beautiful man who stood on top of the golden dragon turtle looked down and scanned the crowd. His eyes looked as though they contained trillions of stars. He nodded his head at the Divine Punishment Elders and the 7 Stars. Soon he locked his vision on one man. The man who he locked his vision onto was Xian Yi. "Xian Yi!" The handsome man with black hair looked at Xian Yi coldly, rage burning in his eyes. Anger. Xian Yan was extremely furious. Xian Yi was the reason why he was so furious. "Xian Yan, it has been a long time." Xian Yi smiled lightly and gently. The overbearing aura Xian Yi had was gone. It was the same gentleness he had when he spoke to Jian Wushuang. "You dare to appear in front of me? You have the guts to awaken me?" Xian Yan clenched his fists. It was as though he was about to explode in rage. The experts present felt awed when they saw the scene. They were curious. Wasn't Xian Yi part of the 7-star Black Sect? Then why did the Divine Punishment Palace Master Xian Yan look like he hated him so much and seem as though he was about to kill him? Shouldn't they be on the same side? The 3 masters of the Holy Land watched everything unfold coldly. The 3 masters of the Holy Land knew the reason behind the great battle. They understood why Xian Yan would be enraged and seemed to hate Xian Yi so much when he saw him. "Xian Yan, I know you still blame me for that great battle. You created the 7-star Black Sect with Xian Yu over many eons and through great effort. You made this sect become the overlord of the absolute beginning divine world. However, the 7-star Black Sect took an unprecedented and disastrous hit because of me. I understand that you are angry. However, no matter how much you hate me or complain about me, it has already happened. I am trying to fix everything. Hence," he stopped before he looked into Xian Yan's eyes and said, "The reason why I woke you from your sleep is because I need the help of you and every other expert here to send this little one into samsara. Please help me." Xian Yi then bowed down to Xian Yan and the experts from the 7-star Black Sect. After he bowed down, he remained in that posture. In front of Xian Yi, Xian Yan, and the other 8 top-tier experts from the 7-star Black Sect knitted their eyebrows tightly and fell silent. They knew who Xian Yi was and how incredible his techniques and fighting powers were. Without a doubt, he was an extraordinary expert. He could battle the heavens, the earth, and all sentient beings. He had never bowed down to or begged anyone before. Today, however, he had bowed down to them in front of numerous experts from the ancient past and requested their help. They have never thought that Xian Yi could put down his pride. Even Xian Yan was caught by surprise. Chapter 2289 Escort to Samsara. The earth fell quiet, dead quiet. The pinnacle experts of the 7-star Black Sect were all looking at Xian Yan on the golden dragon turtle. Xian Yan pondered for a long time before finally saying, "Xian Yi, I'll trust you one last time." "Thank you." Xian Yi heaved a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. Xian Yan on the golden dragon turtle shifted his gaze towards the 3 masters of Holy Land. "You 3 can scram now." Xian Yan's cold cry reverberated across the lands. "Insolence!" The 2-meter tall beauty, the white-robed bald man, and the crimson-robed woman were instantly furious. Scram? Simple words were enough to display how much he looked down on them. When had the 3 masters of Holy Land ever been looked down upon? "Xian Yan, you think things are still the same?" the white-robed bald man asked coldly. "You were stronger than us in the beginning, but not by a lot. So many years have passed since, and you are only sleeping, whereas the 3 of us have improved immensely. Under these conditions, You dare ask us to scram? The crimson-robed woman said as well. If you all don't scram, it'll simply destroy the consciousness embodiment of yours. Xian Yan was determined. Long Qi, let's go. An angry roar was made by the golden dragon turtle. Long Qi was only but a mount under Xian Yan. His power was enough to go against a divine Punisher elder. Its large body pounced with great might towards the three masters of Holy Land. The elite experts of the Seven-Star Black sect followed right behind Xian Yan. Go as well, Xian said. Understood. Emperor 13 and One-Star Man nodded. The two of them moved out at once. War broke out. The three masters of Holy Land looked unsightly upon realizing what was coming for them. They may have been highly reputable masters of Holy Land, but they were going against the Seven-Star Black sect experts. Two of them with Master of Holy Land fighting powers, the rest close to that. If it had been at their pinnacle period, they would not have feared them at all, but under the restrictions they were still stronger, but not by much. Their fighting power had decreased immensely. An earth-shattering force exploded upon impact from both sides, leaving the eternal chaotic world, great emperors, dumbfounded. To those great emperors, the chaotic divine demon ancient era experts were already extremely terrifying, but now they were nothing against those elite experts. Upon contact, the three masters of Holy Land were immediately put at a disadvantage and suppressed. Under those circumstances, Xian Yi made his move. He gradually stepped out towards the reincarnation passage. The Master of Holy Land trio sensed Xian Yi making his move, but had no way to intervene with the Seven-Star Black sect experts in the way. There was no way they could get help from absolute beginning divine world experts either. They had already paid too high a price for their consciousness embodiments to come down. If they sent experts over, they would have to sacrifice their own lives. That obviously would not happen. They could stare at Xian Yi approaching the reincarnation passage. Xian Yi opened his palm and revealed two intact souls floating, but neither awakened. Xian Yi stared at Jian Wushuang's soul peacefully and stretched out his index finger, allowing for boundless information to enter Jian Wushuang's soul. Xian Yi smiled and tossed his hand out. Go, little guy. With Xian Yi's guidance, Jian Wushuang's soul made its way towards the reincarnation passage and disappeared. He threw the mountain river map, and Blood Mountain soared along as well. Afterwards, Xian Yi looked at Lung Rushwang's soul. Might as well, said the other. I hope you both can find each other on the other side, Xian Yi said as he tossed Lung Rushwang's soul into the reincarnation passage as well. In the blink of an eye, both souls entered the reincarnation passage. Xian Yi finally revealed a relieved smile. The reincarnation passage began to slowly dissipate. Within a moment, the large reincarnation passage had disappeared as well. Did we do it? Emperor 13, One-Star Man, and the others were overjoyed. The Master of Holy Land trio's faces, on the other hand, turned extremely ugly. We let him succeed. What was the reason behind Xian Yi doing all of this, sacrificing so much just to send him into the tunnel? The 2-meter-tall beauty asked. Who knows, but the kid has secrets. It's a pity we did not block it, the white-robed bald man said. Forget it. There is no point staying here anymore. Let's go, the crimson-robed woman said. The Master of Holy Land trio reached an agreement. Without hesitation, the three consciousness embodiments went straight for the link passage and left. Xian Yan, Emperor 13, and the rest did not stop Bing Shan, Lung Rushuet, and the others from leaving either. As the ancient era experts left, the link passage disappeared. The peace at Heaven's horizon was restored. In the dark void in front of the Heaven's horizon, the Seven-Star Black sect experts gathered in front of Xian Yi. Xian Yi's figure was gradually turning transparent. After so many years, your will is finally collapsing. Emperor 13 asked Xian Yi calmly. Xian Yi smiled. He knew his condition. He had died a long time ago, back at that ancient battlefield. Only his willpower was left. His willpower had survived for so many years, and after completing his purpose, he was now finally collapsing. The superexistence that had stirred heavens and multiple worlds was about to meet its end. Chapter 2290 Legend, Xian Yi. The black-haired man on the golden dragon turtle looked at Xian Yi with mixed feelings. Indeed, Xian Yan hated Xian Yi to the core. 7-Star Black Sect had met its doom mainly due to Xian Yi, but at the same time, they were best friends, blood-forged brothers. Xian Yan's heart felt heavy at the sight of Xian Yi's willpower collapsing. I have no regrets after sending that lad into the reincarnation passage. Xian Yi smiled with no regard to his own thinning body. I've made all the preparations. All that's left is for the boy to understand it. It's time for me to leave, Xian Yi said as he looked at Xian Yan. Xian Yan, my brother, goodbye. Xian Yi finally disappeared without a trace. The heaven-shaking superexistence was finally gone. Xian Yan was heavy at heart and said nothing as Xian Yi gradually disappeared. After some time, he heaved a long sigh. Forget it, he's gone. No reason to hold any more grudges. Xian Yi, so long. After sighing, Xian Yan tore through space and left. The other 7-Star Black Sect experts all sighed. Soon the 7-Star Black Sect experts, such as Emperor 13 and 1-Star Man, left. The restrictions on the Earth were too great that, if they stayed for any longer, the environment would have a detrimental impact on their health. Now that Xian Yi's plan had succeeded, they would continue to sleep. They would all spend their remaining time in slumber, Emperor 13 included. In a moment, the experts at Heaven's Horizon all left, all except for the eternal chaotic world experts headed by Emperor by Abysmal Saint Master, and many more fell quiet. After some time, Ancestor Tianchen asked, "Is it over?" "Yes, it is. Those that desired to return have done so. Those who did not have gone back to sleep. The eternal chaotic world will not see any ancient era experts for a long time. Peace is finally restored." The great emperors around looked at each other but were not happy at all. Peace had indeed been restored at eternal chaotic world. But after the battle, the great emperors were full of awe and longing for the absolute, beginning divine world instead. Unfortunately, that would not be possible now. They lived in a restricted land that protected them from absolute, beginning divine world experts. But similarly, they could never leave. Sword Emperor should have survived, right? Abysmal Saint Master frowned. He did, Emperor Bai nodded. He had died, but his master Xian Yi took great efforts to revert space-time and revived his soul and sent it down the reincarnation tunnel. If I am not wrong, he sent him to the reincarnation tunnel towards absolute, beginning divine world. They had all guessed it. Xian Yi's intention was to use the tunnel to send Jian Wushuang to the absolute, beginning divine world. But with the lands completely under the control of those absolute, beginning divine world experts, he could not rely on the link passage to send him towards the absolute, beginning divine world. He used all means to send him there via the reincarnation passage instead, turning back time and sending him into the reincarnation passage. How powerful was that man? Is that what the absolute, beginning divine world experts can do? Amazing! We may be great emperors of this earth, admired by many, but we are no more than frogs trapped in a well. Our trapped vision will never let us see the vast lands of the absolute, beginning divine world. I wonder when we can go there. The great emperors all longed for the place, but they could not go to it. Unless the expert Xian Yi revived and built another reincarnation passage for them, it was impossible. Listen up. Emperor Bai's gaze turned solemn. Nothing about today can be divulged to the outside world. Absolute, beginning divine world must never be mentioned within the eternal chaotic world. The great emperors flinched but nodded. They understood Emperor Bai's purpose. Absolute, beginning divine world was too vast. Even the great emperors had no chance to interact with it, much less the normal cultivators. It was better to hide it and let the eternal chaotic world cultivators live in bliss and ignorance. As for Sword Emperor, Emperor Bai paused and said, "You can inform his parents and his close friends about what really happened to Sword Emperor. But publicly, Sword Emperor died during the battle between the Sanctuary Alliance and Ancient Era experts. Understood?" Understood. The great emperors nodded once again. Although the Sword Emperor is no longer here, his achievements and sacrifices for the Sanctuary Alliance and the eternal chaotic world can never be surpassed. No one will ever lay their hands on his hometown green fire world and lineage of stars. Anyone who does that will be the enemy of the Sanctuary Alliance, an enemy of me. Emperor Bai's voice was stern as he stared at those great emperors. Those words were for the great emperors in front of him. The green fire world and lineage of stars were powerful by themselves. No one would have dared touch it without the help of a great emperor. Emperor Bai had to deter the great emperors from thinking otherwise. The great emperors looked at each other. They dared not think otherwise with Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang's remaining influence around. "Let's go." The great emperors soon left. Word of the Sword Emperor collapsing spread like wildfire across the eternal chaotic world. Countless cultivators sighed for the loss of such a genius, a legend. Once one has collapsed, no matter how glorious his past was, he would eventually be forgotten and become no more than a legend. Sanctuary Alliance great emperors knew that he was not dead. Perhaps one day Jian Wushuang would return, but that would be many, many years later. Chapter 2291 Incineration Moon City. 9 years of snow, the core of the earth, the absolute beginning divine world. Incineration Moon City, a normal city in the absolute beginning divine world. It was an afternoon of early summer. The skies were supposed to be clear, but instead, snow was falling all over the city. Snow fell from the sky like goose feathers, coating the entire Incineration Moon City in a layer of silver. Strangely, the snow did not fall for only a day or two. It had started a long time ago and had not stopped since. The streets were crowded. Despite the harsh weather, people wore thin layers of clothing, not one bit afraid of the cold. Occasionally, armored soldiers would walk past and melt the accumulated snow on the streets with their pure divine power. Thank the heavens for those soldiers. Without them, the city would have long been buried in snow. In a tavern, many cultivators gathered for drinks and laughs. What is wrong with this weather? Ever since I entered this city, the snow has not stopped. A burly man with a battle saber complained as he watched the snow fall from the comfort of the tavern. "Haha, you must be new." A purple-haired elder looked over and said, "Stay a while longer, and you'll get used to it." "Get used to it!" The burly man was confused and asked, "Brother, what do you mean? It's early summer now. How can it be snowing for days?" "Days? Haha, wrong. The snow has been falling for years," the purple-haired elder replied. "Years? You're kidding, right?" The burly man was shocked. "I'm not. I've been here for the longest time. The snow has been falling for about 10 years. 9 years and 9 months, to be specific, and it has never stopped," the purple-haired elder said. "How is that possible?" The burly man was amazed. "Perhaps there is an elite expert behind the snow? Artificial snow?" To him, that was the only logical explanation. No snow could possibly go on for 9 years and 9 months naturally. "Haha, I knew you would think that way. But I can assure you that the snow is natural." "Sure, it's weird, but there's a reason behind it." The purple-haired elder laughed heartily. "Reason? What reason?" the burly man asked continuously. The other cultivators gathered as well. They knew that the snow had lasted for 9 years and 9 months, but no one knew why, and they all wanted to know. The reason, the purple-haired elder was baiting them. The burly man took out 2 bottles of good wine from his Qian Kun ring and placed it in front of him. "Brother, tell us." The purple-haired elder smiled at the sight of wine. "It's a rumor around the city. I cannot confirm the legitimacy of it either." He continued, apparently when our Incineration Moon Governor Zhui Yunfeng's wife had her third child 9 years ago, the snow started and has never stopped since. The burly man frowned and said, Brother, this is obviously fake. How can someone being pregnant have anything to do with the snow? It is simply a coincidence. The other cultivators felt similarly, but the purple-haired elder smiled. What if the child has yet to be born till now? What? That unsettled everyone. Pregnant for 9 years till now? It couldn't be. That's the rumor. Ever since Zhui Yunfeng's wife Luo Xinqin fell pregnant, the snow has fallen. 9 years and 9 months have passed, and yet the child is still unborn. No coincidence there. The purple-haired elder smiled. The burly man and the other cultivators in the tavern nodded in agreement. It was indeed weird. The snow was weird. The unborn child was weirder. It could not be a coincidence for both to happen concurrently. People are saying it's a demon. It's been long rumored in the Incineration Moon City that Luo Xinqin is pregnant with the devil, a monster. The purple-haired elder added. The others agreed. An unborn creature for 9 years and 9 months had to be a monster. But at the absolute beginning divine world, where power triumphed over all, a monster could be a good thing instead. After all, monsters would have their advantages, and many sects in the absolute beginning divine world would undoubtedly want one under their wing. Governor Zhui Yunfeng had a good reputation in the city as well. Even though people were talking about Luo Xinqin and her child, no one pointed it out and had no contempt or disgust for it. The burly man felt content after paying 2 bottles of fine wine for an interesting story. After some ruckus, the crowd dispersed. Incineration Moon City, within the governor's palace. Governor Zhui Yunfeng was a man of his word and a very fair man as well. He was deeply respected within the city. In the conference hall of his huge manor, a silver-robed, powerful middle-aged man with a little stubble was discussing issues with a guard commander under him. He was Zhui Yunfeng. A maid hurried in. Sir, sir. The maid shouted for him as she ran in. Zhui Yunfeng frowned and asked, What is the rush? The maid saw the guard commander and realized that Zhui Yunfeng was discussing business, and so she apologized. Speak, what is it? Zhui Yunfeng asked calmly. Sir, ma'am is about to give birth, the maid replied. What? Zhui Yunfeng flinched, then rushed over towards Luo Xinqin's room excitedly, disregarding the guard commander. Chapter 2292 Taoist Priest Xian Xin, from outside the Incineration Moon City. A green-robed, white-haired elder walked over slowly barefoot. The weathered elder was holding a piece of cloth with the words Tong Shen, all-powerful, and Swan Ming, fortune-telling. When he reached the Incineration Moon City's entrance, he paused for a moment to see the snowfall in the city. An unfathomable smile appeared on his wrinkled face. This day has finally come. After pausing, the barefoot elder walked into the city. It was the middle of the night, but the governor's mansion was well lit, with large hordes of people moving back and forth hurriedly. In the inner courtyard, a number of people stood there anxiously. Governor Zhui Yunfeng was pacing around. It's been so many hours. The rascal still does not want to come out. Zhui Yunfeng scolded as he paced around. Father, there's no rush. You have already waited for 9 years and 9 months. What are these few hours to you? The cold young man, 16 or 17 years of age, replied with a smile. He was Zhui Yunfeng's eldest son, Zhuopeng. Zhui Yunfeng had a son and a daughter, but the daughter was not in the city at the moment. What do you know? It's because he's been inside for so long, Zhui Yunfeng replied. Zhuopeng smiled but did not say anything more. At that moment, a servant hurried in. Sir, a Taoist priest is outside waiting to see you, the servant said. What time is it already? Just refuse him. Zhui Yunfeng waved his hand. He was in no mood to meet an irrelevant Taoist priest. Sir, the man is named Taoist priest Xian Xin. He said you would definitely meet him if you heard his name, the servant replied. Taoist priest Xian Xin? Zhui Yunfeng flinched for a moment. Even Zhuo Peng was shocked. Taoist priest Xianxin was a big shot at Anjou Commandery. Even Anjou Commandery's governor had plenty of respect for him. Anjou Commandery had a lot of clans and families and were all powerful experts. Many even guessed that Taoist priest Xianxin was a super expert. No governor could afford to offend such a big shot. He could visit such people in his daily life. But now this Taoist priest Xianxin had come down personally. It's really Taoist priest Xianxin? Zhuo Yunfeng was somewhat unsure. That's what he said, the servant replied. Send him in, Zhuo Yunfeng said, then waved his hand. No, I'll bring him in myself. Zhuo Yunfeng and Zhuo Peng rushed towards the main gates. The two soon reached the entrance and indeed saw a smiling, green-robed, barefoot elder holding a piece of cloth. Zhuo Yunfeng determined that the man looked exactly like the famed Taoist priest Xianxin, and he could not see through him, as if the man was a vast ocean, but he could only interpret a droplet of him. It's definitely Taoist priest Xianxin, Zhuo Yunfeng was sure and bowed. Greetings, Taoist elder. Zhuo Yunfeng at your service. You're too kind. I should be paying my respects instead, Governor. Taoist priest Xianxin bowed as well. May I ask what brings you here today? Zhuo Yunfeng asked humbly. He would have asked him to come in for tea on a usual day, but that day was no usual day. He was too anxious to have any small talk with him. Governor Zhuo, truth be told, I'm here for the soon-to-be-born kid. Taoist priest Xianxin smiled. Zhuo Yunfeng and Zhuo Peng were shocked. The servants and maids beside them were dumbfounded as well. Zhuo Yunfeng had given orders for no news to be spread regarding his wife Luo Xinqin's long pregnancy. Furthermore, the news about Luo Xinqin going into labor could only be known by some people within the governor mansion. But Taoist priest Xianxin, like a prophet, knew that the child was about to be born. Governor Zhuo, you're not going to let me in? Taoist priest Xianxin smiled. Zhuo Yunfeng immediately reacted. How could I refuse? Please. Zhuo Yunfeng and Zhuo Peng soon brought Taoist priest Xianxin to that door in the inner courtyard. Thinking of what was happening inside, Zhuo Yunfeng could no longer calm himself down and started pacing around. Taoist priest Xianxin smiled. No rush, Governor. Nothing's wrong with the child. It's simply not time yet. Zhuo Yunfeng stopped and looked towards him. Elder, then when will my child be born? At the latter part of the Z hour, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., Taoist priest Xianxin smiled. The surrounding people frowned. How can you be so sure, Taoist elder? Zhuo Yunfeng asked. Even though others regarded Taoist priest Xianxin like a deity, Zhuo Yunfeng had to see it to believe it. I observed the weather. This snow that has been going on for 9 years and 9 months will eventually stop at the later part of the Z hour, making it 9 years, 9 months, and 9 days. 9 is a good number. 3 nines make it an excellent progression. The little boy will come out then, Taoist priest Xianxin said. Zhuo Yunfeng's suspicions grew further. Zhuo Peng directly asked, Elder, that's too abstract, don't you think? What? 3 nines. So, if the child is born another 9 hours later, would that not make it 4 nines? Also, how do you know the child will be a boy? Don't be rude, Peng, Zhuo Yunfeng scolded, but deep inside he felt the same. Taoist priest Xianxin's words were too abstract for him to believe. Taoist priest Xianxin simply smiled. Watch and see, he said. Time passed. Sir, it's the Z hour now, a servant said. Okay, Zhuo Yunfeng nodded. Another hour passed by. Sir, it's the latter half of the Z hour now, the servant said again. But before he could finish his sentence, wah! A refreshing wail of a baby resounded across the room. Chapter 2293. Soared from the heavens, Jian Wushuang. The wail was like the rising sun. As he wailed, the snow that had been falling for 9 years, 9 months, and 9 days suddenly stopped. Incineration moon cities, snow melted instantly, and the bitter cold that once could be felt at every corner of the city was no more. The snow really stopped. The people in the inner courtyard were shocked. As the door opened, an old woman walked out with a baby wrapped in her arms. "Congratulations, Governor. It is a healthy boy," the old lady said with a smile. "Bring him over," Zhuo Yunfeng said. The old lady brought it over for Zhuo Yunfeng to check. "It really is a boy?" Zhuo Yunfeng and Zhuo Peng gulped. Everything the Taoist priest Xian Xin had said was correct, from the time to the snow, and even down to the gender of the baby. "Elder, you are godlike indeed. I atone for my insolence." Zhuo Yunfeng immediately apologized to Taoist priest Xian Xin. "Elder Xian Xin, please forgive us." Zhuo Peng apologized as well. They only knew about the Taoist elder's reputation, but had never seen him perform. But now they knew that he was a God-sent prophet. He was beyond man. Zhuo Yunfeng could be sure that Taoist elder Xian Xin was an all-knowing almighty. At least his rules of fate were at astonishing levels. "It's nothing much, no need to worry." Taoist priest Xian Xin smiled without any malice. Zhuo Yunfeng took a deep breath, looked at the baby, and asked the Taoist priest Xian Xin, "Taoist elder, please bestow a name for our little guy." "A name?" Taoist priest Xian Xin raised his eyebrow. "I'm here not just to bestow a name. I need to change his surname as well." "Surname?" Zhuo Yunfeng and Zhuo Peng were shocked. He was born in the Zhou household, Zhuo Yunfeng's son. But Taoist priest Xian Xin wanted to change his surname? "Governor Zhuo, your son is special. His surname has been predestined," Taoist priest Xian Xin said. Zhuo Yunfeng frowned, but still said, "Please do so." "No rush, wait," Taoist priest Xian Xin said as he looked up towards the dark void. Zhuo Yunfeng and Zhuo Peng looked up, confused, but he did not see anything. "It's coming," Taoist priest Xian Xin said. Right after he said that, the black void rumbled as the darkness retreated to make way for a streak of light. The streak of light gradually lit up the place and was increasingly glaring as it approached the earth. Xiu! Like an asteroid, the streak of light struck the inner courtyard. A huge hole was blown up. Everyone in the inner courtyard, including Zhuo Yunfeng and Zhuo Peng, were dumbfounded. As the dust settled, they saw a sword in the ground. The sword was 4 chi, about 1.3 m, tall with no scabbard. The blade itself was crimson red, as if it was drenched in blood. "This is..." Zhuo Yunfeng and the others stared at the sword. The long sword looked ordinary, but Zhuo Yunfeng saw an incomprehensible hell within it. Countless bones and endless streams of blood flowed within that hell. It was a sword of death. "What a terrifying sword!" Zhuo Yunfeng murmured, but he was even more appalled. Because the sword had come from the heavens. From the heavens? "Governor Zhuo, your kid was born by the sword and should take up the surname Jian, meaning sword. For his name, because he was in your wife's womb for 9 years, 9 months and 9 days, unparalleled in this earth. Name him Wushuang. Wushuang will be his name." Taoist priest Xian Shen exclaimed. "Jian as a surname, Wushuang as his name. Jian Wushuang?" Zhuo Yunfeng flinched, but quickly responded. "Unparalleled on this earth, with a sword in hand, a good name." "Thank you for bestowing the name," Zhuo Yunfeng thanked. Taoist priest Xian Shen laughed. "I am here for his name only. Now that that's settled, I shall be on my way." Taoist priest Xian Shen did not turn away immediately, but instead looked at the baby. The baby's eyes were already wide open, staring at Taoist priest Xian Shen. "Little boy, we will meet again." Taoist priest Xian Shen made his way out of the mansion. "Thank you, elder!" Zhuo Yunfeng and Zhuo Peng bowed as he left. "Haha." Taoist priest Xian Shen laughed casually as he disappeared from the view of others in a matter of moments. "Taoist priest Xian Shen really is something else," Zhuo Yunfeng exclaimed. "Father, are we really going to name him Jian Wushuang?" Zhuo Peng asked. "Of course, this is the name Taoist elder gave. You yourself saw the sword descend from above. The name is but a tag. We can call him Jian Wushuang. We can also call him Zhuo Wushuang. It's the same. Zhuo Yunfeng laughed. Of course, Zhuo Peng nodded. They both were extremely excited about the newborn baby. Oh yes, let us show your mother, Zhuo Yunfeng said as they headed into the room. What the duo did not notice was that the baby's black eyes had a glimpse of shock within them. His gaze never shifted from the direction Taoist priest Xian Shen had left in. Who was that Taoist priest? Jian Wushuang shouted in his heart, but he could not form any words. All that came from him were the wails of a baby. Jian Wushuang had yet to understand what had happened. He only remembered obtaining his wife, Lung Rushwang's soul at heaven's horizon and being chased down by 2 masters of Holy Land. He was dying, but the moment he woke up, everything had changed. Chapter 2290. For the reason behind everything, Part 1. Jian Wushuang was placed on the bed beside a dignified woman. She was Luo Xinqin. Mother, look, brother's nose and mouth look exactly like yours, Zhuo Peng said by the bed. Luo Xinqin smiled and looked at Jian Wushuang with love. Jian Wushuang was completely stunned. Am a baby? Is this reincarnation? Jian Wushuang thought. But soon, a message entered Jian Wushuang's mind. The message was from his master Xian Yi. He finally knew what had happened to him. So I see I was dead. Master did a space-time reversal to revive my soul and send me down the reincarnation passage, Jian Wushuang thought. He did not know that his wife had been sent down the reincarnation passage as well. Xian Yi left him more than that message. Jian Wushuang started reading about everything that was happening. Disciple, you should have reincarnated at the absolute beginning divine world by now. You will continue to grow there, and you should know why. As your master, you should have guessed it, but in the guy with the huge forehead back at Greenfire World, the man you saw in your head in that ancient display. He had already guessed Xian Yi's identity. When he saw that ancient display, he had guessed that that man that fought against the heavens was likely his master. In the absolute beginning divine world, the man had been forced into a corner during an ancient battle, and then did something to crumble the earth. That should have been the restriction formation at eternal chaotic world, sealing it away from the absolute beginning divine world. When eternal chaotic world fought against the 3 emperors' world, Xian Yi could control it with a flick of his hand. Xian Yi was naturally the owner of that formation. Jian Wushuang read on. I was born in the absolute beginning divine world as a unique, perfect chaotic life form, taking a purpose with me since day 1. I had to fulfill my purpose, no matter how tough it was. I was a sworn brother of the 2 founders of the 7-Star Black Sect, and I was so close to fulfilling that purpose with the help of the 7-Star Black Sect. But at the final moment, a mutiny happened. 3 big holy land for big holy tribes, 8 big holy sects, and countless absolute beginning divine world experts, interest-driven, slaughtered their way into the 7-Star divine realm. I was powerful, but there were too many of them. We had to retreat. The 7-Star Black Sect faced elimination because of me. I had to seal the 7-Star divine realm out of desperation to protect the 7-Star Black Sect from a total wipeout. Jian Wushuang understood everything so far. He had only known how the ancient battle had been fought and ended previously. Now he knew why. It was because of Xian Yi. His master, as a unique, perfect chaotic life form, had been born with a mission. The 7-Star Black Sect had simply helped him fulfill it. But at the final moment, absolute beginning divine world opposing forces had stopped it. He could understand why that mysterious 7-Star Black Sect expert at the 8th layer was so angry with his master. The battle had started because of his master Xian Yi, leading to the end of the 7-Star Black Sect. It was normal to have hatred for him. But what was a perfect chaotic life form? As a perfect chaotic life form, what purpose did he have? Jian Wushuang kept on reading. After that battle, before I died, although I sealed up the 7-Star divine realm, it took too much blood essence and divine power from so many experts. It drew 99% of the seven-star divine realm's spiritual influence of heaven and earth as well, leading it to becoming a basically barren land. As the restriction formation continued to operate, the demand for the spiritual influence of heaven and earth increased, leading to worse cultivating environments for the first era and second era experts. That was how the restriction on the earth was created. Under those circumstances, the remaining seven-star Black Sect experts had to sleep. I may have lost my body, but not my willpower, and that was active the entire time, thinking about how to solve that sticky situation. The seven-star Black Sect, and I may have lost then, but many experts were always indignant about it. We all wanted to fight our way back into the absolute beginning divine world. But how tough was that? Jian Wushuang paused and sighed. Indeed, the seven-star Black Sect had lost badly in that war. The seven-star divine realm had only been preserved due to that restriction formation. Without that, seven-star divine realm and the seven-star Black Sect would have become history. Xian Yi's formation had given them a slim fighting chance. But it was too slim. It had protected the seven-star divine realm, but it had turned it into barren land, incapable of breeding experts. The seven-star Black Sect experts could only sleep to retain their powers. Under those circumstances, how could they fight their way back into the absolute beginning divine world? Chapter 2295, The Reason Behind Everything, Part 2. Jian Wushuang read on. I had thought of everything, but nothing would work. I could not even restore the seven-star divine realm's spiritual influence of heaven and earth. If I wasn't dead, maybe I could have. But because of that, I had a thought. I needed to create another me, another perfect chaotic life form. Jian Wushuang was taken aback. According to Xian Yi, the perfect chaotic life form was created naturally, and there had only been one from the birth of the absolute beginning divine world till now. To create such a life form artificially? Was that possible? Even I thought that the idea was crazy. But no matter how crazy it was the seven-star Black Sects and my own last hope. I started to research. First, to create the perfect chaotic life form, he needed to be optimized at every aspect of a cultivator. From that ancient battle onwards, I tried countless times and finally created a brand new cultivating system. It was inverse cultivation. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Inverse cultivation. Inverse cultivation was indeed created by his master. He had created it after countless failures to form a perfect chaotic life form. So, is the ultimate goal of the inverse cultivation the perfect chaotic life form? Jian Wushuang murmured as he read on. The inverse cultivation system starts off with the perfect foundation, then the perfect chaotic holy body, finally the perfect chaotic life form. The creation of this system was the first step to my plan. There was hope, but I did not realize the cultivating requirements were too strict. Countless guys from the first era could not even perfect the perfect foundation. I was in despair, but a lucky fellow cultivated the perfect foundation. He was Emperor Bai. He had heard Emperor by mention Xian Yi teaching him inverse cultivation before. He did not know Xian Yi was testing him amongst countless other experts, but only he made it to perfect foundation. I thought of countless ways to help him improve, and he did not disappoint. He passed the inverse cultivation test and made it to the perfect chaotic holy body. But unfortunately, I realized he could never become the perfect chaotic life form. I could tell. He lacked something from birth. My experiment ended in failure. But that did not bring me down. I saw hope. I realized from Emperor Bai that the deficiency came from birth. You could only rectify it if you changed the factors of the birth, and before it, the first era experts, under the barren spiritual energy, all came with that deficiency to reach perfect chaotic life form. So I formed a whole new environment. That environment is where my head was at that battlefield. My head is the source of all power. It is the origin. Even though I had collapsed, it was still the head of the perfect chaotic life form. With countless tries, I reformed whatever power was left from it and created the green fire world. Jian Wushuang could no longer control himself. Indeed, the green fire world had been created from that head, from Master's remaining energy and life. Jian Wushuang was stunned. I am the perfect chaotic life form, and all those that are born from that world will, therefore, be my offspring. Cultivators from there naturally will be able to become perfect chaotic life forms, making up for that deficiency. Next, just as I had expected, the green fire world started to prosper with more cultivators. I passed down the inverse cultivation via many channels, and finally the first inverse cultivation expert from the green fire world, Emperor Qing, was born. Although she made up for the deficiency, she was not able to combine all her perfect factors together. To mitigate that, I created a seasoner, the universal Tao scripture. Jian Wushuang was taken aback, once again. The universal Tao scripture is indeed special. Jian Wushuang had known that it was very unique from the very beginning. He had even suspected that he was able to absorb quickly due to it. Looked like he was right. Not only was it extraordinary, but it was also part of the inverse cultivation. Only when one had cultivated the universal Tao scripture would one able to combine all the perfect factors learnt from inverse cultivation to become truly perfect. Emperor Bai could not become the perfect chaotic life form due to his deficiency. Emperor Qing had collapsed too soon without combining the factors. Next, soon after I created the universal Tao scripture, the second inverse cultivation expert from Green Fire World was you. Chapter 2296, The Reason Behind Everything, Part 3. Soon after I created the universal Tao scripture, the second inverse cultivation expert from Green Fire World was you. Jian Wushuang read on. This time, with my 2 attempts behind me, I was confident. I prepared myself and handed you the universal Tao scripture personally. Long before you were born, when that inverse cultivation pearl landed at the ancient worlds where you were born, I was waiting for you already. So, as to prevent suspicion from others, I joined the ancient sect as an eternal realm cultivator and took in 3 lineal disciples. I only took the 3 in because I liked them, I helped them too, but their achievements were completely based on their own effort. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, you were born, and soon stepped into the path of inverse cultivation. The next bit was obvious. After you arrived at Green Fire Palace, I took you in as the ancient sect Sword Palace Master and passed you the universal Tao scripture. As you grew, I passed you the Blood Mountain Sword and Mountain River map as well. As the Gene Kingdom problem appeared, I had to do something about it, but that would have exposed a lot about me, so the logical decision then was to disappear in front of you. I split my willpower into 2. One disappeared in front of you, the other hid inside the Mountain River map and watched you grow. I could save you when needed that way. Xian Yi did not mention it, but Xian Yi had helped him multiple times when he was at the brink of death back at the eternal chaotic world. Like at the 8th lair, against countless star demon clansmen, Xian Yi had secretly passed secret skills of Star Palace's powers to that standalone space for Long Qi to discover and help Jian Wushuang. Like at the Buddhist Demon Sea, against Akron Palace, at the brink of death, Xian Yi secretly released Mountain River maps, powers out, awakening Old Monster Jiao and One Star Man. One Star Man had even passed Jian Wushuang an opportunity because he had sensed Xian Yi's aura. At the ancient battlefield near Green Fire World, at the chilly Wind Valley where Jian Wushuang had first met Emperor 13, not only had he not killed him, but he had left a mark on him as well, and that was because he could sense Xian Yi's consciousness within the Mountain River map. Your growth was faster than expected. When you reached perfect chaotic holy body, my consciousness in the Mountain River map could sense that you were different from Emperor Qing and Emperor Bai. You had everything needed to become a perfect chaotic life form. I knew you were the one I'd been looking for. But To become the perfect chaotic life form, there would be one more step. Inverse cultivation's 8th step. Reincarnation. Only with that move can you truly be born into the absolute beginning divine world as a perfect chaotic life form. I started making preparations. When the eternal chaotic world fought against the 3 Emperors' world, I appeared not only to help you suppress Blood Emperor, but also to send Emperor 13 a message. I got him to make preparations to prepare a small-scale reincarnation. The small-scale reincarnation was in the reincarnation pearl. Emperor 13 used One-Star Man to pass it to you, to let you think it was a simple treasure used to understand reincarnation rules of order. But it was the key to everything. After that, I heard that the masters of Holy Land from the absolute, beginning divine world were about to open a link passage at heaven's horizon. Just in time. After all, even though the small-scale reincarnation had been set up, it still needed to link to the absolute, beginning divine world. It was hard for even Emperor 13, One-Star Man, and the others to link due to the restrictions. But if they opened it from the other side, that would be a whole new story. Thus, the perfect plan was formed. While they opened the link passage, I would open the reincarnation passage for you. But there was a catch. I could only send your soul in, not your body. The soul that enters the reincarnation passage must be at peace as well, with no signs of resistance. The best way was for your soul to sleep first, but it would be difficult for you if your soul was not hurt. There was only one way to do it. You would die, and I would revive your soul via space-time reversal. Jian Wushuang did not know how to feel. At the same time, the many questions he had had were resolved. That's the reason his master Xianyi, in order to release 7-star divine realm from its predicament, had created the inverse cultivation system to find the second perfect chaotic life form. The birth of Green Fire World and everything before it had been for that one motive. Emperor Bai and the other inverse cultivators in the eternal chaotic world were simply failed products of Xian Yi's. And there were 8 steps in inverse cultivation. Jian Wushuang had already reached the pinnacle 7th step, but the last step needed reincarnation, leading to the deliberate plans made by Xian Yi, Emperor 13, and One-Star Man. Their calculations had even taken into account the use of the power of the 3 masters of Holy Land to open absolute, beginning divine world's reincarnation passage, sending Jian Wushuang over. This had been Xian Yi's motive from the very beginning, since the ancient era. Chapter 2297. Wait for me. After understanding everything, Jian Wushuang could not help but admire and respect him. He had full respect and admiration for his master. His master was dead, but had used his willpower to continue to rule the lands. He had created a whole new inverse cultivation system and created the second perfect chaotic life form artificially. How insane was that? Xian Yi may have made it sound easy, but Jian Wushuang definitely knew it was not. Xian Yi had prepared for it since the ancient era. He had only perfected it 2 eras later. How many years had that taken? It must have been insanely long from the ancient era to the first era. Then from the first era to the second era. He did not know how long it was, but he knew that Green Fire World had been formed 40 million years ago. And Green Fire World was obviously born in the second era. Add that to the ancient era and first era. Xian Yi had spent billions of years. Billions of years! Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. From his cultivation till now, even after reincarnation, barely 100,000 years had passed. He could not understand the concept of a billion years. But Xian Yi had spent so many years and experienced so many failures, all for the second perfect chaotic life form to emerge. Jian Wushuang respected him for that. Furthermore, he had not done it for himself. He had done it for the 7-star divine realm and for the many life forms trapped within 7-star divine realm's restriction formation. He had been creating a chance for the living to escape, and he had done it. Jian Wushuang knew that he probably did not possess such determination and patience. He could not even fathom a plan that would last billions of years. But Xian, he had done it. Master was impressive, Jian Wushuang said. Jian Wushuang read on. Disciple, sending you down the reincarnation passage was the last I could do for you. Now that that's done, I can finally rest. It's all up to you now. You can only use your own strength to grow within the absolute beginning divine world. You must at least reach Emperor 13's abilities to use the boundless divine power given to you by your perfect chaotic life form. Use special abilities to unlock the formation and help the countless 7-star divine realm cultivators and 7-star black sect experts to escape. But once you have chosen to do it, you must be prepared to go against much absolute beginning divine world forces. Of course, by then the 7-star black sect experts will definitely help you. I set up a space-time formation at the battlefield where your hometown is. It will slowly restore the spiritual influence of heaven and earth at that area, hitting near pinnacle 7-star divine realm levels. The 7-star black sect experts at that battlefield will restore to pinnacle levels. They are strong and they will help you. As for the mission behind the perfect chaotic life form, you will know for yourself. Lastly, it'll pass you an opportunity. These are the 5 strongest secret skills of 7-star black sect's pinnacle period, the complete ones. It includes my self-created heaven slaughter skill. Learn them. Take care, lad. The message disappeared. 7-star black sect's 5 strongest secret skills, along with the heaven slaughter skill, were all ingrained in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jian Wushuang felt heavy after learning everything. He knew that his master's willpower had most likely disappeared after sending that message, meaning to say his master was truly gone. Despite his master having collapsed in the ancient era, his willpower remained. But now that willpower was gone as well. Master, leave it to me. Jian Wushuang, in fetus form, still managed to show a tinge of resolution in his black, bright eyes. He had been born in the 7-star divine realm, in Xian Yi's forehead-formed green fire world. Xian Yi had spent so many years, along with the effort of countless experts, and had finally sent his soul to the reincarnation passage towards the absolute beginning divine world, creating the second perfect chaotic life form. He now carried the burden and responsibility of the 7-star divine realm. He needed to reach the formation seal and lead the countless 7-star divine realm cultivators back to the absolute beginning divine world. He also needed to fulfill the mission given to him as the perfect chaotic life form. My parents, my brothers, my friends, they are all trapped there. I am their final and only hope. I cannot let them down. A fire was burning within Jian Wushuang, a flame of resolution. Wait for me, guys! Jian Wushuang howled. Of course, he knew that it would not be possible in the short term in his condition. He needed time to improve his abilities. He was sure of what had happened, the situation he was in, and what he needed to do next. Like Master said, I have succeeded at reincarnation. I should be at my inverse cultivation 8th step. I'm a perfect chaotic life form now. But how is that different from other ordinary life forms? Jian Wushuang checked his body curiously. As an infant, he had absolutely no power, but his soul power followed him and had not diminished at all. Chapter 2298, Perfect Chaotic Life Form using his soul power. He checked every part of his new body, organs, bones, veins, cells. Perfect! It's perfect! Jian Wushuang was shocked. He couldn't complain about anything regarding his body. Regardless of if it were his organs, bones, veins, or cells, they were all fine. If you could tell someone's talent from his body, Jian Wushuang would be perfect. No hairline cracks or faults could be found. That was what it meant to be a perfect chaotic life form. At the absolute beginning divine world, determining someone as an expert would be done via his physical qualities, abilities, understanding, and so on. Having 1 or 2 beyond average human levels was enough to be crowned as a genius. But Jian Wushuang was perfect from every angle, every factor, to a point where he no longer could improve further. No, even though my body is perfect, I'm afraid I'm not a perfect chaotic life form yet. From his master's message, a perfect chaotic life form was unique and born a chaotic divine demon, like his master Xian Yi. Although Jian Wushuang had become a perfect chaotic life form under his master's guidance, he was but a baby and was no chaotic divine demon. He was like the others, powerless, and needed to retrain all over again. Jian Wushuang had to recover his pinnacle abilities one step at a time. Only when I restore my powers and reach the 8th step of the inverse cultivation, meaning to say I reach the chaotic divine demon level, will I become a perfect chaotic life form, Jian Wushuang thought. After reincarnation, his priority was now to restore his pinnacle powers. In terms of that, Jian Wushuang's soul power was released slowly, covering the entire governor mansion. Indeed, absolute beginning divine world is different. The spiritual influence of heaven and earth is so rich, way beyond eternal chaotic world levels, Jian Wushuang murmured. He could sense that the spiritual influence of heaven and earth at absolute beginning divine world was tenfold or even 100-fold stronger than in his own hometown green fire world. At a place with such rich spiritual influence over heaven and earth, Jian Wushuang's work would be much easier. After all, he had reached chaotic divine demon levels before. His understanding of Tao and rules were still intact. All he needed was time and sufficient spiritual influence of heaven and earth, and he would recover in a short period of time. As a perfect chaotic life form, I should be absorbing the spiritual influence of heaven and earth way faster than before. It'll take me 30 years tops to restore my pinnacle abilities. Even faster if I have some treasures, Jian Wushuang smiled. 20 or 30 years were nothing to him compared to the 100,000 years he had lived in eternal chaotic world. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang felt something, and the soul power that covered the entire mansion disappeared. On his bed, Zhu Yinfeng was frowning slightly. "Husband, what is it?" Luo Xinqin on the bed looked over. "Nothing. I just felt a strong soul power. It was like someone was peeking, but now it is gone." "The other party withdrew it," Zhu Yinfeng said. "Probably an expert passing by, sweeping randomly." "No ill intent, I suppose," Zhu Peng said. Probably." Zhu Yinfeng nodded and looked back towards the newborn baby. The little boy in Luo Xinqin's arms was in shock at that moment. What observant skills! He noticed my soul power immediately. He's my new father? Jian Wushuang had his eyes wide open as he started at Zhu Yinfeng. He noticed Luo Xinqin and Zhu Peng as well. My new parents and a brother? Jian Wushuang thought. He had his own parents back at the eternal chaotic world. But after reincarnation, he was another family's son. Looks like my days at absolute beginning divine world won't be too lonely after all, Jian Wushuang murmured. At the same time, he recalled a beautiful figure. It was Lung Rushuang. He knew that Lung Rushuang had been sent here as well, meaning to say, Lung Rushuang was probably born into the world as well. But he dared not wonder if Lung Rushuang had retained her memories or not. "Shuang, I have a gut feeling that we'll meet soon. I'll recognize you then." Jian Wushuang was full of anticipation. Over the day, news of the second son being born into the governor's mansion spread across the entire Incineration Moon City. Incineration Moon City was even more lively. For the 9 years and 9 months the governor's wife, Luo Xinqin, had been pregnant, the snow had not stopped for even a moment. But now that he was born, the snow had entirely dissipated and the skies were clear. Everyone knew it was no coincidence. Furthermore, the sword that had descended from above was shocking. Many people sensed it despite it being late at night. Many servants and guards of the governor's mansion saw it as well. It could not be hidden for too long. Soon, news of the sword, the arrival of Taoist priest Xianxin, and the name Jian Wushuang spread across the entire incineration moon city. Word spread like wildfire. It did not take long for most of Anjou commandery to catch news of it as well. Everyone knew that this newborn son of the incineration moon city was determined to live an extraordinary life. Chapter 2299 Different 8 years passed by in a flash. Jian Wushuang was 8 years old. Incineration Moon City, governor's mansion within a study. A green-shirt Jian Wushuang was sitting down on a chair as he read a jade bamboo strip. Jian Wushuang had grown much during those 8 years, but his childlike appearance was something even Jian Wushuang himself could not get rid of. The gap between absolute beginning divine world and eternal chaotic world was too big, Jian Wushuang murmured. The jade bamboo strip he held onto was no secret skill, but a simple chronicle. It contained information about absolute beginning divine world, along with its myths. Jian Wushuang had read many such chronicles over the past 8 years, learning much more about the absolute beginning divine world than before. Without a doubt, absolute beginning divine world was completely different from the eternal chaotic world. Although eternal chaotic world had once been part of the absolute beginning divine world, ever since his master had placed the seal, breaking it away, the eternal chaotic world had turned into something completely different. The difference had manifested in many ways. For one, the spiritual influence of heaven and earth. Cultivators' born abilities, physical qualities, powers were all different. But after reading chronicles for 8 years, the biggest difference Jian Wushuang had inferred was that the eternal chaotic world had already broken away from the natural cycle of life, the heaven way. The heaven way could not be challenged. By rights, as long as you were born onto that land, you would be controlled by heaven way. But in reality, the restriction formation that his master Xian Yi had placed had allowed eternal chaotic world to break away from the heaven way, or at least blocked heaven way's willpower from influencing it. The cultivators from eternal chaotic world should feel the heaven way as well, even understanding the power of heaven way and its rules, but it was much more difficult than doing it at absolute beginning divine world. It has its pros and cons. The disadvantage was that cultivators had a hard time understanding the heaven way powers. The land was not stable, allowing for strong cultivators to wreak havoc and wipe away voids in the blink of an eye. The advantage was that cultivators could survive better without heaven way restrictions, meaning to say, the cultivators there could live much longer. Many cultivators of the eternal chaotic world, even the sector gods and real gods, could survive for hundreds of millions of years. Ancient almighties like Emperor Bai had even survived from the first era to the second era. Their longevity was uncontrolled. As long as the land continued to exist, they could live on forever. That could never have happened at the absolute beginning divine world. Jian Wushuang knew that the absolute beginning divine world was under the complete control of the heaven way. All things abided by the laws of nature that they were in, making heaven way extremely terrifying. Under those circumstances, it was impossible to go against heaven way. There were restrictions to the longevity of living beings in absolute beginning divine world as well. Chaotic realm experts could live on forever at the eternal chaotic world, but in the absolute beginning divine world, they could only live for 10,000 years. Chaotic divine demons could only live for 100,000 years. Compared to the eternal chaotic world, it was really short. But because of this, the balance of absolute beginning divine world could be maintained, preventing the world from being overloaded with experts. Heaven way, as Jian Wushuang was murmuring, he remembered the ancient display he had seen in Xian Yi's head. Xian Yi had not only faced experts and masters of Holy Land, he had also faced the willpower of Heaven way. Maybe the Heaven way did not allow for a perfect, chaotic life form to exist. Dong! Dong! There was a knock. Jian Wushuang looked up and said, "Enter." A maid walked in and bowed. "Young lord, your father has requested you to be at the training field." Training field? Understood. The maid bowed slightly and left. He placed the jade bamboo, stripped down, and made his way over. The training field at the mansion was not big, but it was enough for normal cultivators to duel in. There were many standing there at the training field. Amongst those people was his father Zhui Yunfeng, some guards and servants, and a handsome, middle-aged man with a sword. The handsome middle-aged man had some stubble on him and was looking lively. "Father!" Jian Wushuang appeared in front of Zhui Yunfeng. "Shuang, come. Let me introduce you to my good friend from the Lin clan. You should call him Uncle Linny. He's very good at sword cultivation." Zhui Yunfeng smiled, but obviously emphasized the words sword cultivation. Sword cultivation? Jian Wushuang understood why Zhui Yunfeng had called him over. "Greetings, Uncle Lin Yi," Jian Wushuang said, but could not really be bothered by him. His powers had not been fully restored, but his soul was not damaged. He could tell that Lin Yi was only a peak chaotic realm expert. Peak chaotic realm meant an average great emperor at the eternal chaotic world. First stage or third stage, now it meant all the same to Jian Wushuang. In the eternal chaotic world, only chaotic divine demons were worthy opponents. He did not care much about anyone below that. Compared to Lin Yi, his father Zhui Yunfeng was actually stronger. His father had already reached half-step divine demon, and would not take long to reach chaotic divine demon. "I have heard about the young Lord born with the sword that descended from the sky. What an amazing fellow!" Lin Yi said with a gentle smile on his face. Chapter 2300 Learning the Sword. Don't be so polite. Those are all exaggerated compliments. This boy has been beside me for 8 years. I don't see anything special about him. Zhu Yunfeng laughed. Lin Yi smiled, but paused to say, "Brother Yunfeng, I know why you have invited me today, but forgive me. The young lord was born by the sword, his name bestowed by the great Taoist priest Xianxin. In terms of sword principle, I'm afraid no one in the entire Anjou commandery can compare to him. How do I guide such a sword principle genius?" Lin Yi was self-aware. He was decent at sword cultivation and sword principle, and would have no problem teaching any ordinary boy. But teaching a sword principle genius or a monster would not be very realistic. "Haha, you're too humble, Brother Lin Yi. Your understanding of sword principle is amongst the top 30 in Anjou commandery. No matter how talented Shuang is, he's only a boy. Having you as his guide will be more than enough. I only need you to lead him to the gates of sword principle. After that, I'll think of a way to get him to train at some ancient sects," Zhui Yunfeng said. "I see," Lin Yi understood. He did not have the confidence to teach Jian Wushuang continuously. But if it was just to help Jian Wushuang, the boy who had yet made contact with sword principle, enter the threshold, he would not refuse such a simple request. "Brother Yunfeng, you said that the boy had no contact with sword principle?" Lin Yi asked. "Yeep, and he's only 8 years old. His mother dotes on him a lot and restricted him from training until he was 10. I simply brought the training 2 years forward. In terms of sword principle, he's only watching others practice swordsmanship. He himself has never touched a sword," Zhui Yunfeng said. Jian Wushuang was laughing from the bottom of his heart. He had indeed not performed much swordsmanship over the past 8 years, but who said sword principle understanding needed one to possess a sword. Jian Wushuang could understand it from breaking a twig on the floor. Jian Wushuang even shook his head at the thought of Zhui Yunfeng getting Lin Yi to coach him. It was not that Jian Wushuang underestimated Lin Yi. Lin Yi was really just not good enough for Jian Wushuang, a peak chaotic realm whose sword principle could only make the top 30 within Anjou commandery. How strong could he be? Lin Yi himself had probably only entered the threshold of sword principle. Of course. Jian Wushuang kept those thoughts to himself. How about this, Brother Yunfeng? I'll demonstrate a swordsmanship skill and get the boy to repeat it. Well, see how talented he is, Lin Yi said. Okay, Zhui Yunfeng nodded. With a flick of his hand, Lin Yi was holding a normal long sword. It was a performance. After all, he only required a normal sword. Boy, are you ready? Lin Yi smiled and watched Jian Wushuang. Shuang, watch closely, Zhui Yunfeng instructed. Okay, I will. Jian Wushuang responded quickly. Lin Yi started his performance. Wang, as the sword moved, a faint echo of a sword could be heard as the sword's shadow cut across the void. It's Lin clan's sword, principal, Bei Ming. Zhui Yunfeng raised his eyebrow as he recognized the swordsmanship. A faint smile could be seen on his face. He knew that the sword principal Bei Ming Lin he was performing was the most appropriate one. It was too high level, and it was not considered simple. Using such swordsmanship to test a person's sword principal talent may have been too harsh on others. But Jian Wushuang's fame demanded nothing less from him. Evidently, Lin Yi truly wanted to guide Jian Wushuang. Within a moment, the swordsmanship was performed. There were 9 moves in the sword principal Bei Ming. It covered attacks and defense, a considerably comprehensive swordsmanship indeed. After he was done, Lin Yi looked over at Jian Wushuang. Boy, you caught that. Yep, I did, Jian Wushuang nodded. Do you understand it? Lin Yi asked. I do, Jian Wushuang nodded. Lin Yi and Zhui Yunfeng were elated. Jian Wushuang was confident, and that raised their hopes. Come, boy, try doing the same. Lin Yi passed the sword to Jian Wushuang. Shuang, follow what Uncle Lin Yi says, Zhui Yunfeng instructed. Jian Wushuang laughed awkwardly and took over the sword as he walked forward. Zhui Yunfeng and Lin Yi stood side by side. Brother Lin Yi, how do you think he'll perform? Zhui Yunfeng asked casually. I dare not say, but the boy looks confident. I think he'll understand at least 20% of the hidden secrets of the sword principal Bei Ming, Lin Yi said. 20%. So high. Zhui Yunfeng was startled. All swordsmanship had hidden secrets within. Sword principal Bei Ming contained deeper, more profound mysteries than simple sword principles. If Jian Wushuang could perform 20% of it, he would be considered an extraordinary genius. Brother Yunfeng, you underestimate the young lord. His name was bestowed by the Taoist priest Shen himself. Unparalleled in sword principle. That's a name not everyone can own. 20% is, if I'm being conservative, perhaps even 30% or 40%, Lin Yi replied. Haha, I'm not expecting that much. Even 10% would make me content. If you could watch a performance once and understand even 10%, I de-hail that person as a genius. Zhui Yunfeng smiled, his gaze full of expectation. At the training field, Jian Wushuang was beginning to practice his swordsmanship. Chapter 23:01 Disappointment Hum. When Jian Wushuang started to cast his sword skills, a soft hum could be heard. Zhui Yunfeng and Lin Yi's eyes lit up as they were pleasantly surprised. Jian Wushuang then practiced the sword principal Bei Ming that Lin Yi had just taught him one style at a time. When they saw the first style, Zhui Yunfeng and Lin Yi had normal expressions. When they saw the second and third style, they started to frown. When he reached the fourth, fifth, and other subsequent styles, their frowns got deeper. When all 9 styles of the sword principal Bei Ming had been cast by Jian Wushuang, Zhui Yunfeng and Lin Yi no longer had anticipatory looks. Their faces were dark. Father, Uncle Lin Yi, I have finished the drill. Jian Wushuang walked up to Zhui Yunfeng and returned the sword to Lin Yi. Zhui Yunfeng looked sharply at Jian Wushuang before he said with a low voice, Wushuang, I thought you said you understood the sword skills that Uncle Lin Yi just showed you. Yes, I did. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and replied, Bullshit. You only showed the form of this sword skill. There was no essence or complexity at all. And you say you understood? As long as the person is not an idiot, anyone could show the form in these 9 styles. This is the talent you have for the sword doctrine. Zhui Yunfeng stared at Jian Wushuang with anger burning within his eyes. Jian Wushuang knitted his eyebrows. Lin Yi, who was standing to one side, spoke. Brother Yunfeng, please don't blame your son. It might be my fault, as I should not have used sword principle Bei Ming to test this little one. Brother Lin Yi, this has nothing to do with you. You did what you could. Sword principle Bei Ming is a good way to test his talent in the sword doctrine. It's just that this little one is too disappointing, Zhu Yunfeng said. Lin Yi heard this and nodded his head. Indeed, he had been trying his best to get Jian Wushuang to learn about sword doctrine. Sword principle Bei Ming was the most suitable sword principle to test Jian Wushuang's talent. The results: Jian Wushuang was disappointing. When he saw how confident Jian Wushuang was and thought of how famous Jian Wushuang was, he thought Jian Wushuang would have been able to understand and showcase 20, 30, or even 40% of the essence. The results: it contained no essence when Jian Wushuang did the drill. It had the form, but no substance. At this level, it did not match the expectations he had had for Jian Wushuang, given how famous he was. Unrivaled in the sword doctrine. I heard that Taoist priest Xianshen was the one who gave him the name. A divine sword even fell from the sky on the day he was born. It seemed like the things people said about him were false, and the Taoist priest Xianshen that everyone talked about was probably fake. His talent in the sword doctrine is not extraordinary. On the contrary, it is extremely ordinary. Lin Yi too was disappointed. He knew why Zhu Yunfeng had invited him over. He was also looking forward to teaching a genius of the sword doctrine to start his journey. In the end, it was not going to happen. Brat, go and practice the sword skills again. If there still isn't any essence in your drill, I will break your legs. Zhu Yunfeng yelled. I have already shown you the sword skills that I understood. Even if I do it again, it will be the same, Jian Wushuang said calmly. Bastard! Zhu Yunfeng was enraged. Lin Yi could not take it anymore and said, Brother Yunfeng, your son might not have seen what the true sword skills really meant and cannot understand the true essence of the sword doctrine. There is no point forcing him to do this. How about this? We can just leave things as they are. We can find him some cultivators whose expertise is in sword doctrine to teach him the basics. I will come and visit again after a period of time. Thank you very much, Brother Lin Yi, Zhu Yunfeng said. No problem. With this, I shall take my leave. Lin Yi turned and left. I will send you off, Brother Lin Yi. Zhu Yunfeng stood up and said. Jian Wushuang remained in the middle of the training field. He looked at Lin Yi's back view and shook his head. Looks like I overestimated him. As a peak chaotic realm expert from the absolute beginning divine world and one of top 30 in his understanding of the sword doctrine in the Anjou prefecture, I thought that he would at least be a beginner in the sword doctrine realm. He should have seen the true essence of the 9 styles I just practiced. The results? Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. In reality, it was not that there was no essence in the drill that Jian Wushuang had just done. On the contrary, he had made the extremely complicated, complex 9 styles into simple, ordinary sword swings. However, these ordinary 9 styles were very powerful. It was a pity that Zhu Yunfeng and Lin Yi could not see it. Even though Zhu Yunfeng was a half-step divine demon, his expertise was in using his fists to beat foes. His expertise was not in the sword doctrine. Hence it was normal that he could not see through the 9 moves Jian Wushuang had just done. Lin Yi also could not fully understand his drills. Jian Wushuang now knew that Lin Yi had yet to step foot into the true sword doctrine realm. If he had been in the sword doctrine realm, he could definitely have seen from Jian Wushuang's drill how extraordinary the 9 styles were. Someone who has yet to step foot into the sword doctrine realm wants to instruct me, who has already reached initial success and is close to the profound realm. In sword doctrine, Jian Wushuang felt odd. Zhu Yunfeng returned to the training field soon after. You brat, you really dragged my reputation today. Zhou Yunfeng roared in anger before coming into view. Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders. He was not afraid at all. Zhu Yun Feng appeared behind Jian Wushuang. Brat, starting today for the next 3 days, you will stay within your room and will not leave. Stay inside and reflect upon your actions. Zhuo Yunfeng stared at Jian Wushuang. Even though he was scolding him with anger in his eyes, he was not delivering a harsh punishment. Zhuo Yunfeng was a person who would speak harshly to you, but still love you more than ever. He looked like he was about to scold and hit Jian Wushuang. In reality, in the 8 years since Jian Wushuang had been born, he had never punished him before. Even though Zui Yufeng felt embarrassed and disappointed in Jian Wushuang, he knew that talent in sword doctrine was something one was born with. Hence, he merely told Jian Wushuang to go and reflect in his room. Jian Wushuang would spend most of his time in his room on exploring and studying different types of books written on jade bamboo strips. To him, this was no punishment. Yes, Jian Wushuang answered before going back to his room obediently. Chapter 2302. I am not going, even though Zhu Yufeng was disappointed in Jian Wushuang and questioned Jian Wushuang's talent in the sword doctrine. He did not give up. He invited 4 experts who cultivated the sword doctrine to teach Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang cooperated obediently. Even Lin Yi, who was an expert in peak chaotic realm and ranked in the top 30 in his understanding of the sword doctrine within the Anjou prefecture, could not see how skilled Jian Wushuang was. How could these ordinary experts in the chaotic realm see through it? They all thought that Jian Wushuang had only just started learning how to use a sword. Jian Wushuang would fool these experts and Zhuo Yunfeng by showing how much he improved every now and then. Jian Wushuang lived and regained his power in peace. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Jian Wushuang was 10 years old. Every century, the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion will recruit disciples. Wushuang, this is a perfect chance for you to become a powerful expert. I have already arranged for you to go and try out the recruitment test with a few other young disciples from the Lin family, Zhu Yunfeng said. Misty Rain Sword Pavilion? Jian Wushuang raised his gaze. Over the 10 years since he had been reborn in the absolute beginning divine world, Jian Wushuang would read the news to know more about the domain he was living in. Jian Wushuang knew about the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion. The Misty Rain Sword Pavilion had been created by an extremely powerful chaotic divine demon who excelled at the sword doctrine 100,000 years ago. Initially, it had been a small pavilion. When the creator broke through into a whole new power level, the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion also became a top-tier clan that was located around the Anjou prefecture. It was extremely well known even in the Wuxia Barren region. To any cultivators who practiced the sword doctrine, the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion would definitely be a good choice if they decided to go there. Father, I do not want to go to the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion. Jian Wushuang rejected his father's suggestion. All Jian Wushuang was thinking of now was to stay here and recover his power peacefully. When he finally got back to his prime, he could venture out and join a clan of choice. Even if he were to join a clan, it would not be Misty Rain Sword Pavilion. It was not that Jian Wushuang looked down on the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion on purpose. Once he got back his prime power, he would be a chaotic divine demon. Furthermore, he was a perfect chaotic life form. Hence his fighting power would easily be top tier amongst the chaotic divine demons. Misty Rain Sword Pavilion did not have the ability to guide him. He felt that the Wuxia Barren region was too small a place for him. Jian Wushuang had already made plans for himself. However, when Zhui Yunfeng heard what he said, he glared at Jian Wushuang and questioned, "Brat, what did you say?" I said, "I am not going to join the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion." Jian Wushuang said, You! Zhui Yunfeng was enraged. He pointed at Jian Wushuang and roared, "Brat! Do you know what the Misty Rain Pavilion is like? That place is a clan that focuses on the study of sword doctrine. There are numerous experts inside. The number of chaotic realm and divine demon experts that are there are like the number of strands of hair on a cow. There may even be an expert in a realm higher than a divine demon. This is a good learning opportunity for you, and now you're telling me that you will not go there? All of the geniuses in the sword doctrine in the Wuxia Barren region desire to enter the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion to cultivate. Now you have the chance to do so. You're telling me that you will not go? Other people might want to go there, but I am not interested, Jian Wushuang said directly. Bastard, are you trying to make me mad? Rage burned within Zhu Yanfeng's eyes. He quickly contained his anger before he said in a sincere and earnest tone, Wushuang, I told you before that this world is not as calm and peaceful as you think. On the contrary, the absolute beginning divine world is filled with danger. You are only 12 years old. You may not feel it now as you have been by your parents' side since the day you are born. One day we will leave you. At that point in time, only you will be able to help and protect yourself. You will need power to do that. Power is the key to survival in this world. Wherever you go, people will only respect the powerful, just like your older sister and brother. They understand this. This is why your sister left 100 over years ago, when she was 14, and entered a clan to cultivate. She will return once in a while. The last time she returned around 20 years ago, she was already at the chaotic realm. You have not met your older sister before, so let us talk about your older brother, Zhuopeng. Soon after you were born, he joined a clan to get stronger so that he could protect himself in the future. Zhu Yunfeng thought that Jian Wushuang was young and did not understand how dangerous the world was. He was trying to educate Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang heard this and was speechless. Before Zhu Yunfeng could finish speaking, Jian Wushuang interrupted and said, Father, I understand what you are saying. However, I really do not want to go to the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion. I just want to stay at home, quietly. Won't it be the same as those 4 uncles who teach me about the sword doctrine every day? Of course it is not the same. The 4 uncles are only in the chaotic realm. They are not proficient in their sword skills compared to the experts from the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion. Father, no matter what you say, I will not go to the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion. Jian Wushuang pursed his lips and said, What a defiant child! Zhuo Yunfeng was enraged. Luo Xinqin, who was sitting to one side, said, Husband, since Wushuang does not want to go to the Misty Rain Pavilion, let him be. After all, he is still so young. Why not let him join a clan after a few years when he is as old as Zhuopeng was when he left? That is not a good idea. Wushuang is extremely talented. The more talented you are, the earlier you should start cultivating under the guidance of powerful experts. This will allow one to get even more powerful in the future. Zhuo Yunfeng said, Now that Wushuang is not willing to go, what can you do? Are you going to force Wushuang to do the recruitment test? Luo Xinqin glared at Zhu Yunfeng. Jian Wushuang then muttered quietly, Even if you force me to go, I will not take the recruitment test seriously. I will not get accepted. Hearing this, Zhu Yunfeng laughed bitterly and felt helpless. Chapter 2303 Lin family. Zhu Yunfeng gave up trying to get him to join the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion after multiple rejections from Jian Wushuang and with Luo Xinqin's protection. However, Zhu Yunfeng did not give up on trying to get Jian Wushuang to join a clan to get the best teachers. He felt that Jian Wushuang would only get the best training if he entered a clan. No matter which clan he introduced to Jian Wushuang, he would be rejected firmly. Zhu Yunfeng felt extremely helpless. He scolded Jian Wushuang many times on how he had never made any effort to improve. Jian Wushuang ignored all of the scoldings. Time passed quickly, and soon Jian Wushuang was 12, and he was still living in the governor's palace within Incineration Moon City. Jian Wushuang was 12 years and 6 months old. It was winter time, and snow was falling from the sky like the feathers of a bird. The entire Incineration Moon City was covered in a lining of white. Within the governor's palace, Jian Wushuang sat under a tree, holding a jade bamboo strip in his hands. A sword skill had been recorded on the jade bamboo strip. This sword skill was not difficult, but it was also not easy. Jian Wushuang had been studying this sword skill for around 3 months. Jian Wushuang finally put down the jade bamboo strip. After 3 months, I finally understand this sword skill. It is a pity that this sword skill is too low level. Even though it contains space-time rules of order, it is far too little. It does not help me in my understanding of the space-time rules of order. Jian Wushuang sighed lightly. Over the past few years, Jian Wushuang had stopped studying the events and myths of the absolute beginning divine world. He had been studying secret skills and honing his sword skills. Zhui Yunfeng was in the half-step divine demon realm. He was considered a powerful expert within the Anzhou prefecture. After all, there are not many divine demons within the Anzhou prefecture. On top of that, Zhui Yunfeng was the governor of a city and had good relations with the Lin family. Their foundation was solid as there were several types of secret skills and sword skills within the governor's palace. During the past few years, Jian Wushuang had already browsed and studied all of the secret skills and martial art skills. The sword skill that Jian Wushuang had just put down was one of the sword skills he was interested in. 12 years. I still need some time before I can get back to my prime. As for my understanding of the sword doctrine and rules of order, I have improved. However, this speed is far too slow. If I have sword skills of an even higher level for me to study or meditate on, I will improve faster, Jian Wushuang muttered. The quiet governor's palace suddenly became noisy. Many footsteps could be heard from the front yard. Many of the maids and servants were rushing out. Xiao Man, Jian Wushuang, stopped one of the maids who was rushing out. Prince. The maid stopped and greeted Jian Wushuang. What is happening? Where are all of you rushing? Jian Wushuang asked. Prince, we received a message from the master that an important guest is here. Master is already on his way. He told us to prepare as well, the maid replied. An important guest? Who is it? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. It seems like the head of the Lin family is here, the maid replied. Head of the Lin family? Jian Wushuang nodded his head and understood why there was a ruckus. Anzhou Prefecture was just one of the many prefectures within the Wuxia Barren region. Even though it was only a single prefecture, it was gigantic. The size was about the same as the Green Fire World. Within the Anzhou Prefecture, the most powerful was the governor of the prefecture, who was also a top-tier divine demon. Below the governor, there would be 6 top-tier families within the Anzhou Prefecture. Each of these families was like an overlord within the Anzhou Prefecture. Each family would have around 2 or 3 divine demons. The most powerful 2 families now had 4. The Lin family was one of the 6 top-tier families. As the head of the Lin family, he was the main pillar of support and was definitely an important figure. He was much more powerful than a small city governor like Zhou Yunfeng. The reason why the head of the Lin family was there at the governor's palace of the Incineration Moon City was because of Jian Wushuang's father, Zhui Yunfeng. They were extremely good friends. Back when the head of the Lin family had still been in the chaotic realm, he had ventured out together with Zhui Yunfeng. They were brothers who had experienced life and death situations together. Hence, Zhui Yunfeng was on very good terms with the Lin family. It is my father's 1600th birthday tomorrow. The head of the Lin family must be here to celebrate the birthday with him. Jian Wushuang could guess the reason why the head of the Lin family was here. The Lin family and Zhui Yunfeng were brothers who went through thick and thin together. Every time something good occurred within Zhui Yunfeng's home, the head of the Lin family would send over a generous gift. For example, when Jian Wushuang was born, the head of the Lin family had sent a very generous gift. The head of the Lin family had been free around this time and came down to attend Zhui Yunfeng's birthday celebration personally. Birthday. Back in the eternal chaotic world, everyone lives for a very long time and hence people tend to forget their birthday. In the absolute beginning divine world, A cultivator will celebrate his birthday once every 100 years. Jian Wushuang smiled to himself. As the head of the Lin family was there, his parents and the entire governor's palace treated this seriously. He did not care. He whipped out another jade bamboo strip and started reading. A figure in green clothes walked in from outside the garden. Jian Wushuang looked up at the figure. It was a teenage boy who was around 14 or 15 years old. He wore expensive clothes and looked naive. When the teenage boy stepped into the garden, he instantly spotted Jian Wushuang, who was sitting under a tree. "Hi, little one. Where is Prince Jian Wushuang?" The teenage boy in green clothes asked directly. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. Back in the eternal chaotic world, he had lived for nearly 100,000 years, and people had called him an old monster. However, the teenage boy was around 14 years old. Even Zhui Yunfeng, who had lived for 1,600 years, was far younger than Jian Wushuang. And this teenage boy was calling him little one? Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and replied without looking at the teenage boy, "Are you looking for something?" "Of course. I heard that he was born because of swords. When he was born, a divine sword came down from the heavens. I am also an expert of the sword doctrine and am unconvinced of how talented he is. Since I have finally received a chance to come to Incineration Moon City, I want to duel with him," the teenage boy in green clothes said. Chapter 23. Oh, for duel. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. "Little one, if I am not wrong, you are Jian Wushuang." The teenage boy stared at Jian Wushuang and said, "Yes, I am." Jian Wushuang nodded his head and said, "Ha, that is great. Jian Wushuang, I am Lin Yan. I hereby challenge you. Come, fight me." Lin Yan said as he took out a sword. Jian Wushuang was not interested in this battle, even though Lin Yan was hyped up about it. "Sorry, I reject your challenge." Jian Wushuang shook his head and said, "Reject? Haha, you won't be able to reject my challenge. Watch out." Lin Yan smiled in an eerie way. Lin Yan attacked. A sword light lit up as the snow seemed to stop falling. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He would not feel threatened by Lin Yan no matter what he did. However, he was surprised when he saw the sword skill that Lin Yan used. He could see that the sword skill was of a high level, much higher than the sword skill he had been studying previously. It was a pity that such an incredible skill had such a poor effect when Lin Yan used it. Jian Wushuang sat on a stone bench. He simply moved to the side and dodged the sword easily. "Oh, did you dodge it?" Again, Lin Yan's eyes lit up in excitement. Lin Yan started to cast another attack. "Lin Yan, what are you doing?" A deep voice was heard as Lin Yan stopped what he was doing. Jian Wushuang looked over at the entrance of the garden. He saw a fierce middle-aged man in silver clothes walking in alongside Zhu Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin. This middle-aged man in silver clothes was the head of the Lin family, Lin Taifeng. "Father." Lin Yan became obedient when he saw his father. "What is happening?" Lin Taifeng placed his hands behind his back and looked over. Zhu Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin were also wondering what was going on. "Nothing much. I heard that Uncle Zhu's son is Jian Wushuang, and that he excels in the sword doctrine. I am excited to have a duel with him," Lin Yan said. "Is that the case?" Lin Taifeng raised his eyebrows. "Ha! Nephew is only 2 years older than Wushuang, and they are peers. It would be normal for them to have a duel." Zhu Yunfeng smiled. "So, how did the duel go?" Lin Taifeng asked. "We had only just started our duel when you came in." Lin Yan then turned to Jian Wushuang and said, "Jian Wushuang, now both of our fathers are here. Fight me head-on. I want to see if you are really talented." Lin Taifeng, Zhu Yunfeng, and the others smiled at this, and it did not seem like they intended to step in. Zhu Yunfeng was hoping that Lin Yan would fight Jian Wushuang to teach him a lesson. "If you are weak, You would be bullied and there would be nothing you could do about it. This could serve as a wake-up call so that Jian Wushuang would no longer reject his offers of going to a clan to cultivate. Jian Wushuang saw everyone's expressions and smiled. Okay, I will have a duel with you. However, it will be too boring if it is a normal duel. Let us add a bet. You want to make a bet? Sure. What do you want to stake? Lin Yan was excited. Simple. I want the sword skill that you just cast, Jian Wushuang said directly. My sword skill? That sword skill is sword principle snow congelation. Only certain core disciples within the Lin family can learn it. No outsiders are allowed to learn this. Lin Yan frowned and said. Lin Taifeng smiled. Brother Yunfeng is a brother to me. Wushuang is not an outsider. He can learn the sword principle, snow congelation. Hearing this, Lin Yan nodded his head. All right, my father has agreed to let you learn it. If you lose, I do not need sword skills from you. How about this? You will stay with me for a year and become my sword boy. A sword boy was a servant dedicated to another to refine their sword skills. Lin Yan was the son of the head of the Lin family. He had his own personal sword boys at home. However, how could they compare to Jian Wushuang? Lin Yan got extremely excited thinking of the idea that the famous Jian Wushuang would become his sword boy. Ling Taifeng knitted his eyebrows tightly and said, Lin Yan, don't be disrespectful. He was thinking that if the son of his brother became his own son's sword boy, things would get complicated. Okay, Jian Wushuang said this. Ling Taifeng was shocked. Zhuo Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin also raised their eyebrows. They had never thought that Jian Wushuang would agree. Didn't that mean that Jian Wushuang would become a sword boy if he lost? Where does this little one get his confidence from? Lin Yan is incredibly talented in the sword doctrine, and he is 2 years older than Wushuang. Zhu Yunfeng knitted his eyebrows and said, Husband. Luo Xinqin looked over. Don't panic. Let's watch. Zhu Yunfeng signaled Luo Xinqin. Lin Taifeng also noticed the change of mood in Zhu Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin. He said, Brother Yunfeng, Lin Yan is just messing around. Please do not take it seriously. If I am not wrong, seeing how confident Wushuang is, I am afraid that the sword principle snow congelation will become his. Lin Taifeng was speaking the truth. He had heard of Jian Wushuang before. He knew that Jian Wushuang was extremely talented in the sword doctrine. Even though Lin Yan was 2 years older than Jian Wushuang, he had no confidence in his own son. Hearing this, Zhu Yunfeng smiled bitterly. Brother Lin might not know of this, but actually Wushuang is not as talented as the outside world has claimed. Wushuang is talented at sword doctrine, but he is definitely not as powerful as Lin Yan. Oh! Lin Taifeng was stunned. Brother Lin, he knows about this as well. You can ask him, Zhu Yunfeng said. Lin Yi. Lin Taifeng waved his hand, and Lin Yi walked up to him. Clan Master, City Governor Zhuo is speaking the truth. He asked to guide the little one on the path of the sword doctrine 4 years ago. I agreed and came here to test how talented he is in the sword doctrine. He is not very talented. During the test, he also seemed very confident, Lin Yi said. Really? Jian Wushuang's name was given to him by Taoist priest Shen himself. There shouldn't have been any mistake. It doesn't matter anymore. Let's watch them, Lin Taifeng said. Chapter 2305. The fight under the gaze of the Zhuo Yunfeng couple. Lin Taifeng and the rest, Jian Wushuang and Lin Yan, walked to the center of the garden. When they reached the center of the garden, Lin Yan held his sword up and told Jian Wushuang, Draw your sword. Sword. Jian Wushuang smiled. Everyone was confused when they saw him walk over to the tree at the side and pick up a tree branch about 30 centimeters long. This is my sword. Jian Wushuang waved at Lin Yan and said, Jian Wushuang, are you trying to humiliate me? Lin Yan exploded with rage. The spectators knitted their eyebrows in confusion. They thought that Jian Wushuang was being arrogant. Even if Jian Wushuang had a terrifying talent in the sword doctrine, he had been tested for it, and he was facing a child who was 2 years older than him. How could he beat him with just a branch? Wushuang is usually a thoughtful kid. Why is he doing all these nonsensical things when it comes to swordplay? Does he really want to become a sword boy? Luo Xinqin said, "Humph, who knows? I realized he has been under my protection all along and has never tasted failure before. If he loses to Lin Yan today, I will definitely send him over to the Lin family to become a sword boy," thought Zhu Yunfeng as he clenched his fists tightly. Everyone thought that Jian Wushuang was being too arrogant and had underestimated Lin Yan. The only people who would not think so were those who knew who he really was. Jian Wushuang was an old monster who had lived for around 100,000 years. He would be making a joke of himself if he were to use the Blood Mountain sword in a duel with a kid around 14 years old. However, Jian Wushuang felt that he was bullying Lin Yan as by even using a branch. If he wanted to humiliate the Lin family, he could beat Lin Yan even without a branch. "Humph, since you want to become a sword boy so badly, I will fulfill your wishes. However, since I am 2 years older than you, I will be in a higher realm compared to you. To be fair, I will not use my divine power at all. We will only compete in terms of our sword skills," Lin Yan said through clenched teeth. "That is no need for that. Just use all the power you have. That way, you will be convinced about your eventual defeat. You are in the early stage of transformed God realm. I have also reached this stage." Jian Wushuang smiled. As he said this, a wave of divine power surged from his body. Lin Yan was shocked. From the aura that was radiating from Jian Wushuang, he could sense that Jian Wushuang was as powerful as him. Early stage of transformed God realm? He has reached this stage and he is only 12? Lin Taifeng and Lin Yi looked over in surprise. Even Zhu Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin were stunned. The type of cultivation done in the eternal chaotic world was different too in the absolute beginning divine world. Hence the stages of cultivation were also named differently. Within the absolute beginning divine world, a cultivator would start as a practice god. In this realm, there were a total of 13 steps. Each step was a huge breakthrough. With how abundant spiritual energy was in the absolute beginning divine world, any genius could finish the 13 steps quickly. After practice, God was transformed God. A transformed God was equal to a universe God back in the eternal chaotic world. A universe God would turn all of the spiritual energy he accumulated into pure divine power. This was the same in the transformed God realm. The only difference was that one had to pass the universe God trial to become a universe God, while there wasn't a trial to become a transformed God. What came after the transformed God realm was the pure sun realm, which was also the equivalent of a real God. After the pure sun realm was the chaotic realm, then the divine demon realm. The divine demon realm was also referred to as a chaotic divine demon. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator would become a transformed god by the time he turned 18. People like Lin Yan would be considered geniuses, as he was a transformed god at the young age of 12. But now, Jian Wushuang had also shown that he was in the early stage, transformed god realm. Based on the aura, Jian Wushuang's divine power seemed purer that of Lin Yan. "Husband, do you know when Wushuang entered the transformed God realm?" Luo Xinqin asked. "Nope. This little one never reveals too much about himself. Even though I did take note of his cultivation base, based on my judgment, I thought he was in the 10th or 11th step of the practice God realm. I never thought that he had become a transformed God." Zhu Yunfeng shook his head and said, "He was pleasantly surprised." Yes, he was pleasantly surprised. Even though he did not know how good Jian Wushuang's sword skills were, at least his cultivation base was good. "Humph, your cultivation base is not weak. It is a pity that we are competing with our sword skills," Lin Yan stared at Jian Wushuang and said, "Come, attack me as you like." Jian Wushuang smiled casually. Lin Yan attacked without hesitation. He dashed forward and swung the sword he held in his hand. A cold sword light was seen as the snow froze in the air. He was still using sword principle, snow congelation. He did not hold back anymore after finding out that Jian Wushuang was not a weakling. Jian Wushuang also moved when Lin Yan attacked. Hum! A soft hum was heard. The cold sword light was nowhere to be seen. The surrounding snow continued to fall to the ground. The entire garden was completely silent. Lin Yan's eyes widened in surprise. He stood there as a branch was pushed up against his chest. "You lost." Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. Silence. The entire garden was silent. Everyone was speechless. Even Lin Taifeng and the adults who stood around him were quiet. "Lin Yi, your understanding of the sword doctrine is the deepest among us. Did you see what Jian Wushuang did?" Lin Taifeng asked with a deep voice. Lin Yi stuttered. He shook his head, and before he finally said, "No, I did not see what Jian Wushuang did." "What?" Lin Taifeng and Zhuo Yunfeng were shocked again. Neither of them were experts in the sword doctrine. It was understandable that they could not see what Jian Wushuang had done. On the other hand, Lin Yi specialized in the sword doctrine, and his understanding of the sword doctrine should have been in the top 30 within the Anjou prefecture. Even he did not know how Jian Wushuang attacked. Chapter 2306. A duel with sword skill. Are you kidding? Zhuo Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin looked at each other in disbelief. Impossible. Another roar was heard. Lin Yan took 2 steps back before he attacked again. This time, he used the strongest sword skill he had mastered. The sword light traveled very quickly and mercilessly as it targeted Jian Wushuang. The sword light seemed as though it was about to tear Jian Wushuang into 2. "Watch closely." Lin Taifeng, Zhuo Yufeng, and the other adults used their soul powers to track Jian Wushuang's movement. When Lin Yan attacked, Jian Wushuang was ready. He took a step forward. Before Lin Yan could land his blow, the branch hit Lin Yan's wrist at lightning speed. A loud slap could be heard as Lin Yan felt a stinging pain in his wrist. His attack crumbled instantly as he dropped his sword to the ground. "You still want to continue the duel?" Jian Wushuang smiled at Lin Yan. Lin Yan was completely taken aback. Wow, the little one can see the flaw in Lin Yan's sword skills easily. Furthermore, he didn't even use any sword skills. He only used the most simple sword moves, and he still defeated Lin Yan easily. A flash of excitement was seen in Lin Taifeng's eyes as he looked over at Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, can you easily defeat Lin Yan using a branch without the use of sword skills?" Lin Yi was taken aback. He answered honestly, "If I can use sword skills, I will be able to defeat Lin Yan easily. If I don't use sword skills, I can still defeat Lin Yan, but I won't be able to do it as easily and smoothly as this little one did. Furthermore, there is no way I could detect a flaw in Lin Yan's sword skills, make a decision, and strike so accurately. This also means that his understanding of the sword doctrine is deeper than yours." Lin Taifeng squinted his eyes and asked. Lin Yi fell silent. As much as he did not want to admit it, it did seem like Jian Wushuang's understanding of the sword doctrine surpassed his. "Humph! And you said so confidently that this little one had no talent in the sword doctrine? His talent is not as terrifying as the people outside claim it to be? And you said you personally tested his talent in the sword doctrine?" Lin Taifeng scolded. This, Lin knitted his eyebrows. He did not reply. Instead, he walked up to Jian Wushuang. At that moment, the battle between Lin Yan and Jian Wushuang had stopped. Lin Yan was not stupid. After losing to Jian Wushuang twice, he knew that Jian Wushuang's sword skills were far superior to his. He would not attack a 3rd time. That would make him seem like a sore loser. Little one. Lin Yi came up to Jian Wushuang and asked in a deep voice, "For years ago when I tested your talent in the sword doctrine, did you take my test seriously? Or did you hide your true power?" Lin Yi thought this was what had actually happened. He felt that it would be unbelievable if Jian Wushuang had a greater understanding of the sword doctrine than him at this young age. Jian Wushuang had to be insanely talented in the sword doctrine for that to be true. But with this talent, how is it possible that Lin Yi did not see any essence when Jian Wushuang practiced the sword principle Beiming 4 years ago? Hearing this, Jian Wushuang shook his head slowly and said, "No, I did the drill seriously." "Then why was there no essence in your drill? Is it because I made it too complicated and you could not understand initially?" Lin Yi asked curiously. "I understood it and did the drill properly." "It was you who did not understand my drill," Jian Wushuang said. "I did not understand you drill." Lin Yi was stunned before he asked, "What do you mean?" "Why don't I show it to you? We shall have a duel with sword skills right here, right now. I will use the sword principle Beiming that I learned 4 years ago. As for Uncle Lin Yi, you can use whatever sword skills you like," Jian Wushuang said indifferently and confidently. "You want to have a duel with me?" Lin Yi raised his eyebrows before he turned back and looked at Lin Taifeng. Lin Taifeng nodded his head in approval. "Okay, little one, are you going to use a branch in this duel with me?" Lin Yi looked at Jian Wushuang as he drew his sword. "For me, anything can become a sword. The sword skills that I use when I hold a branch are not much weaker than when I use the same skill when I am holding an actual sword." Jian Wushuang smiled. "What an arrogant one. I want to see if you can really beat me with your branch." Lin Yi smiled. "Attack me." Jian Wushuang held his branch with one hand and placed the other behind his back. He stood there and waited calmly. "I am starting." Lin Yi dashed forward and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. He swung his sword in an eerie manner as it headed for Jian Wushuang's throat. It was so fast that the spectators could only see a blurred shadow of the sword. "Husband." Luo Xinqin looked worried. She knew this strike was powerful, and she was afraid that Jian Wushuang would get injured. "Don't worry. Brother Lin Yi knows his limits. He has suppressed his divine power and is only using the power at the level of the early stage, transformed God. Jian Wushuang should be able to deflect this attack, given his understanding of the sword doctrine," Zhu Yunfeng said, trying to calm his wife down. Zhu Yunfeng severely underestimated Jian Wushuang. When Lin Yi attacked, Jian Wushuang moved as well. He smiled lightly. A soft hum that came from a sword could be heard. Jian Wushuang swung the branch he held in his hands. This swing was extremely ordinary and seemed as though it did not contain any essence at all. From the sword momentum, it did seem like this sword skill was one of the styles from sword principle Beiming. This ordinary swing collided with the sword light from Lin Yi almost instantly. When the two blades struck each other, the long sword in Lin Yi's hands turned slightly from the force from the branch. "What?" Lin Yi was shocked. Lin Taifeng, Zhu Yunfeng, and the others were in disbelief. Even though Lin Yi had suppressed his own divine power to the level that Jian Wushuang was at, Lin Yi's strike should have been more powerful given that he was using an actual blade and not a tree branch. The results: Lin Yi was overpowered by Jian Wushuang. The branch then went around the long sword before stopping on Lin Yi's chest. Chapter 23:07 Initial Success in the Sword Doctrine Realm Wush. Lin Yi took a few steps back after the branch collided with him before he steadied himself. After he regained his balance, he was stunned and speechless. "I lost." Lin Taifeng, Zhu Yunfeng, and the other spectators were in disbelief. An expert in the peak chaotic realm, whose understanding of the sword doctrine was in the top 30 within the whole of Anjou Prefecture, had lost to a kid who was only 12 years old and who used a branch in a duel. He had lost after one move. He was completely suppressed and had no way to fight back. Lin Yi's thoughts were disrupted. He knew that the sword skill that Jian Wushuang had just cast was indeed sword principle Beiming. However, the sword skill that Jian Wushuang had just used contained no essence at all. It was an ordinary, dull strike, and it was this very ordinary and dull strike that had defeated him. How did this happen? Lin Yi was confused. Just then, Lin Taifeng's face turned serious as he said, "That little one, that sword skill was not ordinary. On the contrary, it was extremely exquisite and skilled. Even though it seems ordinary, it was extremely complex. It's just that Jian Wushuang cast it in a clean and smooth way. Under normal circumstances, only those have reached a peak in their understanding of the sword principle Beiming could cast this sword skill in such a simple manner." Reach the peak? But Wushuang only saw Brother Lin Yi demonstrate this sword skill once 4 years ago. Back then, it also seemed that it was ordinary and simple when Wushuang did the drill. He watched it once, and he managed to fully understand the sword skill. Zhuo Yunfeng was surprised. "It is highly likely." Ling Taifeng nodded his head. Lin Yi was completely speechless. It seemed like Jian Wushuang had understood the sword principle Beiming 4 years ago and had done the drill perfectly, because Wushuang's understanding of this sword skill was far above Lin Yi's. Lin Yi thought that Jian Wushuang had not understood the essence of the sword skill. In reality, Wushuang's talent was far greater than he could ever imagine. "Brother Zhuo, if I am not wrong, your son has stepped into the sword doctrine realm and is at least at the initial success stage," Lin Taifeng said. "Initial success in the sword doctrine realm." Zhuo Yunfeng widened his eyes. Husband Wushuang's understanding of the sword doctrine is so much deeper as compared to Lin Yi. He is only in the initial success stage of the sword doctrine realm. Luo Xinqin frowned as she asked, "What do you think?" The initial success in the sword doctrine realm that Brother Lin mentioned is the true sword doctrine realm. It is completely different from the normal sword doctrine everyone is talking about. With Brother Lin Yi's understanding of the sword doctrine, and being in the top 30 within the Anjou prefecture, he has yet to meet the criteria to break through into the sword doctrine realm. Zhuo Yunfeng looked over at Zhuo Xinqin and said in a serious tone, "Even Lin Yi has yet to meet the criteria necessary to enter the sword doctrine realm." Luo Xinqin was stunned. She was only in the chaotic realm. She was unlike Zhuo Yunfeng and Lin Taifeng, who understood more about the division of power. Lin Yi, who she thought had a very good understanding of the sword doctrine, had yet to even meet the criteria to enter the sword doctrine realm. It is not easy to meet the criteria to enter the sword doctrine realm. There are countless experts in the sword doctrine within the Anjou prefecture. However, the number of these experts who are in the sword doctrine realm is limited, and Lin Yi is not one of them. As for initial success in the sword doctrine realm, it requires an even higher level of understanding of the sword doctrine compared to just meeting the criteria to enter the sword doctrine realm. As far as I know, there is only one person within the entire Anjou prefecture who has reached this level. That man was the previous head of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Yin. He has decided to shut himself off from the world. Zhuge Yin? Isn't he a chaotic divine demon? Does this mean that Jian Wushuang's understanding of the sword doctrine is comparable to a chaotic divine demon's? Luo Xinqin was surprised. Yes, and most chaotic divine demons who use the sword might not even have as deep of an understanding of the sword doctrine as Jian Wushuang. Lin Taifeng nodded his head heavily. Hearing this, Zhuo Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin sucked in a cold breath. Jian Wushuang had stayed quietly beside them for 12 years. They only found out today that their son's understanding of the sword doctrine was at such a level, unrivaled in the sword doctrine. Looks like the name that Taoist priest Xian Shen gave Jian Wushuang was correct. Jian Wushuang being at initial success in the sword doctrine realm at the age of 12 is really incredible. I have never heard of anyone else who has achieved this, Lin Taifeng exclaimed. This brat. We cannot let his talent in the sword doctrine go to waste. We should send him into those powerful clans where he can develop properly. Zhuo Yunfeng clenched his fists tightly and thought to himself. Jian Wushuang walked over with Lin Yi. Lin Yi was looking at Jian Wushuang as though he was a freak. Lin Yan, do not forget our bet. Jian Wushuang looked at Lin Yan and said. Lin Yan was already speechless. He had never thought that Jian Wushuang's understanding of the sword doctrine could be even deeper than that of Lin Yi. Was he really just a 12-year-old child? Lin Yan trembled slightly as he looked at his dad when he heard what Jian Wushuang said. Don't worry, little one. The people of the Lin family keep their words. If it is okay with you, you can even come with me back to the Lin clan. You can choose and read a wide variety of secret skills and martial arts skills within our library. Lin Tifeng laughed heartily. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Brother Lin, you cannot do that. There are numerous secret skills within your family's library. Those were obtained through the blood and sweat of your ancestors. How can my son just go in and do what he likes? It is already an honor for him to get the sword principle snow congelation from you, Zhuo Yunfeng said. Brother Zhuo, we are brothers. Furthermore, Wushuang is incredibly talented. If he is brought up well, he will be very successful in the future. I fear that the library in my house will be too small for my dear nephew, Lai Taifeng said. He was speaking the truth. Lin Taifeng was a chaotic divine demon and the head of the Lin family. He was like an overlord, but after seeing how talented Jian Wushuang was, even he was shocked and in disbelief. He knew that if he told the outside world what he had seen today, everyone would be shocked as well. Countless clans would fight over this kid who was so incredibly talented in the sword doctrine. The Lin family was only powerful within the prefecture. It was impossible for them to guide Jian Wushuang far. All he could do was try his best to help his dear nephew. Chapter 2308. Enter the Lin mansion, Brother Lin. I thank you for your goodwill. However, Wushuang is a very stubborn boy. I tried my best to send him into a clan so that he could get the best teachers. He always rejects my offer. Now that you want him to go with you back to the Lin mansion, Zhuo Yunfeng said. Okay, I will go to the Lin mansion. Jian Wushuang interrupted Zhuo Yunfeng and said, What? Zhuo Yunfeng was stunned as he looked at Jian Wushuang in disbelief. This brat, he had never wanted to leave the incineration moon city. What had happened to him today? Had he changed his mind? That is great. Lin Taifeng was elated. The Lin family would be honored if a kid as talented as Jian Wushuang would stay at their mansion for even a short period of time. How about this? We will celebrate your father's birthday tomorrow and we will leave the day after. Lin Taifeng said, No problem. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. The reason Jian Wushuang had agreed to go to the Lin mansion was not only because he could get access to the secret skills within their library, but he could also come back and visit any time he wanted to. He would not be able to do so if he joined a clan, as there were many restrictions. Just like his older brother Zhuo Peng and his eldest sister, who he had never met before, they would only come back once in a while. However, he could leave the Lin mansion whenever he wanted to. Furthermore, the Lin mansion was closely located to the incineration moon city. Seeing that Jian Wushuang agreed so readily, Zhuo Yunfeng was also happy. He was happy that Jian Wushuang was leaving home, now that he was going to the Lin mansion. Even though the Lin mansion was not as well known as some other clans, it was a big family, and there was a system in place to train and develop disciples. It also had a lot of resources necessary for cultivation. Zhuo Yunfeng believed that Jian Wushuang would not be treated unfairly given his close relations with Lin Tifeng. Jian Wushuang would be able to train and cultivate in a better environment. Everyone started preparing for Zhuo Yunfeng's birthday celebration. The birthday celebration went smoothly, and everyone was extremely happy. After the birthday celebration, Jian Wushuang left with Lin Taifeng for the Lin Mansion. Lin Mansion. The Lin family was one of the 6 top-tier families and had an extremely solid foundation. The Lin Mansion occupied thousands of square feet, and it looked very majestic. Jian Wushuang entered the Lin Mansion under the guidance of Lin Taifeng. Lin Taifeng gave the order that Jian Wushuang could go enter the secret skill pavilion as he liked and could study any martial art skills or secret skills he wanted. Furthermore, they were planning to give Jian Wushuang 3 times the amount of resources that their core disciple had. A core disciple in the transformed God realm would get 1 God transformation elixir, but Jian Wushuang would get 3. There was a ruckus within the Lin Mansion when everyone found out the treatment Jian Wushuang was getting. Jian Wushuang lived in a well-designed house which only an important guest could stay in. Jian Wushuang sat on a stone bench at the center of the garden with a jade bamboo strip in his hands. The contents of the jade bamboo strip was a copy of one of the secret skills that Jian Wushuang had seen in the secret skill pavilion. It was Sword Principle, Snow Congelation. This sword skill can make even snow freeze in the air. There is a trace of space-time rules of order within this sword skill. Jian Wushuang smiled. The space-time rules of order was extremely complex and complicated. If one mastered this sword skill and had a good understanding of the space-time rules of order, everything in this world would freeze in place when this sword skill was used. This was an incredible sword skill. Even though this sword skill is good, I do not have the ability to learn it yet. However, I can learn many things just by studying it and applying it to the time-space sword principle. Jian Wushuang started to focus on the content on the jade bamboo strip. Before long, Brother Wushuang, a loud voice was heard as 2 figures stepped into the garden. Jian Wushuang looked up. One of the 2 was Lin Yan. After Jian Wushuang had defeated Lin Yan a few days ago by using purely his sword skills, Lin Yan had no longer been arrogant and had stopped trying to compete with Jian Wushuang. Lin Yan was a straightforward man. After getting close to Jian Wushuang, he had started to treat Jian Wushuang as a brother. There was a young girl standing behind Lin Yan. She was around 12 or 13 years old. She looked pale and yellow and seemed delicate. Without a doubt, she was pretty. Prince Yan, is something up? Jian Wushuang asked, his eyes fixed on the jade bamboo strip in his hands. Haha, today is the day that the Lin Mansion gives out elixirs. I know that you will drown yourself in studying the sword doctrine. Hence, I have brought over the 3 God transformation elixir for you. Lin Yan opened his palm and Jian Wushuang saw 3 light purple elixirs. God transformation elixir. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. To any expert in the transformed God realm, this elixir would be extremely useful as it would make it easier for them to accumulate divine power. However, Jian Wushuang had reincarnated. He was already at the level of a chaotic divine demon. All he had to do was accumulate divine power. The God transformation elixir was not very useful for him. After all, he was a perfect chaotic life form. The amount of spiritual influence of heaven and earth he required for each stage of his cultivation was far too much. Furthermore, the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual influence of heaven and earth was insanely fast. He could absorb equal amounts of divine power within the 3 God transformation elixir within 1 day. This elixir was almost useless for him. You wouldn't be so nice unless you have something to ask me. So what do you want me to do for you? Jian Wushuang looked at Lin Yan and said, Ha, you saw through my plan. Lin Yan gave an awkward smile. He pulled over the young girl and said, Brother Wushuang, this is my cousin. She is about the same age as you and practices the sword doctrine. She is facing difficulty in one of the sword skills she is practicing. Hence, you want me to guide her? Jian Wushuang looked over and sighed. Yes. Lin Yan nodded his head before he said to Lin Qingqing, Cousin, tell Brother Wushuang about the problems you face. He can definitely solve them for you. Lin Qingqing knitted her eyebrows. She did not say anything and looked at Jian Wushuang with suspicion. Jian Wushuang was around the same age as her. How could one blame her for suspecting whether or not Jian Wushuang had the ability to guide her in her sword skills? Furthermore, even the experts in the pure sun realm and chaotic realm within the Lin Mansion could not solve her problem. Chapter 2309. Guidance. Jian Wushuang noticed that Lin Qingqing was questioning his ability. Jian Wushuang did not mind and said, "Which sword skill does she have problems with?" "Hazy Sword Principle," Lin Yan said. "Do you have a copy of the Hazy Sword Principle?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Yes." Lin Yan brought out a jade bamboo strip. Jian Wushuang took the jade bamboo strip and started reading it. Lin Yan and Lin Qingqing stood to the side and waited. "Brother Yan, he is the person you talked about that can solve the problem I face in my sword skills." Lin Qingqing asked softly. "Yes, it's him. Do not underestimate him. Even though he is young, his understanding of the sword doctrine is incredible. If anyone in the Lin Mansion can solve this problem, it will be him." Lin Yan smiled. "Really?" Lin Qingqing was still suspicious. Lin Yan smiled and did not continue to explain himself. The people of the Lin Mansion knew who Jian Wushuang was, but only Lin Taifeng, Lin Yi, and Lin Yan knew what he was capable of. Lin Yan knew that there shouldn't be anyone in the Anjou Prefecture who could compete with Jian Wushuang in their understanding of the sword doctrine, much less someone from the Lin Mansion. If even Jian Wushuang could not solve the problem Lin Qingqing had, there shouldn't be anyone in the Lin Mansion who could solve it. After half an hour, Jian Wushuang finally put down the jade bamboo strip. "Show me your sword skills," Jian Wushuang said. "Go, Qingqing," Lin Yan said. Even though Lin Qingqing was suspicious of Jian Wushuang, she still listened to Lin Yan and started doing a drill of the Hazy Sword Principle. Jian Wushuang smiled as he saw each style of the sword skill being performed by Lin Qingqing. Before long, Lin Qingqing finished the drill. She seemed more pale than ever and even started coughing slightly. "Brother Wushuang, do you know what is wrong?" Lin Yan asked. "Yes, it is simple. She is not fit to cultivate this sword skill," Jian Wushuang said up front. "Uncle Lin, he told me this before. Looks like I have to give up on this sword skill and learn other sword skills." Lin Qingqing looked at Jian Wushuang and shook her head. It was obvious that she was trembling. She had been practicing the Hazy Sword Principle for 2 years and had put in hard work to reach where she was today. Of course, she would be greatly affected when she had to give it up. Jian Wushuang then smiled again. "Actually, there is a way for you to not give up on this sword skill." "Huh?" Lin Qingqing looked over at Jian Wushuang, surprised. "Brother Wushuang, stop keeping us in suspense. What is the solution?" Lin Yan asked. "The reason why the Hazy Sword Principle is not suitable for her is because 3 of the styles in this sword skills are too overbearing and deadly, which causes waves of violent aura. Your cousin is a delicate young girl. She has yet to toughen up and hone herself in the outside world. After she grows up and ventures out, she will be able to control the violent aura when she becomes a more resolute lady. Then she will be able to use this sword skill without any repercussions. Of course, she cannot do that now. All she needs to do is to stop practicing those 3 styles within the sword skill. Then she will be all right." "That is it." Lin Yan understood Jian Wushuang's explanation. Lin Qingqing was still suspicious of Jian Wushuang. "Brother Wushuang, which 3 styles contain the violent auras?" Lin Yan then asked. "The 4th, 9th, and 13th style," Jian Wushuang said. "Qingqing, follow what Brother Wushuang said. Do a drill of the Hazy Sword Principle, but leave out those 3 styles," Lin Yan said. Lin Qingqing followed her cousin's instructions, but this time she skipped the 3 styles Jian Wushuang talked about. Soon, she finished the drill and stood there, shocked. She realized she was not hurt after leaving out those 3 styles. Were my problems really caused by those 3 styles? Ling Qingqing stared at Jian Wushuang and asked. Jian Wushuang then smiled and said, "Now the problem is solved." "Ha! Thanks a lot, Brother Wushuang." Lin Yan was overjoyed. "Thank you, older bro." Lin Qingqing also thanked Jian Wushuang, but she did not finish her sentence. She wanted to call Jian Wushuang her older brother, but then she realized Jian Wushuang was younger than her. "No problem. Just call him older brother. If he doesn't mind, even I will call him older brother." Lin Yan laughed. Jian Wushuang smiled and waved at both of them. The two of them left. Jian Wushuang dove right back into studying the sword skill he was holding. News of this incident soon spread among the higher-ups in the Lin mansion. The experts in the sword doctrine were stunned. Many of them had known of the problem Lin Qingqing had, but none of them had had any way to solve it. All they could do was to tell her to change to another sword skill. However, a 12-year-old kid had solved it? After they asked around, they were even more shocked when they knew that the 12-year-old kid was the famous Jian Wushuang. Many of these experts went to find Jian Wushuang for a duel. The results were even more shocking. Even though Jian Wushuang was young, his understanding of the sword doctrine was beyond their wildest expectations. Li Yi had the deepest understanding of the sword doctrine, and he was nowhere near Jian Wushuang's level. After these experts who cultivated the sword doctrine found out how incredible Jian Wushuang was, many of them put down their pride and asked Jian Wushuang for guidance. Jian Wushuang did not reject them. He was a guest in the Lin mansion. The Lin mansion treated him well by allowing him to browse any secret skills or martial art skills that could be found within their library. These skills were very beneficial for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang guiding these experts in the sword doctrine was his way of repaying the Lin family. Chapter 23:10 Snow. Cleave time passed in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang had been staying in the Lin mansion for 3 months. In the house that Jian Wushuang was staying in, just as Lin Yan was about to enter the garden, 2 people walked out from inside. They were 2 experts in the chaotic realm. They were chatting as they walked. I had never thought that there could be an expert in the Lin mansion who would have such an incredible understanding of the sword doctrine. What is more amazing is that he is a child aged 12. Little friend Wushuang is really incredible. His talent in the sword doctrine is unmatched. Taoist priest Xianxin is amazing. With this level of talent, he should be given 10 times the amount of resources of a core disciple. The 2 of them chatted casually. Lin Yan could hear what they were saying clearly. "Both of you." Lin Yan smiled. "Prince Yan." The 2 experts in the chaotic realm looked over and greeted. "Did both of you seek Brother Wushuang's guidance in the sword doctrine?" Lin Yan asked. "Yes. Both of us have learnt a lot from him," one of the experts said. "Yes, a lot." The other man nodded his head in approval. "Brother Wushuang is a guest here at the Lin mansion. He also needs to focus on his own cultivation. You can come and ask him once in a while, but please don't come and bother him consistently," Lin Yan said. "Of course. We have already benefited greatly from a single session. How could we be greedy and want more?" The 2 experts in the chaotic realm said. "That's right. Carry on." Lin Yan waved his hands, and the 2 experts in the chaotic realm left the place. Lin Yan then entered the garden that Jian Wushuang lived in. After he reached the garden, he saw Lin Yi. Jian Wushuang stood in the middle of the garden with his eyes closed. He held an ordinary sword in his hands. "Uncle Lin Yi, what is Brother Wushuang doing?" Lin Yi asked softly. "Looks like he is going to practice with a sword." "Practice?" Lin Yan raised his eyebrows. He realized that even though Jian Wushuang had been there for 3 months, he had only studied sword skills. He had never practiced at all. This was the first time Lin Yan had seen Jian Wushuang use a sword for practice. Lin Yan stood to the side quietly as he did not want to disturb Jian Wushuang. Spring was about to come, and this was the last snow this winter. Snowflakes filled the entire sky as they fell to the ground slowly. The floor of the entire garden was already covered with snow. Jian Wushuang held a sword with one hand and stood at the center of the garden. He opened his eyes all of a sudden. Killing intent could be seen clearly in his eyes. The sword in his hand moved. He thrusted the sword out like a beam of light. It seemed like an ordinary thrust. However, ripples could be seen in the surrounding space. It was as though the space bent because it was so affected by the sword essence. In reality, it was not space which bent. It was space-time. Before the thrust landed, Jian Wushuang swung his blade out in a horizontal swing. This horizontal swing was the sword skill that Jian Wushuang was trying to cast. A sword light could be seen at the corner of his eyes. It was beautiful and stunning. People could lose themselves within it. Even though the sword light seemed extremely small, it filled the entire garden, including the space right in front of Jian Wushuang. As the sword light dimmed, peace returned to the garden. Jian Wushuang sheathed his sword. What sword skill was that? I am completely lost. Lin Yan knitted his eyebrows. He could not understand the essence of the sword skill that Jian Wushuang had just done. However, he could feel how terrifying the move was. Uncle Lin Yi, do you understand what just happened? Lin Yan looked over and Lin Yi and asked. I could not understand it completely, but I realized something, Lin Yi said. What did you realize? Lin Yan asked. Have you not realized that the amount of snowflakes around our dear friend Wushuang has become more dense? Lin Yi said. Oh yes, that's true. What happened? Lin Yi asked curiously. If I am not wrong, Wushuang sliced all of the snowflakes falling from the sky in half. This created the illusion that the snowflakes on the ground became denser. The sword light is incredibly powerful, and the snowflake is extremely frail. It will melt easily. However, he managed to slice all of the snowflakes in half without melting them. How incredible is his control of the sword essence and power of that sword skill. He is that incredible. Lin Yan widened his eyes in shock. That sword swing, that swing! Lin Yi clenched his fists and closed his eyes as the scene where the snowflakes were sliced in half played repeatedly in his mind. Uncle Lin Yi, what happened to you? Lin Yan asked. Do not disturb him, Jian Wushuang said as he walked over. It seems like he has managed to learn and understand something new. Learn something new? Lin Yan nodded his head and stood there quietly, waiting for his uncle. After a few minutes, Lin Yi opened his eyes. He looked extremely happy. He took a deep breath and bowed to Jian Wushuang before turning and leaving. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang smiled and said, Looks like the Lin family is finally going to have an expert who meets the criteria for the sword doctrine realm. Lin Yan also realized that Lin Yi was going to have a breakthrough in his understanding of the sword doctrine. That was why Lin Yi had left without saying anything. He was going into isolation to train. Brother Wushuang, what is the sword skill that you just cast? It looks foreign to me, Lin Yan said. That sword skill is called Snow Cleave. I created this style after fully understanding and mastering sword principle snow congelation, Jian Wushuang said. He had been studying the sword principle snow congelation for 3 months. He had managed to master this sword skill completely. He had created Snow Cleave after gathering the essence from sword principle snow congelation and combining it with the power of space-time. I finally created my own style in the space-time sword principle after I did the same for the reincarnation sword principle. Jian Wushuang smiled. His understanding of the space-time rules of order and reincarnation rules of order was profound. He had a better understanding of reincarnation rules of order due to the miniature reincarnation, which allowed him to create a style in the reincarnation sword principle. Samsara. Jian Wushuang had never been able to perfectly combine his understanding of the space-time rules of order and the sword doctrine to create a new sword skill. He had finally managed to do so today by creating Snow Cleave. Chapter 23, 11 Taunting. In terms of sword principle, I have the sword principle Xianluo that is capable of attacking and defending. In close combat fights, that would be sufficient. However, the sword principle Xianluo is too ordinary. Although it could eliminate my weaknesses, I won't have much of an advantage either. Therefore, I have to create the most appropriate ultimate move for killing. The space-time sword principle and reincarnation sword principle could perfectly infuse the rules of order. I can follow through with it to the very end. Jian Wushuang had plans for his own sword principles. Long ago, when he was still in the eternal chaotic world, he had thought of taking the paths of time-space sword principle and reincarnation sword principle. However, he had barely gotten in touch with the space-time doctrine and reincarnation doctrine and had not reached the level of the rules of order. Although he had come out with several sword principles, they weren't infused with the rules of order. And now, Wu Yu had left those sword principles aside completely. Instead, he had combined rules of order with the sword principles perfectly in his creation. When he had been in eternal chaotic world, he had made a breakthrough in reincarnation sword principle and come out with samsara. Now that he was in absolute beginning divine world, the birth of Snow Cleave gave him a foundation in space-time sword principle. Regardless if it was the space-time sword principle or the reincarnation sword principle, I have created the first move. Moving ahead, it would be constant improvements together with the ordinary sword principle Xianluo. Only then could I really move towards perfection in my sword principle. Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself. Moving ahead, I have to work harder. Jian Wushuang continued his silent sword cultivation in the Lin Mansion. Time passed quickly. Soon, Jian Wushuang was 16. He had been in the Lin Mansion for over 3 years. In his room, Jian Wushuang sat on his bed with his legs crossed. The 16-year-old Jian Wushuang no longer had the childlike features of his youth. Instead, he looked cooler and handsome. As for his appearance, he had intentionally made himself look similar to how he had been in his previous life. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes abruptly. At that very moment, a dense and powerful divine power emanated from his body. Middle stage pure sun realm. Just as expected, without a limitation on the realm, all I need is to accumulate divine power. This has made cultivation a lot quicker, Jian Wushuang mumbled with a faint smile. Pure Sun Realm was the equivalent of the real God stage in the eternal chaotic world. As for middle stage Pure Sun Realm, it was the same as the second stage of real God, the eternal real God. He wasn't too far away from the chaotic realm. Judging from this speed, in another 4 years, or when I'm 20, I should be able to reach the chaotic realm. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The chaotic realm still wasn't his previous pinnacle, now that he had reincarnated as a perfect chaotic life form. Once he returned to the chaotic realm, his fighting power would be substantially stronger. Furthermore, once he reached the chaotic realm, he could also start cultivating some secret skills he knew in the eternal chaotic world. He would also be qualified to start with the few secret skills that his master, Xian Yi, had left in his mind. At that time, he would likely stand at the top of the Anzhou prefecture. No hurry, one step at a time. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. All of a sudden, he was alarmed. The extended soul power had detected people walking towards the room he was in. Jian Wushuang walked out of the room instantly. Brother Wushuang. From afar, Jian Wushuang could see Lin Yan approaching. Lin Qingqing was following him. Jian Wushuang could see a tinge of bloodlust gleaming in the eyes of Lin Yan. What happened? Why are you looking so furious? Asked Jian Wushuang. In the 3 years that he had spent in Lin Mansion, Lin Yan had often paid him visits. After several encounters, they had become quite close. Although Jian Wushuang still didn't see Lin Yan as a brother he could go through life and death with, he did see him as a friend. He was also the first friend he had made in absolute beginning divine world since he reincarnated. Brother Wushuang, I would like to ask for your help. Lin Yan said solemnly, help. Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow. Speak. What happened? It's the Zhuge family. They are here with their number one figure of the younger generation, Zhuge Hong. This guy constantly provoked the disciples of our Lin Mansion and even announced he wants to challenge every single one of the younger generation in Lin Mansion. Lin Yan was fuming as he spoke. Jian Wushuang understood instantly. A conflict within the younger generation. Zhuge family and Lin family were both among the 6 elite families in Anzhou Prefecture. Moreover, they had always been sworn enemies. Conflicts were common throughout the year. This wasn't limited to just the higher management. Conflicts and fights between younger generation disciples were equally common. However, going to the Lin Mansion directly to taunt was probably a little overboard. What's the matter? Isn't there anyone in the younger generation that is a match for Zhuge Hong? Asked Jian Wushuang. Lin Yan's expression changed a little, and he answered, Brother Wushuang, I'll be frank here. Zhuge Hong isn't ordinary. Not only is he exceptionally talented, he also entered the Dongzhuo sect at a young age as a core disciple. His master is a very powerful and frightening, chaotic divine demon that isn't any weaker than the commandery governor of Anzhou Prefecture, under the tutelage of his master and grooming of Dongzhuo sect. Zhuge Hong's strength isn't something that the disciples of our Lin Mansion can match. Even though I wouldn't like to admit it, I have to say I'm not just a notch weaker than him. Since you can't defeat him, just bear with him. Or perhaps you could ask the higher management of your Lin Mansion to teach that Zhuge Hong a lesson, Jian Wushuang said nonchalantly. In his previous lifetime, he had lived for close to 100,000 years in the eternal chaotic world. He had seen far too many conflicts between families and even sects and were numb to them. Since the younger generation disciples weren't a match, they could only bear with them. Finding help externally wouldn't be a wise decision. Jian Wushuang had no intention of being implicated in the long conflicts between the two families. This was because he wouldn't be helping Lin Mansion. Rather, he would be doing harm. If they couldn't win, enduring was their only option. When they made improvements, they could find their pride. That was what big families should do. If Zhuge Hong was just taunting, we could just put up with him. However, he went over us over and over again. More importantly, he even humiliated Qingqing in the past. Lin Yan gnashed his teeth as the bloodlust surrounding him intensified. Oh! Jian Wushuang was taken aback. He took a glance at Lin Qingqing and saw she was looking extremely bitter. Brother Wushuang, Qingqing was only able to continue practicing the hazy sword principle because of your guidance. Subsequently, Qingqing followed your instructions to have more trials in the outside world. However, Qingqing suffered a blow in a recent trial. She was severely injured, and a Lin Mansion's disciple that accompanied her even died. At that time, the Lin Mansion's disciple wanted to escape and look for help for Qingqing. Qingqing was severely injured then, and that was the only option. Chapter 23:12 sounding, oh, by the time Qingqing came back with help, that disciple was already dead. This left Qingqing extremely remorseful, and she blamed herself for the incident. We had a hard time helping Qingqing get back on her feet. However, Zhuge Hong brought up the incident today again. He even humiliated Qingqing directly and accused her of abandoning her comrade. In the end, Qingqing cried. Lin Yan said coldly. Jian Wushuang took a glance at Lin Qingqing. His impression of her had always been of a gentle and adorable girl. However, he could now see signs of crying. From her eyes, he could tell she was still carrying strong guilt and self-hatred. It isn't just that. For Qingqing, those who know about the incident have never told others about it. There weren't any other people around then either. Logically speaking, no one should know about it. Yet Zhuge Hong knew. Coupled with the fact that I heard Zhuge Hong happened to be in the vicinity then. If I'm right, they were probably aware Qingqing was in danger then. Furthermore, There's a high chance that this was the doing of Zhuge. As he spoke, killing intent oozed from Lin Yan. Brother Wushuang, although Qingqing isn't my biological sister, she's even closer to me than a real one. I only blame myself for being incapable and unable to teach Zhuge Han a lesson for Qingqing. I could only come to seek help from you. Jian Wushuang was also moved. Regardless of the taunts thrown out in a quarrel between the younger generation, they could be explained as a fit of anger. However, exposing one's wound in the public and piling on insults, and even resorting to unscrupulous means would be a little much, Jian Wushuang remarked. All right, I'll go take a look with you. Great. He's at the drill ground in our Lin mansion. Let's hurry there. Lin Yan perked up with joy. Soon, with Lin Yan taking the lead, Jian Wushuang arrived at the drill ground. The drill ground was congested with a large number of younger generation disciples. Also, many Lin Mansion experts had gathered there. In front of these experts, an unruly young man in a black robe was standing there. He had a mocking smile across his face while looking at the crowd from Lin Mansion disdainfully. Although there were numerous Lin Mansion disciples and experts, they didn't amount to anything in his eyes. Jian Wushuang could tell that the young man in the black robe was Zhuge. However, he wasn't paying attention to Zhuge. Instead, he was staring at an old man in a gray robe behind Zhuge. The old man in the gray robe was squinting his eyes and had hidden his aura perfectly. Nonetheless, Jian Wushuang could tell with a single glance that this was a true chaotic divine demon. Chaotic divine demon would definitely be experts at the top of the pyramid in Anzhou Prefecture. The divine demon expert is following Zhuge personally, and yet he has showed no intention of stopping Zhuge. Rather, he appears to be doing so on purpose. Jian Wushuang smiled gently. Lin Yan, if I got it right, Zhuge purpose isn't simply taunting the younger generation disciples. He is most likely trying to sound you guys out. Sound us out? What do you mean? Lin Yan was puzzled. Lin family has always been in conflict with the Zhuge family. The hatred between both sides runs deep, and both parties will want to annihilate the other completely. The only shame is that none of the parties have the absolute strength needed to crush the other. But now Zhuge family is probably thinking of taking action against your Lin family. Therefore, they sent Zhuge over. He looks like he was just provoking you guys, but in fact, he's trying to sound out the strength of your Lin family, explained Jian Wushuang. Even so, how is he going to do that? Lin Yan was still confused. He definitely couldn't do so alone. However, did you notice the old man in gray robe behind him? That gray-robed old man is a chaotic divine demon. It is just that he is great at hiding his aura and did not attract the attention of others. Zhuge is acting so arrogantly now. If the younger generation disciples can't stop him, the experts will then be needed. Once an expert shows himself, the gray-robed old man will make a move instantly. His ultimate objective is to force the chaotic divine demon in the Lin Mansion to step in, Jian Wushuang said. Divine demon? That old man is a chaotic divine demon? Lin Yan was astounded. Damn it. My father suffered serious injuries when he fought another chaotic divine demon more than a decade ago. He hasn't recovered fully from it yet. As for the other chaotic divine demon of our Lin family, he has been roaming the outside world for a long time and has yet to return. If the Zhuge family take actions now, that must be it. Zhuge family definitely knows about your family's predicament. His trip this time was definitely to force your father into stepping out so they could assess how much strength your father still possesses. Or perhaps they're trying to find out if the chaotic divine demon that is out has returned. Once they get an answer, the Zhuge family will definitely make a move, said Jian Wushuang. He had lived close to 100,000 years in his previous lifetime and had seen countless situations. He could see through Zhuge family's plot with a single glance. This won't do. I have to inform my father immediately, Lin Yan said. That's not necessary. Your father had probably seen through the motives of the Zhuge family. Jian Wushuang chuckled. Through his soul power, he could sense that Lin Taifeng and the 3 half-step divine demons of Lin family had hidden together. It seems like the family head of Lin family has no intention of revealing his current fighting powers. Instead, he probably intends for the 3 half-step divine demons to intercept the other party. However, with just 3 half-step divine demons, they will likely not be able to stop that gray-robed old man. Jian Wushuang thought to himself, divine demon and half-step divine demon might seem really close, but the difference was enormous. Moreover, Jian Wushuang could tell that the gray-robed old man wasn't an ordinary chaotic divine demon. He was definitely powerful. It wouldn't have been realistic to expect just 3 half-step divine demons to hold up against the gray-robed old man. In the end, Lin Taifeng would likely have to step in to knock him back. If that were the case, the other party would be able to tell how much strength Lin Taifeng had left. "Brother Wushuang, what should we do?" asked Lin Yan. "Simple. I just have to step in and dispatch Zhuge Hong. As long as a younger generation disciple can defeat Zhuge Hong directly, the gray-robed old man won't have an excuse to make a move. Their attempt this time won't achieve their objectives. However, if this is the case, I will probably be implicated in the conflicts of the 2 families," said Jian Wushuang. "Brother Wushuang, this..." Lin Yan furrowed his brows. "It's all right." Jian Wushuang waved his hand and chuckled. "Your father and mine are brothers of life and death. If Lin family is in danger, my father will definitely not sit back and do nothing. He would definitely step in, and I too would be implicated. Since the outcome is the same, there's nothing to worry about. Let's go." "All right." Lin Yan nodded his head heavily before walking forward with Jian Wushuang. Chapter 23:13 Using the finger as a sword. When the crowd saw Lin Yan, the smile on Zhuge Hong deepened. Isn't this the young master of Lin Mansion? So the representative of the younger generation in Lin Mansion is finally willing to show himself. Zhuge Hong mocked. "Zhuge Hong, you were just relying on your identity as the core disciple of Dongzhuo sect. What's there to be cocky about?" "Haha, I just like to. So are you not happy about it? If you aren't, we can just have a fight here. It isn't that I'm belittling you. However, when it comes to trash like you, I wouldn't even be bothered if 3 to 5 of you guys teamed up," Zhuge Hong sneered. Lin Yan was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Jian Wushuang finally spoke. "To deal with someone like you, there's no need for Lin Yan to do it himself." Huh. It was then that Zhuge Hong noticed Jian Wushuang. Judging from his appearance, Jian Wushuang would at most be 15 or 16 years old. At this age, Zhuge Hong wasn't concerned about him. "Lad, who are you?" Zhuge Hong asked solemnly. "I'm just a sword boy under Lin Yan," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "Sword boy." Lin Yan and the crowd from the Lin Mansion were astounded. Lin Yan especially. Back in Incineration Moon City, he had had the intention to take Jian Wushuang on as a sword boy. However, after a quick fight, Jian Wushuang's understanding of sword principle had far exceeded his imagination. This had dispelled his thoughts of doing so. Over this period, Jian Wushuang had remained in the Lin Mansion and was absolutely a distinguished guest. Many experts in Lin Mansion who specialized in sword principle held utmost respect for him. In fact, they even sought guidance from him often. How could he be a sword boy? However, since Jian Wushuang had said so, no one could say otherwise. "A meager sword boy, and yet you dare to be rude before me? Scram!" Zhuge Hong berated. Young Master Lin Yan is of exceptional status. He isn't someone that an average Joe can challenge at will. If you want to challenge him, you should at least be able to defeat me. If you aren't even a match for me, it'd be better for you to scram first," Jian Wushuang laughed. "That's right. If you don't even dare to fight with a sword boy, you aren't qualified to challenge young Master Yan. Zhuge Hong, I think it would be better if you just run along back home." The majority of the crowd from Lin Mansion knew about Jian Wushuang's identity and started chiming in. Zhuge Hong was furious, and his expression turned icy cold. He glanced at Jian Wushuang and said, "All right, let me teach you a lesson first before crushing your young master." Upon hearing Zhuge Hong, Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow. Although Zhuge Hong was rather talented, he was too young. To put it bluntly, he lacked experience. "Young Master Yan, how would you like me to teach him a lesson?" Jian Wushuang whispered, "That goes without saying. Humiliate him utterly. The more ruthless, the better." Lin Yan gritted his teeth. "All right, it'll just crush his confidence and make him doubt himself forever," Jian Wushuang answered. Lin Yan was astonished, but still nodded. "All right, but be careful. Although Zhuge Hong has a crude personality, he is strong. Moreover, there are rumors that he's exceptionally close to the Pure Sun realm." "Close to the Pure Sun realm?" Jian Wushuang chuckled. "Nope, he's already at the Pure Sun realm." "What?" When he said the words, it wasn't just Lin Yan who was shocked. Everyone in Lin Mansion was astounded as well. As for Zhuge Hong, he glanced coldly at Jian Wushuang and commented, "Your eyes are pretty sharp." When he finished his words, Zhuge Hong no longer attempted to conceal his power. His divine power and aura rose to the level of a Pure Sun realm rapidly. Pure Sun realm? He's really at the Pure Sun realm. Oh gosh, isn't Zhuge Hong just 20 years old? A 20-year-old Pure Sun realm? The crowd at Lin Mansion was astounded. The spiritual influence of heaven and earth was too dense in the absolute beginning divine world. Cultivators that were born in this environment would naturally have greater talents. Even so, a 20-year-old Pure Sun realm was an exceptionally rare talent. He would be considered a top-class talent in the entire Wuxia Baron region, let alone the Anzhou prefecture. It was not surprising that Dongzhu's sect would place such a high emphasis on Zhuge Hong. Is Pure Sun realm that incredible? Jian Wushuang's indifferent laughter sounded. Immediately after, a divine power that was no weaker than Zhuge Hong's started rising around Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was undoubtedly at the Pure Sun realm as well. What? How could this be possible? This time, even Lin Yan and many others who knew Jian Wushuang were stupefied. Jian Wushuang was just 16 years old. A 16-year-old at Pure Sun realm. Brother Wushuang, how did you cultivate so quickly? 3 years ago, when I first saw you in Incineration Moon City, I was the same realm as you. Lin Yan mumbled. What he didn't know was that in order to not draw the attention of people, Jian Wushuang had only revealed the strength of early-stage Pure Sun realm. However, he had already reached the middle-stage Pure Sun realm. As a perfect chaotic life form, Jian Wushuang didn't require the divine power of a Pure Sun realm to deal with a small lad like Zhuge Hong. Even with ordinary transformed god's cultivation base, he could defeat him easily. However, he would appear to be too insane then. Facing an early-stage Pure Sun realm with early-stage Pure Sun realm would be the best. Thanks. I did not expect the Lin Mansion to have a cultivation talent. However, even if you could match me in cultivation base, it wouldn't matter. One's cultivation base wouldn't be a complete representation of one's fighting powers, Zhuge Hong snorted. As he flipped his palm, a faint purple saber appeared in his hand. The blade was extremely thin and had an eerily cold vibe. "Lad, show your weapon," shouted Zhuge Hong. "Weapon?" Jian Wushuang tittered. The next instant, he lifted his right hand and stuck out his index finger. "Against you, all I need is a finger." "Brazen!" Zhuge Hong was infuriated. Even the crowd of Lin Mansion was staring at Jian Wushuang, feeling awestruck. Although he was comparable in cultivation base, Zhuge Hong came from Dongzhu sect and had a powerful master. The various secret skills and means he possessed weren't what the Lin Mansion disciples could compare with. This was especially so for his compelling saber skills. It was said that he had a grasp of the saber principle. Yet Jian Wushuang hadn't retrieved his sword and wished to fight with just a finger? Was that possible? Many Lin Mansion doubted I. However, those who truly knew Jian Wushuang's understanding of sword principle could understand. It was especially so for the powerful experts in Lin Mansion who specialized in sword principle. Lin Yan was one of them. In the past, Jian Wushuang had defeated him easily with just a branch. He had even done so against Lin Yi. Now, using a finger as a sword against the insignificant Zhuge Hong wouldn't be a challenge. Chapter 23, 14 Crush Brat. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Intense bloodlust rose from Zhuge Hong. Just come at me with all you got. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang was still maintaining a gentle smile. He even taunted Zhuge Hong by wiggling his index finger intentionally. Zhuge Hong darted forward instantly. Intense divine power surged from all parts of his body as he morphed into a bolt of lightning. The bolt of lightning shot out abruptly and left afterimages on the drill ground. How quick! This speed is insane. Several Lin Mansion disciples couldn't help but exclaim. That ferocious bolt of lightning reached Jian Wushuang in no time, and Zhuge Hong slashed down his faint purple saber towards Jian Wushuang. The saber glow was eerie and about to split Jian Wushuang into two. Just before the saber glow was about to connect, Jian Wushuang took a step out. At the same time, he lowered his stance slightly and swung up his finger in momentum. A simple swing carried with it immense secrets which no one on the field could decipher. However, they could see Jian Wushuang was intending to use his index finger to clash with Zhuge Hong's saber. How bold! Watch how I sever your hand off. Zhuge Hong berated and increased his strength in his saber skills. The next moment, Jian Wushuang's right index finger clashed with that eerily cold saber glow. The surrounding crowd was staring deadly. Most of them believed Jian Wushuang's finger would be sliced off by that eerie saber in the clash. However, dang! They heard sounds of metal clashing instead. Zhuge Hong was astonished and felt a barbaric and powerful strength exerted on him. The next moment, something unbelievable happened before everyone. That eerie faint purple saber cracked upon contact with Jian Wushuang's right index finger and eventually broke into two. How is this possible? Zhuge Hong stared in disbelief. Although his saber wasn't some frightening divine weapon, it was a true terrestrial treasure with high value. Its toughness was easy to imagine. Using all his strength, he clashed with Jian Wushuang's index finger directly. In the end, Jian Wushuang's index remained unscathed, but his saber had cracked and broken? What kind of joke was this? Just as Zhuge Hong was still reeling in shock, Jian Wushuang swung his finger once again. This swing triggered some unique energies in space and easily break through Zhuge Hong's defense. The next instant, Jian Wushuang's index finger was on Zhuge Hong's chest. Immense divine power shot out and pierced Zhuge Hong's chest, leaving a bloodied wound. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang didn't go for the kill. Otherwise, this strike would definitely have extinguished Zhuge Hong's life completely. Uft! Zhuge Hong spat out blood and flew back like a kite that was not held back by a string. The gray-robed old men, who had been behind him all along, dashed ahead and caught Zhuge Hong. You have lost. Jian Wushuang stood on the drill ground and said nonchalantly. Silence shrouded the drill ground, death-like silence. After some time, the crowd in the drill ground finally reacted to it. Won. We won. Isn't Zhuge Hong supposed to be incredible? How did he get defeated so easily then? Using a finger as a weapon, Zhuge Hong's terrestrial treasure weapon was crushed in a single tap. In the next tap, Zhuge Hong was severely injured. This strong. Too strong. Terrifyingly strong. The shocked gazes of the crowd gathered on Jian Wushuang. Even those experts of Lin Mansion were incomparably astounded. Some of them knew Jian Wushuang had an extremely high understanding of sword principle and might be able to defeat Zhuge. However, they had never expected Jian Wushuang would crush Zhuge so utterly. Even Lin Yan was dumbfounded. Previously, he was still reminding Jian Wushuang to be careful. Now that was just a hilarious act. Although Zhuge was powerful, he was nothing before Jian Wushuang. As compared to the astonishment and joy of Lin Mansion, Zhuge, who was defeated by Jian Wushuang, was dazed. His eyes were empty and couldn't believe what had happened. Indeed, he had never expected Jian Wushuang to defeat him before the battle, let alone crushing him so utterly. He was a true talent that even the Dongzhuo sect had high regard for. This made him extremely prideful, and he had always looked down on some cultivators of his age. But today, the pride in him was ruthlessly trampled by Jian Wushuang. Just like what Jian Wushuang had said to Lin Yan, he was going to crush Zhuge confidence and make him doubt himself forever. And now, Jian Wushuang probably succeeded. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, the prideful and arrogant Zhuge was crushed by Jian Wushuang. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was using his finger as a sword and broke his weapon with a single tap. This made him realize the humongous gap between them that could never be bridged. More importantly, Jian Wushuang was younger than him, much younger. This made it harder for him to accept. A blow like this was undoubtedly huge for Zhuge. With this blow, Zhuge future would likely be affected unless he could find back his confidence within a short period and stood back up. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang might even become the heart demon that he could never shake off in this lifetime. That young master of the Zhuge family had probably snapped when he couldn't accept the fact he had lost to me so completely. For his good, it would be best if you bring him back as soon as possible. Jian Wushuang looked at the gray-robed old man and said with a faint smile. The gray-robed old man gloomed upon hearing. However, seeing the empty eyes of Zhuge, he knew this attempt to sound out Lin Mansion couldn't continue. The most pressing thing to do was to send Zhuge back and help him regain his consciousness. Without hesitation, the gray-robed old man carried Zhuge and left. Before he left, he even looked daggers at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang felt helpless over this. He knew he would definitely be dragged into the conflict between the Zhuge family and Lin family after he stepped in this time. In fact, that gray-robed old man and Zhuge might even pay more attention to him. However, he didn't mind. After all, his father, Zhu Yinfeng, had a close relationship with the Lin family. There was no way he would stay out of this. Different situations call for different actions. I have even faced 3 masters of Holy Land. An insignificant Zhuge family is nothing compared to a master of Holy Land. Jian Wushuang chuckled. Chapter 23:15 Lin Mansion, when the gray-robed man left with Zhuge. Everyone in the Lin Mansion crowded over. Brother Wushuang, that's amazing. Lin Yan was overjoyed. Brother Wushuang, I'm impressed. Really impressed. You really live up to your name. Today's a good eye-opener for all of us. Zhuge could be considered an elite-class talent in the entire Anzhou Prefecture, or even the Wuxia Baron region. Yet, the difference between him and you is larger than one would expect. Many experts from Lin Mansion joined in praising, expressing gratitude, or even paying respect to Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang was just 16 years old, the strength he displayed in the battle against Zhuge was something that no one in the field would overlook. Moreover, his potential was even greater. Everyone, you guys are too courteous. Jian Wushuang also responded with a smile. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several figures landing on the drill ground. They were none other than Lin Taifeng and the 4 half-step divine demons who had remained hidden and watched over the entire series of events. When they saw Lin Taifeng, the experts and disciples of Lin Mansion shut their mouths instantly. Nephew Wushuang. Lin Taifeng walked to Jian Wushuang and said, We have troubled you this time. If it wasn't for you, the Lin mansion would be utterly embarrassed. "It was just a simple act," replied Jian Wushuang. "Haha, your simple act did help my Lin mansion greatly. If I'm not wrong, the Zhuge family was probably trying to sound out the strength of our Lin mansion today. Or rather, they're trying to find out the extent of my recovery. If you did not defeat Zhuge Han and let him press the issue, I would most likely be forced to step in." Jian Wushuang kept his smile. He knew Lin Taifeng would be able to see the true intentions of Zhuge family, since he could be the family head. "Oh, right. Wushuang, I saw you broke Zhuge Han's weapon with just your finger." Zhuge Han's weapon was most likely a terrestrial treasure, yet you are able to break it. Considering that both of you are at similar cultivation bases, I guess your understanding of sword principle has probably reached the level of great achievement? Lin Taifeng turned to Jian Wushuang abruptly and asked, "Great achievement in sword principle?" Several Lin Mansion experts who specialized in sword principle had now turned to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang only responded with a casual smile and didn't answer directly. However, his smile could be seen as a wordless sign of consent. "Just as I expected." Seeing Jian Wushuang did not mention otherwise, and Lin Taifeng was astounded. He was able to tell from the battle previously. In the absolute beginning divine world, the classifications of one's cultivation base, weapons, elixirs, and various aspects were different from those in the eternal chaotic world. In the eternal chaotic world, the most powerful weapon was just Chaos Divine Treasure. However, Chaos Divine Treasure was just a blurry concept. Many experts that stood at the top of the eternal chaotic world owned Chaos Divine Treasures, yet their might differed greatly. Together with the immense restrictions of heaven and earth, even those great emperors that stood at the pinnacle would find it hard to maximize the real strength of some Chaos Divine Treasures. It was also because of that the classification of Chaos Divine Treasures was blurry. However, the classification of weapons in absolute beginning divine world was much clearer and defined. There were ordinary weapons, terrestrial treasures, heavenly treasures, divine treasures, and others. Terrestrial treasures were already hard to come by. Even chaotic divine demons would be extremely interested in them. However, Jian Wushuang was able to forcefully destroy a terrestrial treasure class saber with just the strength of his finger. This would only be possible if he possessed an extremely frightening sword essence. That sword essence was something that couldn't be found in those with only initial success in sword principle. It was because of that Lin Taifeng believed Jian Wushuang had likely achieved great achievement. And for great achievement in sword principle, not a single person in Anzhou Prefecture had reached this level. This lad's talents in sword principle are truly astonishing. Lin Taifeng thought to himself, "Uncle Lin." Jian Wushuang looked at Lin Taifeng and said, "I have been troubling you and the Lin family for more than 3 years. It's about time, and I should be returning to Incineration Moon City. You are going back." Lin Taifeng furrowed his brows. The surrounding crowd, including Lin Yan, Lin Yi, and many experts, were also shocked. If it was possible, they would of course want Jian Wushuang to remain in the Lin mansion. With an expert that had achieved great achievement in sword principle to guide cultivators that specialized in sword principle, it would be even better than having a chaotic divine demon guiding them. However, they also knew Jian Wushuang wasn't from the Lin mansion after all. He was just a guest that resided in the Lin mansion temporarily. Now that Jian Wushuang wished to return to the Incineration Moon City, they naturally wouldn't have any reason to stop him. "I've been away from home for too long, and I should be heading back," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "All right." Lin Taifeng didn't plan to get him to stay. "In that case, it's already late today. I'll get Lin Yi to send you back personally the next morning." "Thank you, Uncle Lin Yi." Jian Wushuang turned to Lin Yi. "You are being too courteous," Lin Yi responded warmly. Soon, Jian Wushuang returned to his room and started packing. Although Lin Mansion was in chaos when Zhuge Hong arrived, peace returned after Zhuge Hong left. Soon the night fell. In a luxurious restaurant of a city that was a short distance away from Lin Mansion, an old man in a gray robe was standing in the room with his hands behind his back. "Your Honor, this is the information from the Lin Mansion." A man in a silver robe entered the room and handed the gray-robed old man a jade bamboo strip. The gray-robed old man took a quick glance at it as his murky eyes suddenly lit up. "It's him." The gray-robed old man mumbled to himself before waving his hand. "You may take your leave first." The man in the silver robe bowed and left the room. The gray-robed old man brought the jade bamboo slip to the inner room of the restaurant. Zhuge Hong, who had been defeated by Jian Wushuang in the Lin Mansion previously, was sitting in the room. "This is the information we got from Lin Mansion. You can take a look." The gray-robed old man handed the jade bamboo strip to Zhuge Hong. Although he was a chaotic divine demon and definitely an elite expert or overlord class existence in Anzhou Prefecture, he was still rather humble before Zhuge Hong without any pretension. He wasn't from the Zhuge family and obviously wasn't a senior family member to Zhuge Hong. However, he was from Dongzhuo sect and had been arranged by Zhuge Hong's master to be here. His objective was to make things easier for Zhuge Hong. By this point, Zhuge Hong had recovered his vitality. However, he still looked a little defeated and down. Clearly, the battle had been an overly huge blow to him. His pride and confidence had been ruthlessly trampled, and it would have been difficult for him to recover immediately. Nonetheless, he still took the jade bamboo strip and glanced at it. Chapter 2316 eliminating early after a quick look through the contents of the jade bamboo strip. The demoralized and defeated Zhuge Hong jumped up abruptly. "It's him! It's him! No wonder he could defeat me so easily. So he's that Jian Wushuang." Zhuge Hong clenched his fist tightly and his body shivered with anger. The contents on the jade bamboo strip were undoubtedly the identity and origins of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's identity wasn't a secret in Lin Mansion. The Zhuge family and Lin family had been competing for many years. It was only natural they had some spies in the Lin Mansion. All they needed was to mobilize them a little to find out. Zhuge Hong also understood Jian Wushuang wasn't just some sword boy of Lin Mansion, but the famous unparalleled talent in sword principle in Anzhou Prefecture. Zhuge Hong finally felt enlightened. At the same time, the defeated looks had vanished completely. For him, if he lost so utterly to an ordinary sword boy, the blow would undoubtedly be huge. In fact, he might not ever recover from the mental devastation. However, if he was defeated by an exceptional talent, there would be nothing to feel down about. Jian Wushuang was undoubtedly an exceptional talent. When I first came to Anzhou Prefecture, I heard about Jian Wushuang as well. All along, I wasn't concerned about it and thought that the others were just exaggerating things. Now, it would appear that he is indeed extraordinary to be able to break your terrestrial treasure saber with his finger when both of you are at the same cultivation base. His understanding of sword principle might have reached the level of great achievement. In Anzhou Prefecture, it is unlikely that there will be anyone who is a match in this aspect. Even the previous family head of Zhuge family, Zhuge Yin, wouldn't be, said the gray-robed old man. That is to be expected. Jian Wushuang had his name given personally by Taoist priest Xianxin, answered Zhuge Hong. Taoist priest Xianxin? The gray-robed old man was baffled. Elder Qin, you have always been in Dongzhuo sect and just arrived in Anzhou Prefecture. It's expected that you aren't aware of Taoist priest Xianxin. However, he was extremely famous in Anzhou Prefecture in recent years. He's a mysterious expert with unimaginable abilities. Although I have not seen him, I have heard about him. My father and many experts in the Zhuge family have the utmost respect for Taoist priest Xianxin. In fact, even the strongest man in Anzhou Prefecture, the commandery governor, is reverent and respectful before him. In fact, Some even said the commandery governor wishes to follow Taoist priest Xianxin, even if it was to be a servant. It is just that Taoist priest Xianxin has rejected him, said Zhuge Hong. Oh! The gray-robed old man was astounded upon hearing Zhuge Hong. He knew about the commandery governor of Anzhou Prefecture, and he was rather well known in the Wuxia Baron region. That was an elite divine demon, and much stronger than him. In Dongzhu's sect, those who could possibly match up to him could be counted with a single hand. An elite divine demon like him would willingly be a servant to Taoist priest Xianxin? From this, it was easy to tell how amazing the Taoist priest Xianxin was. Taoist priest Xianxin is a man of great capabilities and might be an elite in the absolute beginning divine world, and yet he visited Jian Wushuang's family and gave Jian Wushuang his name personally. There's no way Jian Wushuang would be a pushover. There's nothing to feel bad about in losing to him, remarked Zhuge Hong. It's great that you are able to get over it. Elder Qin finally heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he had been worried that Zhuge Hong would never get back up on his feet. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Zhuge Hong's master when they returned to Dongzhu's sect. Now, this wouldn't be necessary. Get over it. Zhuge Hong snorted. I have to admit my talents aren't as great as his. However, this doesn't mean I will let him trample over me. He humiliated me before the watchful eyes of the crowd and foiled our Zhuge family's plan. There's no way I will let him off easily. Moreover, his father is the governor of Incineration Moon City. From what I know, Zhu Yinfeng and the family head of Lin Mansion, Lin Taifeng, are brothers of life and death. They are extremely close. Once our Zhuge family start a war with the Lin family, Zhu Yinfeng will definitely extend the greatest help he can. As for Jian Wushuang, he will definitely become an enemy to our Zhuge family. An enemy who is widely deemed to be unparalleled in sword principle and has exceptional talents should be removed as soon as possible. Elder Qin nodded his head and agreed. From what he had displayed earlier in the day, Jian Wushuang's potential was unquestionable. Even a talent like Zhuge Hong was several levels below him. For a super talent like him, it would be best to form good relationships with him. However, if he was on the opposing side, it would be best to eliminate him before he fully grew up. Didn't our intel say that Jian Wushuang would be leaving Lin Mansion for Incineration Moon City tomorrow? That would be the opportunity, said Zhuge Hong. Could it be you are thinking of intercepting and killing him on his way back to Incineration Moon City? Elder Qin looked over. Can't we do that? That's plausible. However, I couldn't do it personally. Now that we have stirred up a storm in Lin Mansion, the Lin family will definitely be able to tell. Moreover, despite the fact that we have left Lin Mansion, we are still in the vicinity. The Lin Mansion has definitely dispatched experts to watch us in the dark. All our actions will likely be seen by their eyes. Therefore, if we want to make a move, we can only arrange for other experts to do it, Elder Qin analyzed. This won't be an issue. Zhuge family still has some experts that we can mobilize within our territory. I will send my family head a message now to dispatch a batch of experts immediately. After all, there will only be a peak chaotic realm escorting Jian Wushuang back to Incineration Moon City. It would still be easy to kill him with just this level of protection. Soon, Zhuge Hong sent a message to the family head of Zhuge family. When the family head of Zhuge family received the message, he could sense the immense potential of Jian Wushuang as well. Similar to Zhuge Hong, he would want to eliminate this threat as soon as possible. Therefore, he started preparing immediately. The next morning, Jian Wushuang was ready to move on from the Lin Mansion. Brother Wushuang, I'll go look for you in Incineration Moon City soon, Lin Yan said. Haha, that's not necessary. Most likely, it'll be in Lin Mansion before you know it, Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. He was speaking the truth. Since he had deciphered almost all the secret skills and secret manuals in Lin Mansion, there was nothing left that he would miss about this place. However, Lin family would have a battle with the Zhuge family soon. His father would definitely extend a helping hand then. It would be obvious that Jian Wushuang would follow along. Great. I wish you a pleasant journey, Lin Yan remarked. After waving goodbye, Jian Wushuang and Lin Yi headed towards Incineration Moon City under the eyes of numerous Lin Mansion's experts. Chapter 2317. Targeted with Heavens will in control. The space of absolute beginning divine world was a lot more stable than the eternal chaotic world. When he was in eternal chaotic world, releasing all his powers without restraints would easily destroy an area and space of 100,000 to 1,000,000 miles. In the absolute beginning divine world, unless you were a supreme expert that stood above it all, it wouldn't be that simple to destroy the world. Obviously, with the space being so stable, it would be harder to open up a wormhole. As such, many places in absolute beginning divine world didn't have a wormhole. For example, Anjou Prefecture, only a few ancient sects within the Wuxia Barren region might have some wormholes. Therefore, cultivators in absolute beginning divine world would often have to travel on their own or rely on some flying-assisted treasures like flying ships. From Lin Mansion to Incineration Moon City, it wasn't too far. Jian Wushuang and Lin Yi were running throughout. With their speed, it would probably take 10 days for them to reach Incineration Moon City. On the journey, Uncle Lin Yi, how long have you been out of closed-door practice? Jian Wushuang asked casually. It has been 3 months since my cultivation base stabilized, answered Lin Yi with a smile. 3 years ago, Lin Yi was struck with inspiration after seeing Jian Wushuang demonstrating the snow cleave. Immediately after, he had gone into seclusion until 3 months ago. He had made a breakthrough in sword principle and would be classified as reaching the minimum threshold. Congratulations. If I'm correct, you now probably have the fighting strength equivalent to a half-step divine demon, right? Asked Jian Wushuang. Not exactly. A half-step divine demon isn't just about one's understanding of weapons. It also requires more concentrated divine power. More importantly, I will have to grasp some rules of order. It isn't that easy to grasp some rules of order. Lin Yi sighed emotionally. However, Jian Wushuang didn't feel the same way. With heavens while controlling the absolute beginning divine world, the rules of heaven and earth were extremely dense and couldn't be compared with the eternal chaotic world. In the eternal chaotic world, grasping some rules or order would be truly difficult. It would still be relatively easy to do so in the absolute beginning divine world. Nonetheless, it wasn't an easy task either. My little friend, Wu Shuang, I have you to thank for this breakthrough. If it wasn't for your guidance, previously I wonder how much longer I would have taken to reach the minimum threshold of sword principle. Lin Yi was sincerely grateful and behaved extremely humbly before Jian Wushuang. He was from the same generation as Jian Wushuang's father and had an extremely good relationship with him. Interactions with Jian Wushuang's father were like those of equals. However, when he was before Jian Wushuang, he was more like a junior. The main reason why you can reach the minimum threshold for sword principle is because of your hard work and ability to grasp concepts. However, don't get too overjoyed just yet. The threshold of sword principle is only the beginning to the path of swords. The sword principle is deep and profound. The road ahead is still long. I can understand. However, I don't have that ambition. My only goal would be to be like you, reaching great achievement in sword principle. That would be sufficient for me. However, I wonder how long it will take with my talents to reach that level. Perhaps I might not reach it in this lifetime, Lin Yi sighed. He wasn't a demon-like talent at sword principle like Jian Wushuang. Reaching great achievement in sword principle would be an extremely high level for him. As for Jian Wushuang, he had attained that level at just the age of 16. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will reach it, answered Jian Wushuang. Both of them were chatting along the journey, just when they were crossing a mountain range. Whoa! Jian Wushuang stopped abruptly and squinted his eyes. What's the matter, pal? Lin Yi looked over, feeling baffled. Uncle Lin Yi, it seems like it won't be easy for us to reach Incineration Moon City safely, said Jian Wushuang. What do you mean? Lin Yi furrowed his brows. We are being targeted. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was astounded. He upped his vigilance immediately and spread his soul power out without reserve. Just as expected, at the deepest point of the mountain range, there were several extremely faint auras. Noticing that they had been discovered, the owners of these auras didn't attempt to hide further. Whoosh! 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 5 figures shot up into the sky and appeared before Jian Wushuang and Lin Yi. Among the 5, 3 were men while the rest were women. All of them had varying levels of aura. Jian Wushuang was able to tell the strength of these 5 people by just extending his soul power through them. Among the 5 for a chaotic realm, of which 2 were middle stage chaotic realm and the other 2 were early stage chaotic realm. There weren't any at the chaotic realm. Jian Wushuang and Lin Yi weren't concerned about these 4 at all. However, the red-haired old lady with a dragon head truncheon had an especially strong aura. This aura was the level of a half-step divine demon. Because of her, Lin Yi looked extremely gloomy. Who are you guys? Why did you block us off? Lin Yi asked loudly. Uncle Lin Yi, that's not necessary. All 5 of them must be from the Zhuge family, said Jian Wushuang. Zhuge family? Lin Yi turned solemn. When I defeated Zhuge Han yesterday, I expected the Zhuge family to come looking for me. I just didn't expect them to act so quickly, Jian Wushuang mumbled. Hee. Lad, you're pretty smart. However, you got something wrong. We aren't from the Zhuge family. We're just helping them, the red-haired old lady answered. This was the territory controlled by the Lin family after all. Although the Zhuge family had lots of experts within their territories, it was still a little hard to mobilize experts that could definitely kill Lin Yi and Jian Wushuang. Therefore, the Zhuge family had paid a price to hire the red-haired old lady. So that's how it is. I know all half-step divine demons of the Zhuge family, and yet didn't recognize you, so you aren't from the Zhuge family, Lin Yi said coldly. You should know who we are. If you work for Zhuge family today, you will offend Lin family completely. Our Lin family will definitely hunt you down, and there won't be a place for you in Anzhou Prefecture anymore. Why don't you guys stop here and be friendly with our Lin family? Lin family knew the threat of the 5 people before him. Therefore, while sending a message to Lin Mansion requesting reinforcements secretly, he was trying to convince the red-haired old lady to stop. Even if he couldn't convince her, he wanted to buy as much time as possible. Stop here? Wishful thinking. I have taken benefits from the Zhuge family and am here at their request. It's only natural that I keep my word. As for how your Lin family will want to pursue us in the future, we aren't from the Anzhou Prefecture to begin with. After this, we will leave Anzhou Prefecture for good. Your threats do not mean anything to us at all. Therefore, you 2 can just sit tight and wait for your deaths obediently. Chapter 23:18. Ambush, therefore, you 2 can just sit tight and wait for your deaths obediently. Her cold voice reverberated in the air. Just as she finished her words, the red-haired old lady pointed the dragon head truncheon towards Jian Wushuang and Lin Yi. Despite being at a distance, a dense stream of devilish aura gushed out from the dragon head truncheon. The devilish aura filled the atmosphere and morphed into a giant demonic dragon in the blink of an eye. The demonic dragon was entirely black and emanated a frightening aura. It let out a deafening roar before rushing towards Jian Wushuang and Lin Yi. Before the demonic dragon approached, a stifling pressure swept across Jian Wushuang and Lin Yi. Jian Wushuang was unmoved. He had seen too many half-step divine demons in his previous lifetime. Now that he was facing one again, he was still as calm as ever despite not recovering fully. However, Lin Yi wasn't able to be as composed as Jian Wushuang. Damn it! Lin Yi cursed. Before the demon reached him, he drew the sword from his back. Powerful sword essence erupted into the sky. Since he had reached the minimum threshold of sword principle, Lin Yi's sword essence was clearly way stronger than before. Lin Yi took a big step forward and swung his sword decisively, just like a streak of sword light that was about to split the heavens. The strike was blurry but had unwavering dominance. In the next instant, he struck the head of the giant demonic dragon. Demonic mist tumbled around the demonic dragon. Despite having a powerful aura, it was split into two by the sword light and dissipated into the atmosphere. Ha! The red-haired old lady with the dragon head truncheon was astonished and turned to the other four chaotic realms. Didn't your Zhuge family say the one escorting the lad was an ordinary peak chaotic realm? Yet he sliced my demonic dragon in a single strike. His strength is probably not any weaker than a half-step divine demon's. This, the four chaotic realm experts couldn't answer at that moment. From the intelligence gathered by the Zhuge family, Lin Yi was indeed an ordinary peak chaotic realm. Although his sword principle was pretty good, it wasn't too extraordinary. However, just like the red-haired old lady had said, he was really strong. It looks like our Zhuge family's intelligence was erroneous. Although Lin Yi was much stronger than we expected, he shouldn't be beyond the range your honor could handle, right? One of them asked. Yeah, I can still handle him, but the difficulty is a lot higher. The promised remuneration has to increase by 30%, said the red-haired old lady. 30%. The four chaotic realm experts turned solemn. However, after communicating with their consciousness, they nodded their heads in unison. As long as your honor is willing to stick to your end of the deal, 30% should be acceptable. All right, leave Lin Yi to me. However, you guys will have to finish off Jian Wushuang personally, the red-haired old lady said. Not a problem. The four chaotic realm experts agreed decisively. They only found Lin Yi to be a slight issue. As for Jian Wushuang, a mere pure sun realm wasn't something that would bother them. Once they had reached an agreement, the red-haired old lady made the first move. You are Lin Yi? To be able to slice my demonic dragon in a single strike, you are pretty strong. However, even if you can slice one, can you deal with 5? The red-haired old lady stared at Lin Yi. Divine power surged from her, and an intense, devilish aura gathered. Soon, 5 demonic dragons had formed. Shit! Lin Yi was flabbergasted. His all-out strike could destroy a demonic dragon. However, he had to deal with 5 at the same time now. Lin Yi was plunged into exceptional danger instantly. Pal, run away now! Lin Yi shouted. Sword essence surged as he charged towards the 5 demonic dragons. Powerful sword light flickered as Lin Yi tackled the 5 demonic dragons. However, it was clear that Lin Yi was in an absolutely disadvantageous position. He would be able to barely keep himself alive and couldn't possibly care for Jian Wushuang at this juncture. He only hoped Jian Wushuang would be fortunate to escape from this. What he had never expected was that Jian Wushuang wouldn't attempt to flee at all. When he heard Lin Yi shouted, Jian Wushuang remained rooted to the ground. Whoosh! 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 The 4 chaotic realm experts from the Zhuge family had already surrounded him. Seeing that Jian Wushuang remained unmoved, they scoffed. Brat, are you so afraid that you have become dumb? Lin Yi ordered you to flee immediately, and yet you choose to remain behind? Although you have frightening talents, you are still too young and haven't been through many ordeals. In a life and death situation, you have become paralyzed in fear. It's good that way. You will have a quicker death and won't suffer as much. The 4 chaotic realm experts chatted casually and weren't concerned by Jian Wushuang at all. However, what they didn't notice was when they were mocking Jian Wushuang, contempt was gleaming in Jian Wushuang's eyes. That half-step divine demon expert is held up by Uncle Lin Yi. There isn't even a peak chaotic realm among the 4 of them. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He wasn't silly and he wasn't paralyzed in fear. In his previous lifetime, he had been through numerous setbacks. In the most pressing danger, he could still remain calm while searching for a glimmer of hope. His current encounter wouldn't even have been considered a small wave. The reason why he didn't heed Lin Yi's advice to flee at the first instance was because only 4 chaotic realms weren't qualified to make him flee. In the air, Jian Wushuang stood peacefully. He flipped his palm and a red sword appeared in his hand. The sword was 4 feet long and didn't have a sheath. The red body made it look as though it was submerged in fresh blood. When it appeared in Jian Wushuang's hand, it instantly attracted the attention of the 4 chaotic realms. They stared at the sword. At first glance, the long sword looked ordinary. However, it seemed to have been to hell and back. Corpses were scattered everywhere, and the sea of blood was vast and boundless. Great sword. That's definitely a terrestrial treasure. Moreover, it's a peak terrestrial treasure, or even a heavenly treasure. Without a doubt, this was a stunning killing sword. This sword was none other than the Blood Mountain Sword, the sword that had descended from the sky when Jian Wushuang was born. Chapter 23:19 One Strike. Old pal, it's been a long time since I last fought with you. Jian Wushuang ran his fingers through the body of the Blood Mountain Sword while feeling the icy cold sensation from it. The Blood Mountain Sword was the closest comrade Jian Wushuang had ever had. Although it had only been 16 years since he had held the Blood Mountain Sword and gone on a killing spree, it felt like a lifetime. The difference of a lifetime was undoubtedly long. Now that Jian Wushuang had taken out his Blood Mountain Sword again, it symbolized that the infamous Sword Emperor of the previous lifetime was about to use his Reaper sword once again. As for the Blood Mountain Sword, it could also pick up the killing intent from Jian Wushuang that it had been missing for a long time. The body of the sword started trembling violently. Thanks. Although this kid is still young, he has a pretty good sword. I heard when this kid was born, a divine sword descended with him. It was also because of that the name he was given suggested he would be unparalleled in swords. That divine sword that descended with him is probably the one he is holding on to currently. Such an incredible sword in the hands of a pure Sun Realm kid would be such a waste. It's better for it to be with us to show its true might. To prevent unexpected events from happening, let's kill him right now. Kill. After a short conversation, all 4 of them struck at the same time. Logically speaking, they were all at the chaotic realm, while Jian Wushuang was just at the pure Sun Realm. Any one of them could have easily killed Jian Wushuang. Yet they had chosen to strike at the first instant together. This was because they wouldn't want to give Jian Wushuang even the slightest opportunity. Moreover, they coordinated well. One of them was using a saber and was like the embodiment of the god of thunder as he charged towards Jian Wushuang with flickering lightning surrounding him. Another one used a black spear. Through the emptiness of space, he silently lunged towards Jian Wushuang's head. A girl was using a red long whip that moved like a giant python and was circling around Jian Wushuang swiftly. The most stunning of them all was a burly bald man. As he pushed out his palm, a giant hand formed that shrouded the space before Jian Wushuang. They had completely cut off any path of escape for Jian Wushuang. The next instant, the saber sliced open Jian Wushuang's body. That black spear penetrated Jian Wushuang's skull. That long red whip crushed Jian Wushuang's body. And the final large palm from the burly bald man destroyed everything that Jian Wushuang had been using initially. Everything was so smooth and fluid. However, the 4 chaotic realm experts that struck felt something wasn't right. This was because all of them could feel their attacks weren't connecting with a material body. Whoosh! Unknowingly, Jian Wushuang had appeared in the middle of the quartet. In the same space, Jian Wushuang utilized space-time rules of order and arrived in the middle of the quartet silently. The next moment, Jian Wushuang struck with his Blood Mountain Sword. Wang. As the sword moved through, ripples reverberated through the surrounding space as though something heavy was being thrown into a calm lake. The swing from Jian Wushuang was like a heavy object, while the surrounding space was like a peaceful lake. A sword glow lit up the space and intoxicated the rest. It was just a small ray of sword light, and yet the entire space was shrouded in it. For a moment, time and space seemed to have stopped. It was as though the four figures were frozen solid and not moving an inch. Jian Wushuang put away his sword slowly and walked through the quartet without taking a look back. At this very moment, the frozen quartet was filled with fear. It wasn't that they didn't want to move. They couldn't have even if they wished to. Moreover, they could feel a sharp pain in their necks. From there, blood started flowing out. A thin, minuscule sword mark had been left on their necks. However, this sword mark had neatly sliced through their necks. The quartet could clearly feel their vitality slipping rapidly from their bodies. Before death, they were filled with astonishment and disbelief. When Jian Wushuang walked out of the middle of the quarter, for heads flew off. In a single strike, the 4 chaotic realm experts from the Zhuge family had been killed. At the other end, Jian Wushuang could hear angry roars from time to time. Those were from the 5 demonic dragons. The 5 demonic dragons were extremely powerful, and just one of them was sufficient to suppress a peak chaotic realm. When the 5 of them coordinated, even half-step divine demon would have to go all out against them. Lin Yi's fighting strength was just barely comparable to a half-step divine demon's. After an intense battle, he had crushed one of the demonic dragons relying on his sword principle. However, he had also suffered some injuries while battling the demonic dragons. As for the red-haired old lady with the dragon head truncheon, she stood in the air. When Lin Yi was battling the demonic dragons, she would search for opportunities to attack. Lin Yi's injuries had been caused by her directly. Although both of them were in battle, they were also paying attention to the situation at the other end. Lin Yi was initially flabbergasted when he saw Jian Wushuang not heeding his warning to leave at the first instant. There was nothing he could have done. Subsequently, Lin Yi felt despair when he saw the chaotic realm quartet strike decisively towards Jian Wushuang with their killer moves. He had not thought Jian Wushuang would have any chance of survival under the besiegement of the chaotic realm quartet. Just as the thought went through his mind, the tiny and intoxicating sword light illuminated the space. That strike, Lin Yi was completely mesmerized by Jian Wushuang's strike. He could tell from a single glance that the strike was the snow cleave that Jian Wushuang had created 3 years ago. He had only gained enlightenment and made a breakthrough in his sword principle after seeing it go into cultivation in seclusion for 3 years. This strike was definitely the most amazing and mysterious that Lin Yi had ever seen. It wasn't just him. Even that red-haired old lady was mesmerized by that strike. The next instant, something unbelievable happened before the red-haired old lady and Lin Yi. After that single strike, the chaotic realm quartet from Zhuge family couldn't put up a struggle at all and had their heads severed directly. Impossible. A strange light glittered in the eyes of the red-haired old lady as she stared deadly at Jian Wushuang. How could this have happened? Lin Yi was stupefied. He would admit Jian Wushuang's sword principle was exceptionally amazing, and no one in Anzhou Prefecture was a match for him. However, regardless of how incredible his sword principle was, he was merely a pure sun realm. Chapter 2320. Water Fairy Island, a pure sun realm, had killed 4 chaotic realms in a single strike? Was this possible? Who would believe it if someone told others? However, that had really happened before his eyes. Moreover, the chaotic realm quarter wasn't just at the early stage chaotic realm. 2 of them were at the middle stage chaotic realm. As for Jian Wushuang, he was just at the middle stage pure sun realm and not even the peak pure sun realm. The difference in realms was so huge, and yet he could swiftly kill them. Lin Yi and that red-haired old lady couldn't believe their eyes. However, Jian Wushuang was able to do it so easily and casually. After he killed the chaotic realm quartet, he was still casual and composed. For him, killing 4 chaotic realms was indeed nothing. When he was in the eternal chaotic world and before he had completed his perfect chaotic life form, he had been able to rely on the uniqueness of being an inverse cultivator to challenge and even kill chaotic realm as an eternal real god. And now that he had been reincarnated into a perfect chaotic life form, he was even more frightening than an inverse cultivator. Moreover, his understanding of the rules of order, sword principle, and many other aspects were way beyond the ordinary chaotic realm. As such, killing an ordinary chaotic realm was just like a walk in the park. Even if he were to face a true peak chaotic realm, he would stand a good chance. In the air, Lin Yi and the red-haired old lady had stopped. Both of their gazes were fixed on Jian Wushuang. Haha, Jian Wushuang, I finally understood why the Zhuge family would pay such a high price to kill you. At such a young age, your understanding of swords is already so deep. You are even able to easily kill chaotic realms when you are just a pure sun realm. If such a demon-like talent like you were given time to grow, the entire Anju prefecture, or even the entire Wuxia Baron region, would be trampled under your feet. In fact, you could even go beyond the Wuxia Baron region to a more glamorous region. For you, reaching Divine Demon was a given. As for going beyond Divine Demon and becoming an undying saint, you probably have a high chance as well. It is not surprising why the Zhuge family would feel uneasy about having such a talent standing against them. The red-haired old lady laughed coldly while staring fervently at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was indifferent and didn't take in a single word from the red-haired old lady. As for Lin Yi, he was awestruck. Previously, he had known that Jian Wushuang had extremely high talents and great potential. Now he felt he had only seen the tip of the iceberg. The potential that Jian Wushuang had displayed was even greater than any talent he was aware of. Just like the red-haired old lady had said, becoming a divine demon was a given for Jian Wushuang. He also had a high chance of becoming a superpower existence of undying saint, the level beyond divine demon. Looking across boundless absolute beginning divine worlds, an undying saint would be considered a top-notch expert. Jian Wushuang, am here this time because of Zhuge family's invitation to kill you. However, after seeing your talents, I have changed my mind. The red-haired old lady stared at Jian Wushuang and said, Truth be told, my name is Yen Kei, and am from the Water Fairy Island. Water Fairy Island. Lin Yi was astonished. Jian Wushuang also lifted his head to glance at the red-haired old lady. Jian Wushuang knew about the Water Fairy Island. Although large families were the most common in the Wuxia Baron region, ancient sects were numerous as well. Moreover, these sects were extremely powerful and controlled large areas in the Wuxia Baron region. Misty Rain Sword Pavilion, which Zhuo Yunfeng wanted Jian Wushuang to join, and Dongzhou sect, which Zhuge Han was in, were both rather strong sections. However, they were miles apart from Water Fairy Island. Water Fairy Island was definitely one of the most elite sects in the Wuxia Baron region. In fact, they would be ranked in the top 10 among the numerous sects of Wuxia Baron region. It was said that there was more than 200 chaotic divine demon in Water Fairy Island. As for experts beyond that level, there were more than a few of them as well. A powerful sect like this was definitely feared by various families in the Wuxia Baron region. I have heard of Water Fairy Island, but what does it have to do with me? Jian Wushuang's eyes were still as cold as ever. I told you about my background because I wouldn't want such an absolute talent to be killed here. Therefore, I would like to give you an opportunity. If you are willing, follow me back to Water Fairy Island and I'll personally refer you. With your talents and potential together with my referral, it will be more than sufficient to get you a slot as a core disciple of Water Fairy Island. If you are lucky, our island master, or even those elders that are above the chaotic divine demon level might want to take you as their disciples, said Yen Quebec. She had indeed come to kill Jian Wushuang. She had also taken the benefits from the Zhuge family. However, the potential that Jian Wushuang had displayed had aroused her interests. It wasn't that she was appreciative of talents, but because she knew clearly if she could refer a talent like Jian Wushuang into Water Fairy Island, the experts in Water Fairy Island would definitely reward her handsomely. These rewards would be way more than what Zhuge family had promised her. You wanted to kill me moments ago, and now you want me to join the Water Fairy Island? Huh, you definitely changed quickly. However, the meager Water Fairy Island isn't qualified for me to join. Jian Wushuang was cold and didn't hesitate for a moment. Jian Wushuang, you have to think this through. Even if it wasn't for your future, you would have to consider your current predicament. Following me back to Water Fairy Island will be your only chance of survival. Otherwise, Yin Kei squinted her eyes. Otherwise, truth be told, I'm really not interested in your Water Fairy Island. As for you, a meager half-step divine demon is nothing before me. I don't feel that my current situation is perilous. On the other hand, you should think about how you are going to get out, Jian Wushuang said coldly. The Chaotic Realm Quartet from the Zhuge family has died. It will be your turn next. Arrogant. Yin Kei was infuriated. Jian Wushuang, you only killed some chaotic realm trash. Do you really think that's incredible? Forget it. I've allowed you to live and yet you reject me. Don't blame it on me. A stifling killing intent emanated from Yen Quebec. She was finally going to use her full strength. Chapter 23-21. Execution. From the beginning, although Yen Kei had made his move as well, he had only suppressed Lin Yi with his demonic dragon. But as a genuine half-step divine demon that had already understood some rules of order, he had more up his sleeve. Finally, Yen Kei was giving it his all. Little Wushuang, watch out. Half-step divine demon experts are strong, Lin Yi reminded him. Lin Yi had some grudges. Why couldn't Jian Wushuang simply agree to Yen Kei's request? From Lin Yi's perspective, many geniuses are rushing to join big sects like the Water Fairy Island, but Jian Wushuang had discarded the opportunity. During such a crisis, if he had agreed, there would have been no more trouble. But now they had to go against a half-step divine demon expert giving his all. We can only hope that the Lin clan experts reach us in time. Lin Yi clenched his fists. He had already transmitted for help when they were intercepted, but reinforcements needed time to arrive. A half-step divine demon is indeed strong, but with my own powers and the help from little Wushuang, we should be able to hold on, Lin Yi thought. But at that moment, Jian Wushuang looked at Lin Yi. Uncle Lin Yi, I cannot handle a half-step divine demon. I'll leave it to you. Leave it to me? Lin Yi was stunned and thought, if you knew you couldn't handle him, why were you so arrogant? Jian Wushuang naturally knew what Lin Yi was thinking and smiled. Don't worry, is only a half-step divine demon. With your abilities, you can kill him easily. Lin Yi was even more furious. Killing a half-step divine demon? Easy? What a joke. Jian Wushuang whispered something. Uncle Lin Yi, listen to me. Just demonstrate your deadliest sword move. Lin Yi looked at Jian Wushuang, confused, unaware of his motives. He only wanted to tangle with Yen Kei for a while longer while reinforcements came. He needed to preserve divine power. But Jian Wushuang wanted him to use his strongest sword move? He had his doubts, but he made a decision and chose to listen to Jian Wushuang. Let's try it then. If I can't fight it, I can still escape, and it is Jian Wushuang that will die. Lin Yi hesitated no more. Wang, a powerful sword essence, swept the area as the shapeless sword essence formed a huge sword essence storm. Lin Yi was at the center of that storm, turning into a sharp sword himself. The swordsmanship had not been performed yet, but the sword momentum was there. Lin Yi squinted his eyes as he looked extremely cold. The void around him turned chilly. Such a great sword essence, I'll be strong, Jian Wushuang smiled. He could feel that Lin Yi's sword move was going to be extraordinary, and thus he made preparations as well. Jian Wushuang did not move, and nor did his blood mountain sword. But in his mind, a great soul power was precipitating. After reincarnation, even though Jian Wushuang had had to retrain his cultivation base, his soul was intact. His soul was not damaged, and its power was still at chaotic realm pinnacle levels, perhaps even half-step divine demon. As long as his cultivation base was restored to chaotic divine demon levels, his soul power would ascend accordingly. Half-step divine demon's soul power was being mobilized by Jian Wushuang. In the void, Lin Yi's sword was finally formed and charged. A bright sword light could be seen, so glaring and dazzling people could not help but close their eyes. The move was so powerful it could have split the earth. After it left Lin Yi's hand, the sword cut through the void and appeared in front of Yen, Quebec. The huge sword essence storm followed the sword light as well. It was a powerful sword. From Jian Wushuang's perception, it was as strong as a half-step divine demon's full blow. It should have been easy to kill peak chaotic realm experts, but not half-step divine demons directly. At least to Lin Yi, his direct blow could not do much. Yen Ke laughed in disdain as he saw Jian Wushuang make his move as well. A firefly like you dares to contend with the light of the sun. Yen Ke said coldly and released his divine power, preparing to destroy Lin Yi's sword. But at that moment, Jian Wushuang in the void had a sudden murderous intent in his eyes. Soul's secret skill, 3 divine lights. Xiu, a golden beam completely precipitated from soul power and rushed over at an incredible speed. The golden beam was murky. No one could have spotted it if one did not look closely. It was demonstrated slower than Lin Yi's sword, but before the sword struck, the murky sword light had already struck Yen, Quebec. The soul power within that golden beam struck Yen Ke's soul directly. Yen Ke was a half-step divine demon with strong soul power, but without any precautions his soul was deeply hurt as well. Ah! A painful scream was let out by Yen Ke as the divine power he had gathered now dissipated. Yen Ke's eyes were in a frenzy, hands over his head. It was obvious that the person was in great pain. Yen Ke was no longer able to dodge Lin Yi's sword light. The terrifying sword light struck Yen Ke's holy body without obstruction. Yen Ke was a half-step divine demon, but without demonstrating any ways to block it, it was impossible to block such a terrifying sword directly. Yen Ke's holy body blasted open and started collapsing. After a moment, the half-step divine demon from Water Fairy Island was dead. Chapter 23-22, his words, "Dead, he's dead." Lin Yi froze there, completely. He could not believe that the half-step divine demon, Yen Ke, had died under his sword. No matter how strong his sword was, the half-step divine demon expert could not have stood there and simply absorbed the hit without any resistance. But that had just happened. It's a soul attack. Yen Ke was stuck with a terrifying soul attack, and it came from... Lin Yi looked at Jian Wushuang. It was because Jian Wushuang's soul attack had immobilized Yen Ke, giving him the opportunity to kill him. How? Little Wushuang is only a pure sun realm. How did he manage to do such a terrifying soul attack? Lin Yi was shocked. What he did not know was that Jian Wushuang was indeed a pure sun realm expert in terms of cultivation base, but his soul power was stronger than that of a peak chaotic realm like him. A sudden golden light scripture from the 3 divine lights, performed by Jian Wushuang, was what caught Yen Ke by surprise. It's a pity that the soul-swallowing pearl did not follow me through reincarnation. If not, that soul attack would have done much more than injure, Jian Wushuang said quietly. In his previous life, his soul attacks had been extremely powerful and had had his soul-swallowing pearl to complement it. The soul-swallowing pearl was powerful and had helped with Jian Wushuang's soul attacks immensely. Unfortunately, when his master had sent him down the reincarnation passage, only his soul, the blood mountain sword, and the mountain river map had followed. Even now, he had no clue where the mountain river map was. Other treasures like the 5-gem armor, the soul-swallowing pearl, the 5-fire godly spirit mirror, and more, were all left back at the eternal chaotic world. Uncle Lin Yin K's dead, but he's a half-step divine demon after all. Check the Qian Kuan ring, Jian Wushuang said. Qian Kuan ring? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. A half-step divine demon from a big sect, like the Water Fairy Island, was bound to possess lots of treasures. But Lin Yi frowned immediately and said, Little Wushuang, I did not do much in killing Yen Quebec. It was your soul attack. The items in Yen K and the other 4 chaotic realm experts, Qian Kun rings, should belong to you. No, I'm only a pure sun realm. I cannot kill a half-step divine demon. Yen K was killed by you only. The other 4 as well, you understand, Uncle Lin Yi? Jian Wushuang looked at Lin Yi right in the eyes. Lin Yi understood what Jian Wushuang was trying to do. Jian Wushuang did not want too much attention. After all, a pure sun realm taking down 4 chaotic realm experts with 1 sword and seriously injuring a half-step divine demon with 1 soul attack would bring attention not only from Anzhou Commandery but from the entire Wuxia Baron region. Jian Wushuang had already gained much attention within the Anzhou Commandery for his name. If word of what had just happened spread, countless experts would have their eyes on him. Understood, I know what to do. I won't spill a word about what happened today. Even if the Lin family had asks, I'll insist I did it alone, Lin Yi said. Jian Wushuang had helped his sword principal achieve a breakthrough. Previously, Lin Yi was grateful to Jian Wushuang. He knew that Jian Wushuang was in a tough spot, of course, and he would help Jian Wushuang wherever he could. Thank you, Uncle Lin Yi, Jian Wushuang smiled. For Yen K's and the other 4 experts, Qian Kuan ring, the items inside all belong to you. If I could have some elixir that boosts divine power, or some natural treasures, that would be great. No problem, Lin Yi nodded. Immediately, he searched through the Qian Kuan rings. He sorted them out with Jian Wushuang. Experts from big clans like the Water Fairy Island Yen K indeed possessed much richer treasures. There were 3 nature treasures in total. Lin Yi was elated upon its discovery, but Jian Wushuang could not have cared less. Jian Wushuang only wanted the elixirs that improved divine power. Soon they sorted out the treasures. Little Wushuang, let's wait. The reinforcements will arrive soon, Lin Yi said. Okay, Jian Wushuang nodded. They waited quietly along the mountain range. Xiu, xiu, xiu. Countless flowing lights arrived at amazing speeds and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and Lin Yi. Head, Lin Yi said. Lin Yi, what happened? Weren't you being intercepted by Zhuge family experts? Where are they? Lin Taifeng asked. Head, we were indeed intercepted. The opponents were 4 chaotic realms and 1 half-step divine demon. But the half-step divine demon was not as strong as I thought. The enemy was too reckless and died under my sword, including the 4 chaotic realms. Lin Yi said directly. Those were the words he had thought of previously. Without a doubt, Lin Taifeng began questioning him. You mean you killed the half-step divine demon? Lin Taifeng would believe he had killed those 4 chaotic realms. But Lin Yi alone, taking down a half-step divine demon? He could never believe that. Yes, Lin Yi replied. He knew Lin Taifeng would not believe it, but he said it anyway. Jian Wushuang added, Uncle Lin, the half-step divine demon, indeed died by Uncle Lin Yi's hand. He achieved a breakthrough in sword principle after the meditation, crossing over the threshold of sword principle. He already has half-step divine demon powers. The opponent underestimated Uncle Lin Yi from the very beginning. Although he had his doubts, as Lin Taifeng looked across the battlefield, the void had been filled with Lin Yi's sword essence. Along with Jian Wushuang's testimony, Lin Taifeng finally managed to believe some of it. Chapter 23-22, his words, dead, he's dead. Lin Yi froze there, completely. He could not believe that the half-step divine demon Yen Ke had died under his sword. No matter how strong his sword was, the half-step divine demon expert could not have stood there and simply absorbed the hit without any resistance. But that had just happened. It's a soul attack! Yen Ke was stuck with a terrifying soul attack, and it came from... Lin looked at Jian Wushuang. It was because Jian Wushuang's soul attack had immobilized Yen Ke, giving him the opportunity to kill him. How? Little Wushuang is only a pure sun realm. How did he manage to do such a terrifying soul attack? Lin was shocked. What he did not know was that Jian Wushuang was indeed a pure sun realm expert in terms of cultivation base, but his soul power was stronger than that of a peak chaotic realm like him. A sudden golden light scripture from the three divine lights, performed by Jian Wushuang, was what caught Yen Ke by surprise. It's a pity that the soul-swallowing pearl did not follow me through reincarnation. If not, that soul attack would have done much more than injure, Jian Wushuang said quietly. In his previous life, his soul attacks had been extremely powerful and had had his soul-swallowing pearl to complement it. The soul-swallowing pearl was powerful and had helped with Jian Wushuang's soul attacks immensely. Unfortunately, when his master had sent him down the reincarnation passage, only his soul, the Blood Mountain Sword, and the Mountain River map had followed. Even now, he had no clue where the Mountain River map was. Other treasures like the 5-gem armor, the soul-swallowing pearl, the 5-fire godly spirit mirror, and more, were all left back at the eternal chaotic world. Uncle Lin Yen Ke's dead, but he's a half-step divine demon after all. Check the Qian Kuan ring, Jian Wushuang said. Qian Kuan ring? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. A half-step divine demon from a big sect, like the Water Fairy Island, was bound to possess lots of treasures. But Lin Yi frowned immediately and said, Little Wushuang, I did not do much in killing Yen Quebec. It was your soul attack. The items in Yen Ke and the other 4 chaotic realm experts, Qian Kun rings, should belong to you. No, I'm only a pure sun realm. I cannot kill a half-step divine demon. Yen Ke was killed by you only. The other 4 as well, you understand, Uncle Lin Yi? Jian Wushuang looked at Lin Yi right in the eyes. Lin Yi understood what Jian Wushuang was trying to do. Jian Wushuang did not want too much attention. After all, a pure sun realm taking down 4 chaotic realm experts with 1 sword and seriously injuring a half-step divine demon with 1 soul attack would bring attention not only from Anzhou Commandery, but from the entire Wuxia Baron region. Jian Wushuang had already gained much attention within the Anzhou Commandery for his name. If word of what had just happened spread, countless experts would have their eyes on him. Understood, I know what to do. I won't spill a word about what happened today. Even if the Lin family had asks, I'll insist I did it alone, Lin Yi said. Jian Wushuang had helped his sword principal achieve a breakthrough. Previously, Lin Yi was grateful to Jian Wushuang. He knew that Jian Wushuang was in a tough spot, of course, and he would help Jian Wushuang wherever he could. Thank you, Uncle Lin Yi, Jian Wushuang smiled. For Yen Ke's and the other 4 experts' Qian Kuan ring, the items inside all belong to you. If I could have some elixir that boosts divine power, or some natural treasures, that would be great. No problem, Lin Yi nodded. Immediately, he searched through the Qian Kuan rings. He sorted them out with Jian Wushuang. Experts from big clans like the Water Fairy Island Yen Ke indeed possessed much richer treasures. There were 3 nature treasures in total. Lin Yi was elated upon its discovery, but Jian Wushuang could not have cared less. Jian Wushuang only wanted the elixirs that improved divine power. Soon they sorted out the treasures. Little Wushuang, let's wait. The reinforcements will arrive soon, Lin Yi said. Okay, Jian Wushuang nodded. They waited quietly along the mountain range. Shoo! 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 Countless flowing lights arrived at amazing speeds and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and Lin Yi. Head, Lin Yi said. Lin Yi, what happened? Weren't you being intercepted by Zhuge family experts? Where are they? Lin Taifeng asked. Head, we were indeed intercepted. The opponents were 4 chaotic realms and 1 half-step divine demon. But the half-step divine demon was not as strong as I thought. The enemy was too reckless and died under my sword, including the 4 chaotic realms. Lin Yi said directly. Those were the words he had thought of previously. Without a doubt, Lin Taifeng began questioning him. You mean you killed the half-step divine demon? Lin Taifeng would believe he had killed those 4 chaotic realms. But Lin Yi alone, taking down a half-step divine demon? He could never believe that. Yes, Lin Yi replied. He knew Lin Taifeng would not believe it, but he said it anyway. Jian Wushuang added, Uncle Lin, the half-step divine demon, indeed died by Uncle Lin Yi's hand. He achieved a breakthrough in sword principle after the meditation, crossing over the threshold of sword principle. He already has half-step divine demon powers. The opponent underestimated Uncle Lin Yi from the very beginning. Although he had his doubts, as Lin Taifeng looked across the battlefield, the void had been filled with Lin Yi's sword essence. Along with Jian Wushuang's testimony, Lin Taifeng finally managed to believe some of it. Chapter 23-24 Returning to Incineration Moon City Incineration Moon City, the governor's mansion. Zhuo Yunfeng, Luo Xinqin, and many guards and servants had received news of Jian Wushuang's return and were waiting for him at the gate. Father, mother! Jian Wushuang bowed to the parents of his current life. Haha, it's been almost 4 years, boy. You've grown taller. Zhuo Yunfeng looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled. Not just taller, more mature. Luo Xinqin smiled as she squeezed Jian Wushuang's cheeks. Jian Wushuang was comforted, regardless of the Zhuo Yunfeng couple of this life, or the Jian Nantian couple of his previous. They were all his closest family. Brother Lin Yi, Brother Lin Ao is here as well. Zhuo Yunfeng noticed the 2 Lin family experts that had escorted Jian Wushuang. Thank you so much. No problem. The young lord has helped the Lin family quite a bit during this period of time. It's natural we return the favor, orders from our head, Lin Ao said. You're too kind, Zhuo Yunfeng replied. Brother Zhuo. Lin Yi's gaze turned solemn. To be honest, I was the only one escorting him back today. But little Wushuang was intercepted by Zhuge family experts. Luckily, we survived. Lin Ao followed us afterwards as a safety precaution. Intercepted. Zhuo Yunfeng's face changed. Intercepted by a half-step divine demon. It was serious, Lin Ao said. Zhuo Yunfeng's frown grew deeper. Luo Xinqin beside asked Jian Wushuang worriedly, Shuang, are you okay then? Of course, thanks to Uncle Lin Yi. Jian Wushuang smiled. We are grateful. Zhuo Yunfeng thanked them once again. After they exchanged greetings, Zhuo Yunfeng wanted to invite Lin Yi and Lin Ao to stay for a few days, but Jian Wushuang dragged them to a corner. I have something I would like the 2 of you to help with, Jian Wushuang asked humbly. No problem. Lin Yi was impressed by Jian Wushuang's skills and agreed immediately. The both of you should leave the Incineration Moon City immediately, but don't go too far. Come back quietly at night and hide within the Incineration Moon City, Jian Wushuang said. Little Wushuang, you mean? Lin Yi and Lin Ao looked at Jian Wushuang. They understood Jian Wushuang's intentions. If the Zhuge family tried to kill me once, they will try again. Although I'm safe with my father at the Incineration Moon City as a safety precaution, I hope both of you will stay for a month, no longer than that. If the Zhuge family does not make their move by then, they probably will not anymore. If they do, at least you can help me, Jian Wushuang said. Understood. Lin Mansion should be safe by the end of the month anyway. Well, stay in the city for a month, Lin Ao said directly. Thank you both, but please be careful, Jian Wushuang said. Understood. Lin Yi and Lin Ao replied and left. Soon, under the gaze of many, they left the city openly. But not long after, they returned without a trace. Within the governor's mansion, the Zhui Yinfeng couple and Jian Wushuang gathered together. "Shuang, how have you been these 4 years?" Zhui Yinfeng asked. "Not bad, they took care of me well. I ate well, slept well," Jian Wushuang smiled. "Rascal, who asked you about that? How's your cultivation?" Zhui Yunfeng laughed as he scolded him. As his father, Zhui Yunfeng was most concerned with Jian Wushuang's abilities and speed of growth. Luo Xinqin could not have cared less for those, as long as Jian Wushuang was happy. "My cultivation base improved quite a bit, and my sword principle as well," Jian Wushuang said as a divine power aura was released from him. "This is pure sun realm?" Zhui Yinfeng was shocked. How could it be? When you left, you were only an early transformed god, but you reached pure sun realm levels in 4 years. What Zhui Yinfeng did not know was that Jian Wushuang had concealed his divine power, releasing only early pure sun realm levels. If Zhui Yinfeng knew he had already reached mid-pure sun realm levels, he would have been even more shocked. "I got lucky," Jian Wushuang said casually. "Rascal, you surprise me by the day. If you didn't show your divine power aura, even I could not have guessed. What kind of aura concealment skill did you learn?" Zhui Yinfeng asked. "I learnt it a long time ago within the mansion, but I forgot what skill was it." "It's good though," Jian Wushuang smiled. "Is it?" Zhui Yinfeng had his doubts. The secret skills within the mansion were all his, but he did not recall one with such powerful aura concealment skills. Jian Wushuang did not explain further. He had roamed the world for 100,000 years in his past life, learning countless skills, the aura concealment skill included. Even true divine demons would not be able to tell if he did not reveal his aura himself. "Forget it, I will not ask too much. But what happened on the way back? Why was there a half-step divine demon going after you?" Zhui Yinfeng frowned. Luo Xinqin looked over as well. Jian Wushuang briefly recounted what had happened at the Lin Mansion without concealing anything, including the part where he had defeated Zhuge. "That's what happened, huh?" Zhui Yunfeng's face darkened. The Zhuge family and Lin family had been fighting for years. Now that the Zhuge family is finally slightly stronger than the Lin family, along with Zhuge, I think they are about to finally make their move. Chapter 23-25 Chaotic Realm as a half-step divine demon expert. Zhui Yunfeng had seen much of the world. He knew in an instant what the Zhuge family was planning. "Shuang, you did right this time," Zhui Yunfeng said. "Lin Taifeng and I are blood-sworn brothers. If the Lin family is in trouble, I would help no matter what. You did the right thing defeating Zhuge there." Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders. He knew his father well. "If I'm not wrong, the Zhuge family will make their move soon. If they dared to attack me, it means that they were prepared. Even if you help the Lin family, father, I'm afraid it won't change much," Jian Wushuang said. "And if they come, you may die along with the Lin family. Looks like I need to restore my own powers as soon as possible. My cultivation base should at least be at the chaotic realm level in order to fight the Zhuge family." Jian Wushuang knew clearly that without his soul attack, he would struggle against a peak chaotic realm expert. Zhuge family could simply send a half-step divine demon to kill him. He could not influence the battle with his fighting power, but if he restored his chaotic realm cultivation base, things would be different. If I train normally, ITLL take me 4 to 5 years to go from middle pure sun realm to early stage chaotic realm. But with the elixirs and natural treasures by my side, I should improve fast enough. I can only hope ITLL be faster than the Zhuge family. Jian Wushuang's gaze flashed with a ray of fine light. Afterwards, Jian Wushuang stayed in the governor's mansion, improving his divine power with the elixirs and natural treasures. At the same time, Lin Yi and Lin Ao remained hiding within the Incineration Moon City in case anything happened within the governor's mansion. A month passed, and the mansion remained peaceful. Guess the Zhuge family is not so stupid after all. Jian Wushuang sat in his room, reading a jade bamboo strip. He had guessed that the Zhuge family would not attack him for a second time after the first failure. It would be too difficult for them. But as a safety precaution, Jian Wushuang had still requested that Lin Yi and Lin Ao stay for an extra month, but it was obviously in vain. After a month passed, Lin Yi and Lin Ao naturally left the Incineration Moon City and returned back to the Lin Mansion. Jian Wushuang remained peaceful and continued to improve his divine power cultivation base. Time passed. In a flash, 3 years passed. Jian Wushuang became 19 years old that year, in the absolute beginning divine world that made him an adult. In a secret room within the governor's mansion, Jian Wushuang sat alone with his eyes shut as strong divine power surrounded him. The divine power was converging towards him wildly, striking the barrier within his own body. In 2 hits, the barrier collapsed. He had had a breakthrough. Jian Wushuang's divine power and holy body had begun to change. Chaotic realm am finally here. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, evidently surprised. He now possessed early-stage chaotic realm powers, equivalent to Asur gods. But Jian Wushuang was still far from his pinnacle cultivation base. But it was enough to delight him. The leap between the pure sun realm and the chaotic realm was a big one. Crossing it meant Jian Wushuang's abilities would leap forward as well. More importantly, he could now learn many secret skills. I thought it would take me 3 to 4 years, and indeed it took exactly 3 years. Faster than I had imagined, Jian Wushuang thought with a smile. If he allowed Zhui Yunfeng to know his cultivation base, he would be shocked. Jian Wushuang had shown him an early pure sun realm cultivation base, but if he were to jump to chaotic realm just 3 years later, the cultivating speed, it would be mind-blowing. The entire Anzhou Commandery, or even the Wuxia Baron region, had not heard of anyone reaching chaotic realm levels before the age of 20. But now Jian Wushuang had done it. Of course, Jian Wushuang could reach those levels only because his own cultivation base had long ago reached divine demon levels. He was simply restoring divine power. As long as he had enough divine power, he could break through without any trouble. In terms of the accumulation of divine power, the absolute beginning divine world's spiritual influence of heaven and earth was rich, in addition to his perfect chaotic life-form body, absorbing them at terrifying speeds, along with more elixirs and natural treasures. Reaching chaotic realm at the age of 19 seemed normal. If he continued to recover at that speed, he would restore his chaotic divine demon levels within a decade. But after he stepped into divine demon levels, his cultivating speeds would slow down. In the previous life, as an inverse cultivator, when I first stepped into chaotic realm levels, my divine power was strong enough to fight against peak chaotic realms. Along with the explosive power granted by my bloodline of ancient clan, my powers were even stronger than those of peak chaotic realm experts. But in this life, although I no longer possess the bloodline of ancient clan as a perfect chaotic life form, my divine powers, Jian Wushuang murmured as he clenched his right fist, accumulating an explosive power. Jian Wushuang punched the nearby void. Pum! A violent wind-crackling sound could be heard as the space within the void rippled subtly. This power should be good against a half-step divine demon. Jian Wushuang was pleased. He had just stepped into the chaotic realm, but his divine powers now rivaled a half-step divine demon? How? And am not a complete, perfect chaotic life form yet. When I reach my pinnacle state as a chaotic divine demon, I wonder how terrifying it'll be. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists in anticipation. Chapter 23-26 5 Great Secret Skills, Part 1. Upon reaching chaotic realm levels, Jian Wushuang's power went through dramatic changes. If he encountered the half-step divine demon Yan Ke, even without Lin Yi, he could easily kill him with his own power. After all, with his rules of power along with his sword principle understanding, as long as his divine powers could demonstrate half-step divine demon levels, he could easily kill Yen Quebec. After reaching chaotic realm levels, he could start training many secret skills as well. The secret skills referred to the 6 great secret skills his master had left in his head after he had been reincarnated. The most powerful secret skill of the 6 was his master's heaven slaughter skill. As the first perfect chaotic life form, how powerful would Xian Yi's self-created heaven slaughter skill be? He dare not speculate before he trained it. The qualifications for the heaven slaughter skill were too high. He needed to reach chaotic divine demon levels first. So, he could only train the 5 great secret skills from the 7-star Black Sect. They were the secret skill of 7 stars, 9-star armor, Punisher God, Exquisite Pagoda, and the Body of Eternity. The 5 great secret skills had had a great reputation during 7-star Black Sect's prime. All 5 secret skills were extremely powerful, and countless experts craved it. But as the 7-star divine realm perished and the remaining experts stuck at the 7-star divine realm, the 5 great secret skills were no longer to be seen on the absolute beginning divine world. But Jian Wushuang now possessed all 5 of them. In the secret room, Jian Wushuang started analyzing it. He had analyzed it before, so he already understood most of it. First was the secret skill of 7 stars. He was most familiar with this secret skill. The secret skills of Star Palace he had trained in the eternal chaotic world had originated from this secret skill of 7 stars and had depended heavily on it to escape from life and death situations. But the secret skills of Star Palace and the true secret skill of 7 stars were obviously different. The secret skills of Star Palace had been passed down in the eternal chaotic world after his master Xian Yi's modification. The eternal chaotic world lacked the willpower of Heaven Wei, and therefore the balance of much could be disrupted. With the secret skills of Star Palace, the first scroll increased his fighting power 10-fold, the second scroll 100-fold, the third scroll 1,000-fold. The secret skill was unbelievable. But in reality, the secret skills of Star Palace could only be demonstrated in the eternal chaotic world. In the absolute beginning divine world, with Heaven Wei around, there was no way a secret skill could increase one's power by 100 times. No secret skill was capable of such a thing. Although the complete secret skill of 7 stars was impressive, it was not as amazing as the one he had learned back at the eternal chaotic world. The true secret skill of 7 stars concentrated star power as well, but the star power would instead concentrate into the person's holy body, merging perfectly with their divine power and blood essence. The star power would improve the person's own cultivation base. The secret skill of 7 stars had 3 scrolls as well. The first scroll elevated anyone below an undying saint by half a realm. The second scroll elevated anyone below an undying saint by a full realm. The third scroll elevated anyone below an undying saint by 2 realms, and elevated anyone beyond an undying saint by half a realm. Jian Wushuang was left speechless as he read through the information related to the secret skill of 7 stars within the absolute beginning divine world. Even though the secret skill of 7 stars was not as outrageous due to Heaven Wei, it was still terrifying. It could directly elevate one's own cultivation base. The 3 scrolls would help one immensely, especially the third scroll. Once that was learnt, anyone below an undying saint would be elevated by 2 realms. Say, if an early-stage chaotic realm expert were to learn that third scroll, he could reach the peak chaotic realm in an instant. That was the elevation of 2 realms. Elevating half a realm above the undying saint was even more impressive. An undying saint was one of the strongest experts in the absolute beginning divine world. Even a little improvement meant a lot to an undying saint, and was very hard to achieve. Now, if they knew they could be elevated by half a realm instantly with the help of the secret skill, many undying saints would kill for it. Thanks, it is indeed one of the strongest secret skill the 7-star Black Sect has to offer. It may not be as good as the secret skills of Star Palace, but in the absolute beginning divine world, this would help immensely, Jian Wushuang said in admiration. He was very content with it. Of course, as a chaotic realm, it was hard to learn all 3 scrolls in one shot. He could only learn the first. Even so, his powers would improve immensely. Next, Jian Wushuang read the 9-star armor. He had seen Emperor Bai demonstrate the 9-star armor before, and knew how powerful it was. It was also one of 7-star Black Sect's strongest secret skills. But after reading its details, Jian Wushuang shook his head. An early-stage chaotic realm could indeed train it, but one needed lots of resources. More importantly, one needed to create their own life armor. The life armor was different from any other armor. The life armor needed to be created with the cultivator's own blood essence, linking the armor to the host itself. If the life armor got damaged, the host would be injured as well, and the life armor could only be used by the creator. The 9-star armor was a secret skill that complemented the life armor. The resources required for the 9-star armor cultivation were nothing, but creating a life armor will be a different matter, Jian Wushuang murmured. Chapter 23-27 5 Great Secret Skills, Part 2. He had learned from Emperor Bai back in the eternal chaotic world that it took him a huge amount of time and resources to master the 9-star armor. He now knew it was due to the life armor. It's not easy creating a life armor, Jian Wushuang said. Creating a life armor not only required blood essence, but also resources suitable for the armor. Those resources were considered extremely valuable in the absolute beginning divine world as well. At least his Zhuoyin Feng and the Lin Mansion would definitely not be able to obtain it. Maybe a big sect in the Wuxia Barren region would be willing to sacrifice that much. Next, life armor still needed a master smelter to be created. In the Wuxia Barren region, there were only so many master smelters in the region. Jian Wushuang would not be able to reach them at that moment. Without materials or someone to help smelt it, he could not master the 9-star armor anyway. Put the 9-star armor on hold for now, Jian Wushuang said to himself. The 9-star armor was powerful. Jian Wushuang would never give up on it. He simply put on hold. Next, Jian Wushuang read the Punisher God. He had seen Emperor Bai demonstrate the terrifying Punisher God before. When Emperor Bai was in full drive, the 99,000-foot tall golden emperor shadow improved his powers immensely. The Punisher God also had some tricks up its sleeve, like the Punisher's Hell. Jian Wushuang was relatively envious of Emperor Bai then. But even if Emperor Bai had handed him the secret skill in the eternal chaotic world then, it would have been too hard for him to learn. But things were different now. The Punisher God only needs sufficient spiritual influence of heaven and earth and some supplementary treasures to help. Not easy to find in the eternal chaotic world, but easy enough over here. I can do this, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He was in a better position than Emperor Bai to learn the Punisher God. There were levels to the cultivation of Punisher God as well. The levels could be seen from how tall the shadow one could precipitate was. The first level would form a 100-foot tall shadow. The second level 1,000 feet. The third level 10,000 feet. The fourth level 100,000 feet. The fifth level 1,000,000 feet. Jian Wushuang remembered when Emperor Bai had demonstrated the Punisher God in the eternal chaotic world. The shadow reached 99,000 feet high. In terms of levels, Emperor Bai should have been one step away from the fourth level. But in reality, that was not the case. Although Emperor Bai formed a shadow 99,000 feet high then, the secret skill he learnt had always been flawed. It would be easy to keep going, but its true power cannot be released. Even if he had obtained the complete skill afterwards, head pale in comparison to those who had the full skill from the very beginning, Jian Wushuang said. According to the Punisher God information, it was not easy to cultivate it. The third level of Punisher God already required a top chaotic divine demon to master. The only reason Emperor Bai had reached the peak of the third level was because the skill he had learnt was flawed from the very beginning. With my abilities and some time, I should be able to learn the first level of Punisher God. forming a 100-foot-tall shadow. This way, my powers will improve too. Jian Wushuang smiled. Of the 5 great secret skills in the 7-star Black Sect, the secret skill of 7 stars, 9-star armor, and Punisher God were all secret skills that improved fighting power. He could learn 2 of the 3 for now. As for the remaining 2, Exquisite Pagoda, Body of Eternity, these are defensive secret skills. Jian Wushuang read on. The Exquisite Pagoda was a soul defense secret skill. After a cultivator reached chaotic realm levels and his consciousness morphed into a soul, the soul would become particularly important. As one's powers grew stronger, the more important his soul would become. Once someone has reached Undying Saint levels and gained the body of Undying, the soul would be their root power. Therefore, soul defense was particularly important. Many experts in the absolute beginning divine world would give up everything in order to improve their soul defense abilities. And as the 5 great secret skills of the 7-star Black Sect, the Exquisite Pagoda was the top 5 soul defense skills in the absolute beginning divine world. It was definitely a soul defense skill countless experts would kill for. After I reincarnated without my soul swallowing pearl, my soul defense dropped quite a bit. I can make use of this exquisite pagoda, Jian Wushuang smiled. He knew that in order to free the people in the 7-star divine realm and meet his closest family and friends on the other side, he needed to prioritize his life. The exquisite pagoda would help him with that immensely. Besides the exquisite pagoda, there was the body of eternity, an equally strong protective secret skill. But Jian Wushuang had no intention to learn it. After all, he already possessed a more suitable protective secret skill. The body of eternity can be considered the top 10 protective secret skills in the absolute beginning divine world. But the immemorial celestial body of the ancient clan is probably stronger, Jian Wushuang murmured. Chapter 23-28, about to start. The immemorial celestial body was from the ancient clan. The ancient clan was one of the 4 big holy tribes in the absolute beginning divine world, powerful in both close combat and preservation techniques. The immemorial celestial body was the ancient clan's trump card. When comparing the immemorial celestial body and the body of eternity, most would likely agree that the immemorial celestial body was slightly stronger, for it increased the strength of the holy body as well as one's own divine power. The only flaw was that it could only be cultivated by someone that possessed the bloodline of the ancient clan. Therefore, although the secret skill was powerful, it was not very popular in the absolute beginning divine world. Because even if absolute beginning divine world cultivators were to obtain the secret skill, they could not learn it. Jian Wushuang had possessed the bloodline of ancient clan in his past life, and the immemorial celestial body had helped him immensely. But after reincarnation, he had lost everything except his soul. Naturally, he had lost the bloodline of ancient clan as well. However, Jian Wushuang soon realized that he could still practice the secret skills of the ancient clan. The ancient clan secret skills all required the bloodline of ancient clan, but Jian Wushuang could perform them easily. Jian Wushuang then realized that as a perfect chaotic life form, he was the origin of all living beings. Therefore, he had the bloodline of ancient clan somewhere within him as well. And it does not stop there. Even if the other 3 holy tribes had secret skills that needed their unique bloodline power, as long as Jian Wushuang had the secret skill, there was no stopping him. The body of eternity was impressive, but Jian Wushuang would definitely prefer the immemorial celestial body if he could learn it. The 5 great secret skills. I can learn the secret skill of 7 stars, Punisher God, exquisite pagoda. Add the immemorial celestial body into the mix, and I should have enough to roam these lands freely, Jian Wushuang murmured. After making a decision, Jian Wushuang started making his move. In addition, he went directly to his father Zhui Yunfeng for his help at searching some cultivating resources. Zhui Yunfeng had high hopes for Jian Wushuang, and naturally did his best after learning that those resources would do good for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not waste time either and soon started his training. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Jian Wushuang was still cultivating the secret skills, but he had to stop. The Zhuge family was about to make their move. Governor's mansion within the hall. Brother Lin has sent a message to me. I'll make my way to the Lin mansion tomorrow to assist them, Zhu Yunfeng said solemnly. Luo Xinqin beside him frowned worriedly. They're finally making their move? Jian Wushuang squinted and said, Father, I'll follow you to the Lin mansion tomorrow. Nonsense, Zhu Yunfeng berated him. You think this is a game? The Zhuge family is determined to exterminate the Lin family this time. Any misstep would lead to dire circumstances. Even I may not survive then. How could you help? You'll be seeking an early death. Father, the Zhuge family have had their eyes on me since I returned 3 years ago. They even sent a half-step divine demon to kill me. Even though they failed, they will not give up. The reason why they have not made their move since is that you are still here. The moment you leave and the Zhuge family hears the word of it, do you think Mother and I will be safe in the mansion? Jian Wushuang said calmly. Zhu Yunfeng flinched. He remembered that Jian Wushuang had once been chased down by the Zhuge family. As for what Jian Wushuang said if he left the governor's mansion and the Zhuge family assassins came. Okay, for your safety, follow me to the Lin mansion tomorrow. But when we reach it, follow our arrangements. If the Lin mansion can no longer be defended, I will arrange someone to help both of you escape. Do not hesitate at that time, Zhu Yunfeng said solemnly. That moment will not come, Father. Even if it does, we can escape, Jian Wushuang replied. Okay, Zhu Yunfeng nodded. He did not notice how determined and cold Jian Wushuang's gaze was. Jian Wushuang had long known that his father was prepared to die with the Lin family. If the Lin family could no longer fend off the Zhuge family, Zhu Yunfeng would definitely fight to the death alongside Lin Taifeng. That was not what Jian Wushuang wanted. Unfortunately, it's only been 2 months since I made a breakthrough to chaotic realm levels. Besides the first scroll of the immemorial celestial body, I have not mastered the rest. The odds are not good, Jian Wushuang murmured. He had wasted no time training those past 2 months, but he needed more time. The resources he needed for Punisher God had not arrived like his father had promised. Although he had cultivated the first scroll of the immemorial celestial body, it had not boosted his powers immensely. But he remained confident that he could go against normal, chaotic, divine demons. Regardless, I will not let anything be done to my parents. Not the past life, not now. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist as a hint of murderous intent swept through his gaze. The Zhuge family tried to take my life. I had no grudges, but if they dare mess with family, they will have to get through me first. The next day, Jian Wushuang and his parents, along with some chaotic realm guards, left for the Lin mansion. They arrived smoothly a few days later. At the Lin family, the head was waiting at the gate. Under normal circumstances, a half-step divine demon would not have been worthy of the Lin family head to welcome personally, but Zhu Yunfeng was different. Everyone in the Anjiu commandery knew that Zhu Yunfeng and Lin Taifeng were sworn brothers. Even though some experts would hesitate or even reject Lin families' pleas for help, Zhu Yunfeng did not hesitate and was instead the first to arrive. Chapter 23-29. Lin Tao, Thunder Sound Sect. Haha, Brother Zhua. Lin Taifeng smiled broadly as he greeted his guests. Brother Lin, it's been a few years. How have you been? Zhu Yunfeng smiled as well. Thank you for coming this time, Lin Taifeng said solemnly. We are brothers, why the formalities? Zhu Yunfeng complained. Lin Taifeng was left speechless and smiled. He looked at Luo Xinqin and Jian Wushuang at the side. Both of them have decided to come too? Yes, Zhu Yunfeng replied. The Zhuge family tried to kill Shuang before. I could not leave them back at the mansion without fears of an assassination. Is that so? Lin Taifeng nodded and said, Rest assured, Brother Joie. Even if the Lin family was at the brink of extinction, I would do whatever I could to make sure they escape safely. Thank you. Joie Yunfeng heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Joie, over here. Lin Taifeng waved his hand. The Joie family headed inside the Lin mansion. Many Lin mansion experts around them were talking amongst themselves. That's the governor of the Incineration Moon City. I have heard of the good relations between Governor Joie and our head. I guess that was true. Those experts who are on good terms with the Lin family all refused to help us. But now Governor Joie is the first one here, with his entire family as well. Looks like they are ready to fight and die alongside us. Oh, did you notice the young man beside him, Jian Wushuang? Of course. He crushed Zhuge Hong's divine weapon 3 years ago with his fingers, saving face for the Lin family. The experts had nothing but respect and admiration for Zhu Yunfeng and Jian Wushuang. A friend in need was a friend indeed. There was no doubt regarding Zhu Yunfeng's intentions. Once they had settled down in the Lin mansion, Zhu Yunfeng and Lin Taifeng went into discussion. Jian Wushuang stayed in the courtyard that he had lived in before. Soon, 2 figures rushed over. They were Lin Yan and Lin Qingqing. "Ha-ha, Brother Wushuang." Jian Wushuang could hear Lin Yan's hearty laughter from far and walked out of the room with a smile. "Young Lord Wushuang," Lin Qingqing said, her eyes full of respect for Jian Wushuang. In the past 3 years, Jian Wushuang had stayed at the Lin mansion. He had impressed many with his proficiency with the sword principle. After Jian Wushuang had defeated Zhuge Hong, countless more Lin mansion disciples had looked at him in admiration. 3 years had passed, but that sense of admiration had never subsided. "Young Lord Yan, young Qingqing, it's been some time." Jian Wushuang greeted them with a smile. "Ha-ha, Brother Wushuang. Have you changed much these past 3 years?" Lin Yan looked at Jian Wushuang. "Same as you, not at all." Jian Wushuang smiled. Lin Yan was considered his first friend in his current life. His character was similar to that of his best buddy Wang Yuan. Loud, straightforward, and carefree. Jian Wushuang was pleased to make such friends. "Are you prepared for what's to come?" Jian Wushuang smiled as he asked Lin Yan. "Of course. I've improved quite a bit these past 3 years, you know. If the Zhuge family dares to come, I'll let them have it," Lin Yan replied coldly. "Oh." Jian Wushuang lifted his brow. He could tell that Lin Yan's abilities had improved, but he was not at pure sun realm yet, a mere pinnacle, transformed god. He was nothing in the war between the Zhuge family. Of course, it's good to have such fighting ambitions. As Jian Wushuang, Lin Yan, and Lin Qingqing were talking casually, a Lin mansion disciple ran in hurriedly. "Brother Yan, I knew you would be here." The disciple's eyes lit up the moment he saw Lin Yan. "I'm reminiscing with Brother Wushuang. What's the matter?" Lin Yan frowned. "Brother Tao's back," the disciple replied. "Oh." Lin Yan flinched, then immediately displayed great joy. So did Lin Qingqing. "Brother Tao." "Lin Tao." Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He had learned a bit about the Lin mansion people in the 3 years he stayed there. He had not met Lin Tao personally, but Jian Wushuang had heard of him. Lin Tao was supposedly the best genius the Lin mansion had had in centuries. He made the breakthrough to pure sun realm by the age of 20, better than that Zhuge Hong. He had then entered the chaotic realm at the age of 27, and entered a sect called the Thunder Sound Sect and never returned since. But Lin Tao was back this time. "Brother Tao is back." "Come, let's go see." Lin Yan was obviously excited and even dragged Jian Wushuang along towards the Lin mansion gates. Soon they arrived. Sure enough, a few figures stood surrounded by crowds of Lin mansion disciples and some experts. The man that stood in the center, the handsome young man, was Lin Tao, Lin mansion's first genius. He smiled and greeted the Lin mansion experts as the disciples looked at him with admiration. That kind of admiration was different to how they had looked at Jian Wushuang. Their admiration now had frenzy added to the mix. Jian Wushuang was gifted and had defeated Zhuge Hong, but he did not belong to the Lin mansion in the end. But not for Lin Tao. He was the young disciple's idol. Is that Lin Tao? Jian Wushuang gave Lin Tao a slight glance, but what he really noticed were the four behind him. 3 males, 1 female, all young. Jian Wushuang could tell that the 3 men were already at half-step divine demon levels. The woman was stronger, a real chaotic divine demon. 1 chaotic divine demon. 3 half-step divine demon experts. Not only did he rush back himself, he even got help. Jian Wushuang smiled. Chapter 2330. Humility. A half-step divine demon was a rare asset to come by for the fight against the Zhuge family. A chaotic divine demon would certainly help the Lin family even more. Now, Lin Tao brought over a chaotic divine demon and 3 half-step divine demons. Haha, Brother Tao. Lin Qingqing and Lin Yan rushed towards Lin Yan at the first moment they could. Oh, Yan, Qingqing, it's the 2 of you. Lin Tao recognized both of them. It's been over a decade since we last met. You have all grown so much. Lin Tao had left for the Thunder Sound sect at the age of 27. 12 years had passed, and he was already 39. They made some small talk. Come, Brother Tao, let me introduce you to a sword principle genius, Brother Wushuang. My father said his gifts in sword principle were the best in the Anjou Commandery, and perhaps even in the entire Wuxia Baron region, Lin Yan said as he pointed at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang flinched and smiled bitterly. Lin Yan was not a good talker. It would have been fine if he had said that to others. But Lin Tao was a genius, and there were definitely many other geniuses in Thunder Sound sect that were proficient in sword principle. Lin Yan's statement would certainly attract unnecessary attention. Indeed, Lin Tao and his 3 half-step divine demons, and even the divine demon beauty, shifted their gazes towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said humbly, "Greetings to all, Jian Wushuang." Jian Wushuang. Lin Tao stared at him curiously. Unparalleled in sword principle, what a powerful name. I wonder if your sword principle cultivation base lives up to your name. A black-robed man behind Lin Tao smiled widely with his teeth showing. He had a long sword behind his back, stating the obvious that he was into sword cultivation. The name was given to me by my parents. In terms of sword principle cultivation base, it's not as exaggerated as young Lord Yin claimed. I'm considered ordinary compared to you all from the Thunder Sound sect, Jian Wushuang replied. Modest too, Lin Tao nodded. The black-robed man with the long sword shrugged his shoulders. He had no intention to go after Jian Wushuang after he had put himself down. Yen, you can say that within the Lin mansion, but not outside. Don't make trouble for him, Lin Tao instructed. But Lin Yan only wanted to say how gifted Jian Wushuang was. But Jian Wushuang pulled his sleeve. Young Lord Tao is right. There are countless talents around, and really nothing much compared to the Wuxia Baron region. Jian Wushuang smiled. He did not want to cause any trouble. Lin Yan naturally did not say much. It's nice to see someone with modesty, Lin Tao nodded. Even if the Lin family had said Jian Wushuang was the best in sword principle in the entire Wuxia Baron region, he would take it with a pinch of salt. After all, his worldview had changed the moment he entered the Thunder Sound sect. He knew that the land was unfathomable and geniuses could be anywhere and everywhere. Even in the Wuxia Baron region, the strongest sword principle genius had dared not claim to be the best in the Wuxia Baron region. Lin Taifeng was a chaotic divine demon, but his worldview was limited to only the Anjou Commandery. His judgment naturally could not mean much then. After some chit-chat, Lin Taifeng and the Lin family top experts welcomed him as well. Lin Taifeng and the rest were naturally excited when they saw the 4 experts Lin Tao being brought over. After a while, Everyone congregated at the Lin Mansion's conference hall, including the experts that the Lin Mansion had invited. Zhu Yunfeng was there as well. Jian Wushuang, on the other hand, hid at a small corner with Lin Yan. Lin Taifeng sat at the front, then stood up and bowed to the crowd in front of him. Thank you all for providing the Lin family with much-needed assistance during dire circumstances like these, especially the 4 experts from the Thunder Sound sect, led by Fire Fairy. Thank you. You're too kind, Head. The chaotic divine demon beauty from the Thunder Sound sect, Fire Fairy, said, Lin Tao is one of the core disciples of the Thunder Sound sect. If his family is in trouble, we will naturally help him. But because we had an agreement amongst clans to not interfere in every single clan or family feud, we can only send over some core disciples here. Please forgive us. Nonsense. We are already eternally grateful for your assistance. Lin Taifeng smiled. There were many sects in the Wuxia Barren region. Some of the clans controlled regions, but most did not. As time passed, the sects had an agreement to not interfere too much in family feuds within the region. Even if they had disciples in that family, the clan could only send a small number of experts to help. Lin Taifeng knew all that and naturally understood. The Thunder Sound sect can't help us completely, and neither can the Dongzhou sect help the Zhuge family too much. They will at most send a chaotic divine demon and some half-step divine demons. The remaining forces will simply be Lin versus the Zhuge family. Lin Taifeng's voice was clear and echoed within the hall. The Zhuge family have been fighting with us for years. We know each other well. We are about equally as powerful. How much stronger can they be? The only reason they dare challenge us is that one half-step divine demon recently ascended into divine demon levels. Even then, it won't be that easy to decimate us. After hearing what Lin Taifeng had to say, the hall was filled with whispers. Many experts invited by the Lin Mansion nodded. The Lin family and Zhuge family had fought for so many years. Even if they had one more person that ascended to chaotic demon levels, even if they had Dongzhou sect's help, they could not destroy the Lin family. After all, the Lin family had the Thunder Sound sect behind them and had invited experts to help at all costs. Chapter 2331. In 10 days, Jian Wushuang looked at the crowd strangely as they whispered amongst themselves. Lin Taifeng gave them a pep talk. Jian Wushuang smiled. Lin Yan beside him, on the other hand, was visibly moved by what Lin Taifeng said. He felt that the Lin family could face the Zhuge family without fear. But in reality, Jian Wushuang knew that the Zhuge family had researched the Lin family's actual strength, and they probably knew that the Thunder Sound sect would help as well. Even then, if the Zhuge family dared to make a move, it meant that things were not as simple as they seemed. But he did not know who was backing the Zhuge family. Everyone, please do not leave the premises for now. If I am not wrong, they will attack in 10 days, Lin Taifeng said. 10 days. So fast. Immediately, there was a commotion in the hall. Brother Lin, how could you be so sure? Zhu Yunfeng frowned. Truth be told, the Zhuge family finished their preparations 3 months ago. They delayed their plans till now, as a big shot arrived at Anzhou Commandery 3 months ago, Lin Taifeng replied. The big shot had the Commandery governor come down to welcome the person himself, and I assume all of you know the Commandery governor's style. The Commandery governor has his own job to do. Normally, he would turn a blind eye to feuds within the Anzhou Commandery. But if the Commandery governor himself had to greet this big shot, and the Zhuge family attacked at that time, it would bring great shame to the Commandery governor. Everyone finally understood. Although the Commandery governor was only a chaotic divine demon, his title was indeed worthy of some respect. After all, the Commandery governor not only settled administrative affairs within the Commandery. If there were experts in the Commandery, he would recommend them to the sects himself. Normally, the Commandery governor would provide the genius with options. But if one sect were to offend him, they would likely never receive any genius from that region. The Commandery governor would not bother. So, unless necessary, the sects within the Wuxia Baron region dared not offend the commandery governor. If even the sects did as such, the Zhuge family would not dare to offend the commandery governor. The Zhuge family dare not make their move while the commandery governor entertains his guest. But according to our information, that person will leave the Anjou commandery in days. With the commandery governor's character, he will likely continue to retreat back to his own abode, disregarding the feuds within the Anjou commandery. The Zhuge family will make their move then, Lin Taifeng said. I see. The people in the hall nodded. So, please make your preparations. The enemy will be here in days, Lin Taifeng said solemnly. Rest assured, head, we will do our best, the experts in the hall all replied. At that same moment, the Zhuge family was making their preparations as well. In an exquisite attic, many experts from the Zhuge family gathered, along with some people from the Dongzhou sect. However, as Lin Taifeng had said, the Dongzhou sect did not dare send too many experts to join the battle. Only one chaotic divine demon and 4 half-step divine demons were present. The chaotic divine demon was the gray-robed elder beside Zhuge Hong, Elder Qin. According to news from the Lin Mansion, the experts from the Thunder Sound sect have arrived. The Lin Mansion has paid a hefty sum to invite lots of experts as well, a Zhuge family elder said. Haha, we predicted this a long time ago, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with some stubble replied. He was the Zhuge family head, Zhuge Yuancheng. He had a white-haired elder beside him. He was the previous Zhuge family head, Zhuge Yin. He was the chaotic divine demon that had reached initial success at Sword Principal, recognized as the top sword cultivator in the Anjou commandery. Of course, he had not yet encountered Jian Wushuang at that time. Who is the chaotic divine demon the Thunder Sound sect sent? Elder Qin asked. Fire Fairy, Zhuge Yuancheng replied. Her. Elder Chen's brows lifted and he showed a playful smile. That Fire Fairy was only a Thunder Sound sect disciple 20 years ago. She made it to chaotic divine demon levels through sheer luck. She's a normal 3rd grade divine demon, small fry. According to what I heard, the divine demon that had been training outside has returned to the Lin Mansion. The Lin Mansion head Lin Taifeng is pretty strong as well, a peak 3rd grade divine demon. He could go against you, Elder Qin, Zhuge Yuancheng said. The last time I followed young Lord Hong to the Lin Mansion. Although Lin Taifeng did not show himself, I could feel him. He was injured then. I wanted to lure him out, but that plan was messed up by a nobody junior, Elder Qin said. That Jian Wushuang. Once we wipe out the Lin family, he will have nowhere to escape, Zhuge Hong said coldly as he sat on one of the chairs. That Jian Wushuang is gifted, so he must be killed. That has me thinking. Did the Lin Mansion not kill a half-step divine demon from the Water Fairy Island? Why has the Water Fairy Island not acted upon it yet? Zhuge Yuancheng frowned.